When a black gate appeared and pushed the whole world into panic, every top S-rank hunter on Earth was called in for what should have been humanity's deadliest raid. The strongest from Korea, China, and America all gathered expecting a brutal war with massive casualties. But while they were still making plans, one man had already entered the gate alone. And when they finally reached the boss room, they didn't find a battle. They found a massacre. Thousands of monsters were already dead, the final boss was being crushed like it never stood a chance, and in the middle of that hell stood Leon Dragonia Lionheart looking down on the world's strongest hunters like they were peasants who arrived late to a simple chore. Ray wakes up to a void of silence. Ray realizes he has been reincarnated into a fantasy world as an infant. This life is a massive upgrade after his previous death from overwork. He stares at a quiet ceiling lit by expensive candles instead of electric bulbs. The lack of modern technology confirms he is far from his old world. Observing the maids and the high-end decor, Ray concludes his new family is incredibly wealthy. This is the perfect starting point for a former orphan. His new mother pinches his cheek while looking down with a gentle smile. Her beauty and status prove he has landed in a high-class household. 3 years pass in the blink of an eye. Ray is finally strong enough to explore the world beyond his nursery. He climbs a small stool to peer out of a high window for the first time. The vast medieval kingdom finally reveals itself to him. The sprawling city landscape looks truly otherworldly from his vantage point. Ray smiles at the massive scale of his new playground. A frantic maid bursts through the door calling for the young master. His attempt at an early solo adventure is cut short immediately. She scoops him up and rushes toward the grand hall. Ray learns his family belongs to a grand duchy that rules the entire region. Ray confirms his status as the son of Grand Duke Dragonia in the Kingdom of Lionheart. He is born into the absolute peak of the social hierarchy. Fast forward 8 years and Ray finally gets a real blade in his hands. He begins training as a future knight of the realm. He wonders if he can master fantasy skills like sword chi or aura. His instructor is a top-tier knight dispatched directly from the royal palace. Sir Gothic smiles down at the boy with a look of predatory expectation. He views training this high-ranking child as his divine mission. Ray puts on a polite face and asks the knight for guidance. He has no idea the hellish nightmare that is about to begin. The mask slips as Ray grinds his teeth in pure agony while cursing his instructor. He realizes Gothic is a relentless sadist who ignores his age. Ray drags a massive boulder across the training floor while his body screams in protest. Becoming a holy knight requires surviving this monstrous physical conditioning. Steel clashes in the courtyard as Gothic forces Ray to defend against heavy strikes. Every parry sends a painful shockwave through the boy's small frame. Ray lunges forward with a desperate strike to find an opening. He refuses to break even as the training intensity reaches a lethal level. Gothic looms over him with a dark grin and shadowed eyes. The knight is clearly enjoying the process of breaking and rebuilding the young master. Gothic slams his blade down with enough force to shatter the earth. Ray screams as the impact sends his small body flying backward. Ray's hand trembles as he reaches for his broken blade in the dirt. He is forced toward the path of a holy knight despite his lack of faith. The boy lies broken in the dust while his instructor looks on. Ray admits he holds no love for any god or religion. 16 years pass as boots splash through freezing mud and rain. Time has turned the fragile boy into a cold survivalist. Ray stands under the heavy downpour with a gaze sharp enough to kill. The training has carved a lethal weapon out of his soul. He watches the sun dip below the forest horizon while reflecting on his quest. Ray must earn the goddess' favor to finally secure his rank. Fire consumes the camp as survivors scream for help. A swarm of orcs descends on the panicked humans like a plague. Sir Gildas and his men brace for a desperate stand against the green tide. The soldiers fear this is the end of their lives. Dozens of orcs loom in the shadows with axes raised for the slaughter. Ray finds plenty of targets to test his lethal skills. A massive orc pauses in confusion as a voice thunders across the battlefield. Ray mocks the invaders for treading on kingdom soil with filthy feet. Ray carves through the battlefield with a blade stained in crimson. The kingdom is surrounded by enemies on every side. 2 decades of constant warfare pass in the blink of an eye. Ray remembers the moment his divine purpose was revealed. The goddess Ariana descends in a shroud of golden light to address the son of Wulfric Dragonia. Her presence confirms the legends are real. She offers a quest to prove his honor and faith through blood. Ray accepts the divine command without a single moment of hesitation. After years of slaving away in her service, the truth of her existence remains undisputed. Ray spent every waking hour following her path. Clad in heavy silver plate, the warrior kneels before his mission. He has transformed into a living weapon for the kingdom. Ray slaughters orcs and tears through enemy ranks with brutal efficiency. No monster or man can withstand the weight of his blade. He eventually ascends to the rank of war knight with the power to lead an army. The battlefield is now his only true home. Ray wipes the green blood from his face with a cold and satisfied smirk. Killing these monsters is the only thing that brings him peace. The legendary Argent Majesty Lionheart finally passes away amidst a bed of white flowers. A demigod falls, leaving a massive void in the realm. Ray recalls the Empire summoning an archdemon while he stood amidst the ruins of his former life. Faith in the gods became a requirement for survival as the demonic invasion intensified. Ray glares with localized fury at the thought of the treacherous magicians who started this war. Their meddling destroyed the peace and forced him to become a dealer of death. Amidst the absolute chaos of the collapsing realm, he emerged as the Holy Knight Leon Dragonia. This legendary identity serves as a beacon of hope for the dying world. Ray kneels alone in the grand cathedral as the goddess descends to select him as her champion. He accepts the divine burden because he is the only one strong enough. The weight of leadership brings constant fatigue, but Ray refuses to let his knights or his people down. He prioritizes the survival of the kingdom over his own well-being. Mana surges through his heavy plate armor as he vows to protect the Holy Grail with his life. His strength is now the primary defense against the demonic tide. Divine light washes over Ray as he is officially crowned the Grand Duke Dragonia. This title grants him the absolute authority needed to command the final resistance. He stands in the shadows of the throne room as the new king of the Lionheart Kingdom. Power has shifted into his hands and he intends to use it. Ray leads a massive cavalry charge directly into the heart of the enemy lines. Every kill reinforces his dominance on the battlefield as he carves through the monsters. A mutated hunchback goblin evolves into a massive archdemon wreathed in purple soul fire. The creature holds a screaming skull as it prepares to challenge the new king. A knight salutes Ray and reports on the dark magicians within the empire. Ray listens with a cold expression as the political situation rapidly deteriorates. Ray blames the empire for embracing a northern cult and abandoning their divine faith. Their defiance against the gods is a mistake he cannot ignore. He concludes that giving human rights to the undeserving only leads to this chaos. Conquering every last one of them is now his only priority. 96 years pass as the Empire bastards finalize their descent into madness. The stage is set for a betrayal that will reshape the entire continent. A crazed priest offers 3 million human lives as a blood sacrifice to his dark god. The sheer scale of the massacre is beyond comprehension. Ray realizes the Emperor has finally crossed the point of no return. A man terrified of death has traded his entire population for dark power. The capital burns as 3 million citizens are forced into a mass suicide ritual. Violent energy tears through the sky as the dark spell activates. The sacrifice successfully summons the Lord of Chaos into the heart of the capital city. Total destruction follows as the ancient entity finally arrives. Ray marches toward the glowing portal to face the Empire head-on. He orders his forces forward to end this nightmare once and for all. 121 years have passed since the beginning of this conflict. The final reckoning between the king and the emperor is inevitable. Ray watches the sky turn a deep crimson over the ruins of a broken city. His efforts to save this world have resulted in nothing but ash. Ray kneels in a field of corpses as his holy mission ends in total defeat. Even with the strength of the continent, he could not stop the slaughter. A dying comrade looks at Ray and tells him to hold his head high. His father's legacy remains the only thing left to protect in this war. Ray turns his gaze away from the carnage and calls out to a silent goddess. The weight of his failure is a burden he must carry alone. Ray leads his remaining forces across the parched earth as the cries of his people echo through the valley. Fear has gripped the hearts of every survivor. Families huddle together in the shadows while mourning the brothers and fathers taken by the enemy. Ray realizes the invaders have left behind nothing but grief. Thousands of knights stand in perfect formation within the blood-soaked wasteland of the capital. They are the final hope for a kingdom on the literal brink. Ray rallies his men from atop his horse as a single command for vengeance rings out. He will turn their terror into a weapon of pure rage. A child's doll lies forgotten in the dirt among the ruins of a destroyed home. The enemy's hollow victory will soon be met with eternal fury. The armored knights raise their weapons and vow to fight until the very end. As long as Ray leads with honor, they refuse to be defeated. Ray grips his blade as a cold blue aura ignites around his silhouette. He accepts the burden of a fool to save his dying kingdom. A sharpened spearhead glints under the dim light of the battlefield. The soldiers swear their lives to a goddess who demands absolute sacrifice. Ray stares ahead with unwavering focus as the divine blessing surges through his veins. Honor is the only thing left worth dying for now. Ray bellows a command that echoes across the front lines of the siege. Every soldier moves in unison to meet the coming slaughter. Billions of devils swarm the frozen earth during the darkest winter in human history. The final stand for survival has reached its breaking point. A sea of monstrous shadows drowns the horizon in a tide of claws and teeth. The sheer scale of the invasion renders hope nearly impossible. Barbarians and civilian knights fall in heaps while acting as a living wall against the horde. Their meat and bone by Ray precious seconds. Ray carves a path through the demonic flesh with a strike powered by every holy temple. He is the last agent of the gods. Blood sprays across Ray's face as he continues the slaughter long after his allies have fallen. He will not stop until every demon is dead. A massive explosion of holy light vaporizes the winged terrors circling the sky. The power of a true knight finally humbles the underworld. A guttural scream echoes through the endless void as Ray loses his humanity to the grind. The weight of survival finally breaks the silence of the abyss. Thick snow and ash fall over a landscape that refuses to thaw. Ray realizes this winter is a permanent curse intended to bury him alive. Centuries pass in the darkness with only the count of years to mark his existence. Time has become meaningless for a man who refuses to die. Ray shatters the final demon gate with a surge of concentrated blue energy. The connection to the underworld collapses into a pile of jagged stone. He stands alone amidst the wreckage as the remaining monsters watch in silent horror. The hunter has successfully trapped every single predator in his domain. Ray roars at the survivors, declaring that they are now the ones being hunted. His eyes glow with a lethal, unhinged intent to finish the slaughter. The demons realize too late that they are locked in a cage with a monster far worse than themselves. Panic spreads through the ranks of the underworld. A massive blade strike tears through the air with enough force to incinerate everything in its path. Ray vents centuries of rage in one final insult. Silence returns as the battlefield goes dark once again. The void remains empty, waiting for the next victim of his absolute dominance to fall. Brilliant blue slashes carve through the shadows as Ray continues his systematic extermination. He moves with a speed that defies physics and ends every life. Leon's final strike tears through the target with absolute finality. The victim screams as their body evaporates into a cloud of crimson mist. The survivors look up at the glowing blue sphere left behind in the sky. They are left reeling in the silence of a finished battle. The archdemon is found dead with its skull split by a single concentrated blow. No one can believe a monster of that rank fell so easily. Leon stares down at the terrified humans crouching in the dirt. He tells them to stand because the weak have no place on his battlefield. He commands the survivors to rise and keep fighting instead of falling. His words act as a cold catalyst for their survival instincts. One soldier looks up and asks for the identity of the man who saved them. A heavy silence follows as the king prepares to speak. He identifies himself as King Lionheart of the Glorious Knights. His expression is devoid of mercy as he assumes his natural position of authority. Leon Dragonia Lionheart stands amidst the flames of his own power. He is the ultimate predator returning to a world that forgot his name. 300 years have passed since he last walked among the living. That time was spent forging a soul capable of absolute domination. It was in this 300th year that he finally encountered the humans from Earth. This meeting marks the end of their era and his beginning. The system confirms every demon in the vicinity is dead. Leon cleared the impossible objective without breaking a sweat. After 3 centuries of isolation, the legend returns to his rightful place. The era of the Night King begins again. A heavy silence falls over the desolate wasteland. Darkness swallows the remains of the slaughter. Back on Earth, the Black Gate pulsates with an energy that defies standard ranking. This anomaly threatens to collapse the entire city. Every major guild refuses the call to clear the zone. They cower behind their status while the world watches in fear. Han Hari stands before the swirling abyss with a skeleton crew of desperate hunters. They are the only ones left to face the unknown. The government sends the association in as a sacrificial lamb. This mission is a death sentence meant to buy time for the elites. Inside the gate, Leon stands amidst a mountain of slaughtered beasts. He is drenched in blood and completely unmoved by the carnage. Hari stares in total disbelief at the unclothed man standing where only monsters should exist. She cannot process the raw power radiating from his frame. Tens of thousands of high-level demons lay mangled across the scorched earth. Leon stands alone as the absolute sovereign of this hellscape. The name Han echoes through the silence of the monitoring room. The focus shifts back to the association's frantic headquarters. Associate Manager Han Hari snaps back to reality with a sharp gasp. The data on her screen defies every known metric of survival. Head Manager Kim Jin-soo approaches with a coffee and asks for an update. He expects a total loss report from the expedition site. They discuss the Black Rank Gate and the overwhelming presence of the Great Devil. No hunter should have survived that level of demonic power. Jin-soo dismisses the idea of a successful clear without major guild interference. He remains convinced that the mission is a guaranteed failure. Leon stands amidst the carnage of the demon realm with a blade gripped tight. His presence alone shatters the association's pessimistic expectations. Now in clean clothes, Leon confronts the management with his arms crossed. He questions their narrow definition of a gate survivor. A true survivor is someone who endured the otherworld and clawed their way back. These rare individuals hold knowledge the association desperately lacks. Leon looks on with cold eyes as he explains the harsh reality of the Gate realm. He has lived through a hell most cannot imagine. For 30 years, gates have appeared globally with repeating, apocalyptic themes. The truth behind these disasters is far more calculated than public records suggest. Some survivors eventually find their way back to Earth. They return as changed men from a world of monsters. They bring back the insane strength forged in the hellish demon realm. Leon Dragonia is the peak of this evolution. Governments scramble to cater to these survivors to secure their power. The association prioritizes these living weapons above all else. Deals are struck behind closed doors to keep the peace. Loyalty is bought with status and luxury. Jin-soo and Hari can only watch the data in stunned silence. The reality of the clear is finally sinking in. Reports confirm the Great Devil died from a single, concentrated strike. This is a monster that makes S-rank hunters tremble in fear. Simply killing the beast wasn't enough for a king. Leon dismantled the creature with surgical precision. A single swing of his blade shreds the demon's massive frame. The shockwave leaves nothing but crimson carnage behind. The target was completely overpowered and erased. There was no struggle, only total dominance. Leon stands over the mountain of flesh with his blade at the ready. He is now the only law in this dead land. Leon admits that the massive cultural gap between his past life and Earth is his biggest concern. He knows the modern world isn't ready for a medieval king. The association staff ignores his warning and insists everything will be fine. They mistakenly believe they can control a man who conquered hell. Han Hari begins to describe Leon as a kind and gentle soul. Her praise is immediately interrupted by a sudden surge of raw power. A terrifying roar of pure killing intent fills the room. Leon's survival instincts are far more volatile than anyone realized. The office shatters into a chaotic mess of flying paper and broken furniture. The association's headquarters is leveled in an instant. Han Hari and her colleague freeze in total horror as the air turns cold. They realize they just invited a living disaster into their building. Leon stands amidst the dust and wreckage with a cold, unbothered expression. He doesn't need a blade to bring a city to its knees. Hari quickly takes back her words while staring at the destroyed room. This cultural difference is going to cost a fortune in repairs. The legend of the Night King officially returns to the mortal realm. No one is prepared for the authority he carries. Time rewinds 15 minutes to the calm before the explosion. A security camera captures the final moments of peace. Leon sits across from the bald investigator and feels a strange sense of distance. Modern interrogation rooms feel completely foreign after centuries of war. He remembers his original life as an orphan who worked himself to death. Dying of exhaustion in a cramped apartment was his only legacy on Earth. Reincarnation turned that tragic end into a new beginning as a royal infant. He eventually rose to become the most powerful king in a fantasy realm. Leon spent decades carving through demon hordes to protect his people. Every inch of his power was bought with the blood of countless monsters. 300 years passed in a blur of constant slaughter and isolation. This long survival mission shaped him into a living weapon of cold logic. He crosses his arms while reflecting on his thin connection to his former world. It is a relief he still remembers the language and basic customs of this place. Kim Jin-soo cautiously addresses him by the long and formal title of Dragonia Lionheart. The manager is clearly intimidated by the heavy aura radiating from the survivor. Leon decides to keep his past life as a common human a complete secret. Revealing his humble origins would only weaken his absolute authority. He glares at the manager and demands to be addressed as a monarch. His patience for modern bureaucracy is non-existent after ruling a kingdom. Jin-soo sweats under the pressure while Leon calls him a mere peasant. The power dynamic is set and the king refuses to back down. Jin-soo stammers out the royal title while desperately trying to play along with the act. The manager thinks he is just humoring a delusional but powerful survivor. Leon watches the man with suspicion while questioning the government's cautious approach toward him. He knows his status as a survivor makes him a high-value asset. Jin-soo begins scribbling notes about the hunter's initial contact with the world inside the Black Gate. He refers to the Nightmare Realm as the king's personal domain to keep him calm. Leon gives a blunt confirmation as he stares down the manager with cold indifference. He has no interest in small talk or administrative details. The manager pauses his writing and asks for clarification on a claim that seems physically impossible. The idea of one man clearing the zone is pure insanity to him. Leon crosses his arms and issues a direct command for the manager to serve as his temporary secretary. He expects total obedience from the commoners of this new world. Jin-soo breaks into a cold sweat as the weight of the king's presence crushes his spirit. He stammers a submissive response because saying no feels like a death sentence. The manager quickly returns to his desk to start organizing the king's demands. He realizes very quickly that the power dynamic is not in his favor. Leon asks if this world lacks proper etiquette rules for treating a visiting monarch. His stern question is really just a masked demand for a decent meal. Jin-soo catches the hint and frantically orders a banquet to be prepared for the starving survivor. The administrative office is suddenly transformed into a royal kitchen. Leon stares ahead while processing his current situation. He needs to discover exactly what happened to Earth during his absence. Jin-soo explains the timeline of the global disaster. The nightmare began 30 years ago and never truly ended. A glowing blue portal tears open in the middle of the sky. These gates appeared everywhere and brought ruin to the world. A terrifying beast with glowing red eyes crawls out of the darkness. The planet has been in a constant state of emergency ever since. The manager describes the mechanics of gate themes and clear conditions. Ignoring a portal leads to a dungeon break and total slaughter. Leon hums in thought while leaning his weight on the interrogation table. He finds the situation strangely similar to his past life. The king taps his chin while comparing the two worlds. He knows the signs of a demonic infestation better than anyone. Monsters used to spawn across the old world like mushrooms after a heavy rain. The invasion was a constant, suffocating reality. Leon looks toward the floor as he remembers the fallen. He understands the weight of a world on the brink of collapse. A massive demon raises its blade to crush everything in its path. The enemy always moves with the intent to annihilate all life. Divine forces watch the planet while preparing to test humanity through brutal trials. The gate system is their method. A door swings open as a nervous official addresses the king. The modern hallway contrasts his royal status. A suited man brings a steaming tray of food to the table. Leon stares at the offering with suspicion. The server sets the black bowl down with a sharp click. Leon looks at the meal with intense focus. The rich scent of bone broth boiled for hours fills the room. It is seasoned perfectly with salt and pepper. A bowl of hot xiaoliangtang sits before him in all its glory. The simple dish carries the weight of a memory. Familiar flavors are the hardest to resist after centuries of isolation. Leon struggles to maintain his regal composure. He tries to reject the temptation, but his survival instincts are screaming. The internal battle is losing ground. The official explains the name of the soup as Leon prepares to eat. Even a king cannot ignore hunger. Leon's eyes ignite with a holy golden glow. The first taste of modern food is an absolute religious experience. Leon slams his fist onto the table with a roar that shakes the room. His eyes ignite with a lethal holy light. He snarls at the official for daring to serve a royal such a lowly peasant dish. The manager trembles in absolute terror at the king's fury. The weight of his true identity as Leon Dragonia Lionheart fills the air. He is a legitimate sovereign from an otherworldly realm. He stands as a proxy for the gods and the sole guardian of the Holy Grail. His lineage carries the burden of a divine mission. Leon commands the official to leave his sight immediately. He refuses to tolerate the presence of an inferior peasant any longer. This man is the legendary arch-nemesis who slaughtered millions of demons. His power was forged through 3 centuries of constant warfare. Leon reflects on his past as an earthling before his disappearance into the gate. Returning home after 300 years has only brought him frustration. He screams that the current state of this world is an absolute mess. His standards for order are far beyond modern comprehension. Leon decides it is his royal duty to enlighten the foolish peasants of this era. A king's responsibility never ends regardless of the world. He stares at the empty bowl while maintaining his cold and regal composure. Even in this chaotic world he was still the Night King. Leon slices through a thick slab of premium meat with effortless precision. A king deserves nothing less than the finest cuts after centuries of slaughter. He takes a bite of the steak and savors the taste of civilization. This simple meal is a luxury he hasn't experienced since the fall of his kingdom. The association provides a rare 1993 vintage red wine to accompany his T-bone steak. They are desperate to stay on the good side of a man who cleared a black rank gate alone. Hanhari's colleague points out that the legendary knight seems particularly fond of her presence. The pressure of being the king's primary contact starts to weigh on her. Hari blushes while remembering that Leon only acknowledged her for her bravery in the gate. Being noticed by a monster of his caliber is more terrifying than flattering. The sliding door to the private dining room opens with a soft click. The brief moment of peace for the hungry warrior comes to an end. Hanhari steps inside and offers a deep apology for interrupting his royal dinner. She knows better than to disrespect a man with the power of a god. Leon calmly dabs his mouth with a silk napkin and looks toward the entrance. He recognizes the woman as the hunter who stood her ground when others fled. Behind the scenes, the monitoring team gives a thumbs up to signal the start of the next phase. Every word exchanged here will determine the future of the association. Leon admits the meal was satisfactory and praises the sincerity of the preparation. Even a cold survivalist can appreciate the effort of those who serve him well. Leon explains his earlier hostility was not a complaint about the humble meal. He is establishing a standard for his authority. He asserts that treating foreign royalty with dignity reflects the status of the host nation. His words are a sharp lesson in high-class diplomacy. Hanhari apologizes for her disrespect and confirms her full name to the king. Leon dismisses the offense now that the hierarchy is clear. The conversation turns toward the demons that threaten to consume their world. A heavy silence follows the mention of their common enemy. Leon stares ahead with glowing blue eyes that reveal his inhuman power. His gaze is a cold reminder of the 3 centuries he spent in hell. Hanhari acknowledges his status with a tense and focused expression. She understands the sheer magnitude of the man she is tasked to manage. The Hunter Association crest signals the beginning of a high-stakes recruitment phase. They must secure Leon before any other global power can interfere. Hari asks for royal permission to have the South Korean government provide for his needs. She is desperate to tether this legendary warrior to her nation. Modern intelligence wars are now decided by who can scout and retain powerful survivors. These individuals represent the ultimate military advantage in a broken world. The government's directive is absolute and allows for no failure. They must stop Leon from joining another country regardless of the promises offered to him. Leon stares forward with a heavy gaze. He declares his absolute duty to remain on the battlefield. Leon walks away with steady, heavy steps. Hari asks if he will finally join their association. Leon rejects the offer with a prideful shout. He refuses to serve as a mere soldier for another nation. Leon vows to establish his own order of knights. He intends to rule this new world on his own terms. A security camera watches the silent office. Hari can only nod in the face of his overwhelming pressure. Hari stands trembling with a shadowed, fearful expression. She wonders how the association's leadership will react to his demands. Jin-Soo leans against the lockers while reviewing the reports. He is relieved Leon hasn't joined a rival guild yet. Hari erupts in a literal aura of flames. She curses the wealthy guilds who think they can buy everything. A sudden red light bathes the entire monitoring room. A sharp alarm interrupts their tense political conversation. The screen flashes an urgent warning about a catastrophic dungeon break. The Honam Plains are about to become a slaughterhouse. Jin-Soo stares at the tablet showing the looming food crisis caused by the demonic infection. The Phoenix Guild is intentionally holding back their S-rank hunter for leverage. Jin-Soo grits his teeth as he realizes the elite guilds are playing a game with human lives. Hari watches her superior spiral into a desperate fury. A roar of pure frustration echoes through the hall as Jin-Soo curses the greed of the Phoenix Guild. Leon stands outside the door and hears every word. Leon takes in a full scope of the political corruption and the dying land. He has heard enough to understand the weight of this crisis. Leon stares at his hand as he ponders the demonic curse rotting the crops. He knows that dead soil leads to a slow death for any kingdom. A spark of divine energy flickers as Leon makes a silent decision. The time for observation has ended and his true power begins to stir. Leon calls out to a presence only he can perceive within the light. He asks a simple question to the soul bound to his own. A sudden bolt of energy strikes the ground as Leon invokes a sacred name. Demera answers the call of her king after centuries of silence. A hooded figure cloaked in green moves through the fading light. Leon is no longer the only legend walking the earth. The stage is set for a collision between modern greed and ancient honor. Leon Dragonia Lionheart is ready to reclaim his world. A swirling distortion of mana begins to ripple through the tall grass. The air grows heavy as the environment prepares for a massive magical discharge. A blazing sphere of orange energy erupts in the middle of the field. A frantic hunter screams for Li Yongwan to explain what is happening to the gate. Li Yongwan stands calm as the S-rank guildmaster of the elite Phoenix Guild. He watches the unfolding disaster with the cold eyes of a man who has already won. Han Hari stares at the guildmaster with absolute disgust. She realizes this bastard intentionally sabotaged the containment to force the government's hand. Yongwan smirks as he recalls the association's refusal to grant his special requests. He decided to let the gate rot just to prove how much they need him. The Phoenix Guild has already pocketed massive fortunes from selling monster byproducts and rare crystals. Their greed has become more lethal than the demons they hunt. A mountain of gold glimmers in the shadows of their corporate empire. Now they are demanding a tax exemption worth a staggering 1 trillion won. Yongwan's expression darkens as he remembers the sting of his rejected proposal. He views the lives of the citizens as nothing more than bargaining chips. He tells the association that the gate authority will be handed over eventually. He is waiting for the authorities to crawl back to him in total desperation. The guildmaster lets out a mocking laugh at the state of the collapsing battlefield. He is certain that without his intervention, everyone left inside is already dead. Han Hari screams at the Phoenix Guildmaster for his complete lack of patriotism. Li Yongwan just shrugs her off like her morals are a joke. Yongwan bursts into a mocking laugh that fills the silent field. He knows the association is completely powerless to stop his corporate greed. Hari freezes as the guildmaster reminds her of their previous meeting. He already warned her that his cooperation comes with a massive price tag. In this broken era, justice is measured only by the weight of your wallet and the scale of your power. Everything else is garbage. Yongwan mocks Hari for being shallow and stuck in the past. To him, saving lives without a guaranteed profit is a total fool's errand. Leon walks calmly through the tall grass and interrupts the heated argument. He warns the bickering hunters never to speak a king's name so casually. Leon clarifies that he only permitted the woman to use his royal title. Yongwan glares at the newcomer, confused by his strange clothes and features. Leon tells the guildmaster to shut his mouth immediately. He demands to know how a lowly peasant dares to speak in his sovereign presence. Yongwan stares in total disbelief at the man's sheer audacity. He can't wrap his head around being addressed like common trash by a stranger. The guildmaster's ego takes a massive hit as he processes the insult. An S-rank legend being called lowly is an invitation for a bloodbath. Yongwan ignites his hands with a surge of S-rank flames as Hari begs him to stand down. The guildmaster is itching to incinerate the arrogant stranger. Yongwan pauses his attack while processing the claim that this man is a gate survivor. He has never seen someone return from a black rank portal with such calm. He offers a mocking introduction as the leader of the Phoenix Guild to re-establish his dominance. Yongwan assumes his status and wealth will force the newcomer to submission. Leon stares through the guildmaster with absolute indifference and declares that a monarch never repeats his orders. Hari watches the tension reach a lethal breaking point. Leon admits he cares nothing for the bureaucratic mechanics of the gate or the association. He is only interested in the corruption rotting the earth beneath his feet. Hari and her colleagues exchange looks of pure relief as they realize the Night King might actually intervene. A single survivor's help is their only hope. Hari explains the terrifying reality of a dungeon break where demonic energy poisons the very atmosphere. The monsters are just the first stage of the collapse. The camera focuses on the withered stalks of dead grain as the infection kills the harvest. A kingdom without food is a kingdom that is already dead. Raw demonic energy seeps into the soil and turns the fertile plains into a graveyard of black rot. The crisis is escalating faster than they can respond. Hari screams that they must purify the land and seal the gate before the damage becomes permanent. Leon looks on with the cold gaze of an executioner. Leon steps onto the scorched earth and acknowledges the demonic corruption. He recognizes that the rot has taken deep root in the soil. He turns to Han Hari with a sharp command to mobilize her people. The king is done waiting for the modern world to find its spine. A massive vortex of solar energy erupts behind them as the dungeon timer finally expires. The window for small-scale skirmishes has officially closed. Han Hari stammers in disbelief at Leon's sudden shift in strategy. She can barely keep up with his absolute sense of authority. Leon explains that a sovereign cannot simply wage war on foreign soil without following proper protocol. He takes his royal status more seriously than any modern law. The association officials try to argue that rules are meant to be followed. They still think they can control a man who rules through divine right. Leon shouts at them for their lack of national honor and demands they contact their leader immediately. He will not negotiate with lowly bureaucrats anymore. An official wonders if Leon is even crazier than the hunters they usually manage. High above the clouds a presidential jet carries the message of a desperate nation. Han Hari approaches the king with a hesitant whisper. She knows one wrong word could trigger his legendary temper. She points toward the supplies they gathered on his odd request. She asks how he intends to turn these basic tools into a weapon for purification. Leon stares at the rotting horizon with a heavy gaze. He declares the land is deeply infected by a demonic curse that modern science cannot touch. Han Hari clutches a simple straw doll with a look of pure confusion. She can't believe such a primitive toy is their only hope for survival. Leon turns his sharp eyes toward the gathered crowd. He demands to know if the women who crafted these dolls are present as he ordered. The ritual requirement is specific and rooted in ancient logic. Only those who have given birth possess the life force necessary to fuel this purification. Leon crosses his arms and prepares to inspect the offerings. He commands the survivors to present their handiwork for his royal judgment immediately. Leon picks up a doll and narrows his eyes in silence. He is searching for a specific spiritual resonance that the untrained eye would miss. He holds an amateurish doll up to a startled woman. Leon mocks her for calling this junk a metaphysical tool when it lacks any actual soul. A surge of golden power erupts as Leon senses a blatant lie. He rejects the offering with a thunderous shout that vibrates through the entire camp. Leon snarls at the woman for attempting to deceive a king about her past. He refuses to tolerate foolishness when the world is at stake. He tosses the useless dolls onto the dirt with absolute disgust. Even Han Hari's contribution is deemed a failure by the Night King's impossible standards. Leon stops his search as an elderly woman approaches with a humble gift. This mother has weathered decades of hardship in this broken world. Leon asks the woman how many children she has brought into this life. She answers with pride that she has raised 12 souls. Leon takes her hand with genuine reverence and offers a royal blessing. He regrets that the current crisis prevents a more formal celebration of her status. A blinding flash of light consumes the field as the ritual begins. The air vibrates with the sudden arrival of ancient mana. Leon carefully places the simple straw doll onto the barren earth. This small offering is the final key to unlocking a power long forgotten. The system acknowledges the sacrifice and confirms that the ancient conditions are finally fulfilled. A divine presence begins to stir beneath the soil. A massive blue portal erupts from the ground as the Holy Grail manifests in the mortal realm. Pure energy cascades across the dying plains. Leon calls out to the goddess of the land to witness the return of her bounty. His eyes glow with the authority of a true king. Li Yongwan watches in stunned silence as the ritual ignores all modern hunter logic. He realizes he is no longer the most powerful man on the field. Leon issues a final command for the divine essence to accept the harvest doll. A surge of holy fire signals the end of the famine. The golden chalice erupts with a pillar of divine light. This holy vessel is the only thing capable of purifying the blighted land. Han Hari stares at the glowing artifact in total disbelief. She realizes that the logic of modern hunters cannot explain the power of a king. The horizon begins to glow as the dark clouds of the gate finally break. A new dawn is forced upon this nightmare realm by royal decree. Holy energy overflows from the cup and stains the atmosphere with a crimson brilliance. The ritual is reaching its peak as the world begins to change. Leon keeps his eyes closed while sensing the shift in the mana. He is perfectly calm because the heavens always answer his call for a harvest. This sunrise is unlike any other in human history. It marks the exact moment an ancient king rewrites the laws of modern nature. Shimmering droplets of liquid grace fall from the sky toward the small harvest doll. Every drop carries enough life force to revive the dying soil. Li Yongwan watches the impossible happen as the golden water is absorbed by the straw figure. He realizes his S-rank power is nothing here. The hunters scream in terror as the small effigy suddenly stands up on its own. A dead object is now breathing with a holy purpose. The divine contract is finalized as the guardian awakens to serve its master. Leon has successfully summoned a miracle in a world of monsters. Leon gazes at the dying land with a cold and analytical stare. The silent weight of his centuries in hell still clings to his shoulders. The small effigy of Demera stands beside the Holy Grail as the god of abundance finally awakens. Leon has successfully bridged the gap between two worlds. Divine energy saturates the atmosphere as the presence of a goddess officially descends upon the earth. The natural laws of this world are being rewritten. Leon offers a formal greeting to the great Earth Mother under the fading orange light. He is the only one who understands the gravity of this arrival. He addresses the divine being ruling over fertility with the respect of a true sovereign. This land is now under a protection the association cannot grasp. Demera senses the deep demonic contamination that has rooted itself into the very soul of the planet. The soil is rotting under the weight of human failure. Leon admits to his goddess that the modern world has been completely stripped of its divinity. He stands as the last bridge to the ancient gods. He warns her that the vulgar greed of the modern hunters might offend her divine eyes. Leon views these selfish humans as nothing more than lowly swine. Leon acknowledges that ignorance is a built-in characteristic of every mortal soul. He expects nothing from the peasants but further disappointment. Leon remains seated while explaining his plan to blend in with the local swordsmen. He will lead his new order from the shadows of this world. Leon declares that a conqueror's authority is divine and absolute. He is determined to force this world back into a state of royal order and balance. Leon vows to guide the ignorant masses toward a new path of enlightenment. He plans to build a new pantheon that will replace modern corruption. A mysterious divine voice asks Leon if he has a specific request for his power. The air vibrates with the presence of an ancient and holy entity. The spirit confirms that its power is always at the king's disposal. Leon has successfully summoned the forces of his former world to the modern age. The hooded goddess Demera towers over Leon as she senses the demonic rot in the air. She recognizes that the humans of this era are suffering. Demera addresses Leon as her chosen champion and the head of her temple. The king's divine contract remains unbroken despite the transition between worlds. The goddess notes that this planet's soil is currently foreign to her spiritual essence. A single golden drop of pure energy forms at her fingertip. The drop of divine essence falls onto the poisoned crops with a sharp sound. Leon watches as the holy nectar begins to purify the rotting earth. Demera promises that once the land is cleansed, every living thing will become Leon's ally. The restoration of nature is the first step toward kingship. A massive pillar of golden holy energy erupts from the ground and pierces the sky. Leon is finally unleashing his true authority to save the plains. Golden sparks rain down on the decaying crops. The divine purification begins instantly as the rot fades away. Hanhari and the survivors stare in total silence at the impossible sight. They are witnessing a miracle that defies modern hunter logic. Leon commands them to watch and learn how a true king protects his land. His voice carries the absolute weight of a divine decree. The holy light intensifies and washes over the entire Honam plain. Every trace of demonic corruption is incinerated by the golden brilliance. Leon declares that this world is now blessed with divinity. The very nature of the soil is rewritten by his presence. Dead stalks transform into golden grains that shimmer with raw manna. The barren plains recover centuries of health in a single heartbeat. Hari covers her mouth in shock as the environmental disaster is erased. She realizes Leon's power is meant to rebuild as much as destroy. Leon looks over the transformed landscape while the wind carries the scent of a fresh harvest. The fertile earth is finally restored to its peak. A sea of golden wheat sways under the sun as proof of an eternal promise. The king has fulfilled his duty to the land. The title of Night King now carries a weight this world cannot fathom. His reclamation of the planet has only just begun. Li Yongwan clutches the harvested wheat with a look of pure disbelief. He cannot wrap his head around how the dead soil was instantly healed. He shouts that crops grown through magic are inherently poisonous and unusable for food. The guildmaster is desperately trying to invalidate the miracle. Leon glares at the man and warns him that he will only tolerate such ignorance once. The king refuses to let his divine work be slandered. A terrifying blue aura radiates from Leon as he commands Yongwan to shut his mouth. Speaking ill of the goddess's gift is a grave offense. Yongwan panics as his plan to control the food supply crumbles in an instant. His subordinates watch their leader lose his composure in real time. The guildmaster grits his teeth and vows to expose Leon as a fraud. He will do anything to keep his corporate empire from falling apart. Leon walks through the crowd and demands they prove the quality of the harvest immediately. He wants the people to see the truth for themselves. Yongwan offers his own expert appraiser to handle the inspection. He is clearly preparing to rig the results to favor the Phoenix Guild. A suited hunter steps forward and begins channeling his mana into the golden grain. The formal examination of the divine harvest begins. The appraiser's eyes widen as he detects a level of purity that should not exist on Earth. The reality of the king's power is undeniable. The appraiser stammers in disbelief while the system identifies the harvest as blessed rice. This single discovery flips the entire value of the land. He shouts that every single grain is classified as a rare rank item. A harvest of this caliber is unheard of in modern farming. The system confirms the rice can cure terminal diseases and even late-stage cancer. Hanhari can hardly believe such a miracle is growing in the dirt. Jinsu stares at the field with a heavy calculating gaze as the potential profit sinks in. He immediately orders his team to fetch a cooking pot. The golden stalks of grain shimmer under the setting sun across the vast Honam plains. Leon has effectively turned a disaster zone into a divine treasury. Jin-Soo trembles while reading the secondary hidden stats on his holographic interface. The reality of the situation is shattering his professional composure. The rice acts as a massive stamina and mana reinforcer for anyone who eats it. This isn't just food but a high-grade combat buff. Han-Hari sprints back to the group while screaming about a new discovery. She is clearly too excited to maintain her usual hunter etiquette. Jin-Soo tells her to finish chewing her food before she chokes on her words. The red-haired hunter is literally bursting with urgent news. She presents a small glowing grasshopper that was hiding among the divine crops. Jin-Soo stares at the tiny creature with a look of absolute confusion. Jin-Soo stares at the glowing bug with wide eyes. He realizes the entire field is now a source of permanent divine buffs. Jin-Soo orders his team to capture every glowing insect in the area. This sudden harvest will completely shift the power balance for the association. A hunter lunges through the wheat to snatch a shining grasshopper. The raiding team finds a massive surge of motivation in these divine rewards. Leon looks toward the horizon while whispering a final word to Demera. He is satisfied with the miracle he brought to these dying plains. Leon decides his work here is done and prepares to depart. The divine presence begins to pull back as he turns from the field. A small altar stands amidst the wheat with a single flickering candle. Leon notes that the humans of this era have long forgotten divine love. Leon closes his eyes while offering one final lesson to the invisible spirit. He plans to teach the modern world the true meaning of authority. A tiny glowing avatar of the goddess stands small among the golden stalks. Even in this form she represents a power this world cannot comprehend. The small spirit settles onto the wooden surface with a soft click. Leon has successfully anchored a piece of his old kingdom to the earth. Leon asks Hari if this world is truly devoid of any protecting gods. He is disgusted by the spiritual emptiness of the modern era. Leon stares across the transformed plains with a cold look of satisfaction. He knows that true order can only be established through his absolute divine authority. The Night King notes that his people have finally been fed and restored. He is ready to shift his focus from the harvest to the source of the rot. Leon points toward the swirling orange vortex of the active gate. The time for agricultural miracles is over and the time for war has arrived. Li Yongwan watches Leon with his arms crossed and a look of pure malice. The guildmaster realizes the king's sudden popularity is wrecking his corporate leverage. Yongwan's subordinate nervously watches the crowd as their political influence slips away. The presence of a true monarch is making their greed look pathetic. The Phoenix Guild follows the group through the golden wheat toward the looming dungeon. Yongwan quietly curses Leon and wishes for the king to die inside the portal. A hunter freezes as he detects a sudden shift in the energy radiating from the entrance. Something about the gate's mana signature isn't lining up with their intel. The associate looks back at Yongwan with a face full of growing concern. The guildmaster just offers a smug grin and tells his team to stay calm. Yongwan reveals that he's already sent scouts to partially clear the dungeon beforehand. He thinks his hidden preparation will give him the edge over the newcomer. The hunter's eyes widen in terror as a new presence manifests within the gate. The reality of the dungeon's difficulty is far beyond anything the Phoenix Guild expected. Yongwan sneers as he analyzes Leon's potential abilities from the sidelines. He dismisses the king as a mere support type who lacks any real combat strength. The guildmaster's eyes glow with a predatory red light as he plots his next move. He believes Leon will be a helpless target once the Real fighting begins. Deep within the shadows of the gate, skeletal warriors with piercing white eyes begin to stir. The dungeon is finally revealing its true and lethal contents. A massive black gauntlet wreathed in blue energy slams down toward the earth. This overwhelming force signals the arrival of a high-tier threat that defies modern logic. A spectral knight mounted on a demonic steed emerges from the swirling abyss. This undead commander radiates a chilling aura of absolute and total slaughter. An army of armored skeletons surges forward to claim the souls of the living. These monsters cannot be stopped by the primitive weapons of common hunters. A red system window flashes a final warning that a dungeon break has officially started. Every life inside the gate is now marked for immediate execution. The production credits roll across the screen as the tension reaches a lethal peak. The world is about to witness a level of destruction it cannot survive. The title card appears as the destiny of the Night King and the modern world collide. The era of corporate hunters is coming to a very bloody end. Leon stands unmoved as a massive demonic eye watches him from the heavy darkness. The king is the only one who doesn't fear the coming storm. Leon stands at the head of a ragged hunter squad as they tread through the frozen wasteland. The atmosphere is heavy with the stench of death and ancient mana. A vanguard hunter grips his heavy shield with trembling hands while staring into the dark abyss. Even the veterans know they are walking into a literal meat grinder. Leon remains calm and explains that these gates only collapse once the core objective is finalized. He focuses solely on the fastest path to the boss monster. Han-Hari flashes a confident smirk at the prospect of a high-stakes duel. She is one of the few who actually enjoys the thrill of a lethal hunt. Leon narrows his eyes while observing the erratic flow of energy within the dungeon walls. Something about the current monster density feels fundamentally wrong to his royal senses. He notes that previous clearing attempts failed despite the association's best efforts. The sheer number of active signals suggests an endless swarm is waiting in the shadows. Han Hari clarifies that this specific gate operates under a unique set of demonic laws. Leon listens intently to the mechanics of this strange and modern nightmare. She points to a system interface showing a constant influx of hostile signatures. Unlike standard dungeons, the monster count here never drops regardless of the body count. Hordes of skeletons with burning green eyes emerge from the darkness in a never-ending wave. These undead puppets are fueled by a source that ignores human exhaustion. Leon realizes the only way to stop the tide is to decapitate the leadership immediately. He accepts the challenge with the cold determination of a true sovereign. Li Yongwan crosses his arms and confirms they are trapped in a boss dungeon. He realizes the scale of the trap they just stepped into. The hunters scan the area while assuming a necromancer is pulling the strings. They are already surrounded by the scent of death and rot. Han Hari stares at the glowing red interface with a face drained of color. The system is delivering a final sentence she wasn't prepared for. A dungeon break notification confirms that Commander Knight Dullahan is leading the charge. They have exactly 3 hours before the gate collapses and kills everyone inside. The boss's suppression energy hits the front line and forces several hunters to their knees. This physical pressure is the weight of a high-rank death sentence. A hunter coughs up blood and screams a curse at Li Yongwan's negligence. The internal trust of the guild is shattering under the pressure of the slaughter. The survivors glare at their leader for leading them blindly into a lethal ambush. They realize Yongwan's greed has finally outweighed his survival instincts. Eerie blue flames erupt from the earth as the boss finally makes his entrance. The temperature in the dungeon drops to a lethal sub-zero in an instant. A heavy silence follows the roar of demonic energy as the Master of the Dead stabilizes his form. Every skeleton on the field stands at perfect attention for their commander. Dullahan sits atop his spectral steed and overlooks the vast army of glowing undead. The King of the Gate has arrived to collect his tribute of human souls. The system flashes a blood-red warning to eliminate Dullahan within the strict 3-hour limit. Failure isn't an option for a king. Legions of skeletons with glowing blue eyes swarm the field in endless, clattering waves. The hunters' morale is flatlining as they realize the sheer scale of the horde. The squad leader ignores the panic and orders the remaining potions to be prioritized for the high rankers. In a survival situation, sentiment is a death sentence. An archer spots skeletal snipers and mages positioning themselves for a heavy bombardment. The enemy isn't just mindless bone, they have a tactical structure. Command shouts for the specialists to focus on the long-range threats before the team gets picked off. The front line is already turning into a chaotic meat grinder. Dullahan raises his weapon and signals the final charge of his undead cavalry. A sea of rotting steel begins to move as one unstoppable force. Low-rank hunters scream at their comrades while scrambling for any defensive position they can find. Desperation is the only language left on this battlefield. A skeleton warrior lunges forward with a jagged blade aimed directly at a human throat. These mindless monsters possess a terrifying speed that catches the team off guard. A hunter slams his shield against a flurry of strikes and struggles to hold the breaking line. Every impact from the undead weaponry feels like hitting solid iron. The survivor realizes these grunts are significantly stronger than ordinary gate mobs. One mistake here means becoming part of Dullahan's army forever. Leon observes the battlefield and realizes the Orange Gate monsters are far more dangerous than expected. The jump in difficulty is a wake-up call for the entire team. Leon slams his massive hammer into a charging skeleton and turns the bones into dust. He won't let these grunts slow down his momentum for a second. Blue energy surges through his weapon as he cleaves through another wave of the undead. Leon is the only one maintaining a steady frontline in this chaos. Leon freezes as he notices a sudden surge of mana from the monster backline. He realizes the enemy is preparing an attack he did not anticipate. Skeleton mages manifest a giant purple magic circle to rain down advanced destruction. Leon curses at the sight of mere grunts using such high-tier spells. He decides to draw their aggro before the spells can wipe out his squad. Leon knows he is the only one capable of tanking this level of damage. Leon shouts at the top of his lungs to grab every monster's attention. He is intentionally turning himself into the primary target for the undead mages. A skeleton mage locks onto Leon and prepares to fire its concentrated energy. The mana density is high enough to vaporize a normal hunter instantly. A massive explosion rocks the dungeon as the magical projectile finds its mark. Leon's subordinates watch in horror as the dust cloud consumes their leader. Leon emerges from the smoke with a defiant glare and blood on his face. He tells his team it was just a sting to keep them from panicking. The black-armored Dullahan charges forward through the thick blue smoke. The boss monster's arrival instantly shifts the battlefield into a literal death zone. Section Chief Kim looks up as the terrifying shadow looms over his position. The veteran hunter realizes he is completely outmatched by the undead's raw killing intent. The massive knight stands tall and radiates an aura of pure demonic energy. This legendary gate boss has finally revealed itself to end the human invasion once and for all. Kim braces himself and activates his heavy defensive shield to meet the oncoming charge. He is desperately betting his life on a piece of metal against a high-rank monster. The Dullahan swings its blade and unleashes a concentrated wave of blue destruction. The impact is loud enough to shatter the very foundation of the dungeon floor. Kim grunts in agony as the shockwave bypasses his armor and rattles his internal organs. A single blow is all it takes to break the defensive line of the association's top team. Kim collapses onto the stone floor with his shield thrown several meters away. The frontline tank is officially out of the fight and completely vulnerable to a follow-up strike. Han Hari screams for her team to mobilize before the section chief is executed. Panic starts to ripple through the hunters as their strongest defender falls in seconds. Hari and her subordinates watch the Dullahan's movements with sweat pouring down their faces. They are paralyzed by the massive gap in power between modern humans and this ancient nightmare. The undead knight moves with impossible speed and slashes through the air like a blur. The hunters realize the monster's heavy armor doesn't slow its lethal precision for even a second. Han Hari looks at Leon with a desperate plea for salvation. She acknowledges his legendary status but knows her team is completely outmatched by the undead knight. The hunters crowd around their only hope with trembling voices and pale faces. Hari begs the king to intervene before the Dullahan turns the entire field into a graveyard. Leon remains silent and stares at the panicked hunters with cold indifference. Their terror means nothing to a sovereign who has already seen the end of the world. Leon finally speaks and questions the very nature of their pathetic request. He finds the idea of a king doing a peasant's dirty work fundamentally offensive. He demands that Hari find a way to build her own honor through blood and steel. Leon refuses to be a common tool used to sweep away simple skeletons. The king declares that relying on others is a direct insult to the goddess of the land. He is losing his patience with their lack of martial pride. Hari's eyes widen in absolute shock as her last hope for survival begins to fade. Her subordinates panic and demand a new plan while the monster closes the distance. She realizes Leon has no intention of playing the hero or protecting the weak. He is a conqueror who only values strength and the thrill of a worthy hunt. Leon watches the undead knight's movements with the analytical gaze of a master swordsman. He is genuinely curious how a pile of cursed bones can move with such precision. Leon finally steps forward and declares he will handle the boss himself. The hunters draw their weapons in his wake as the king prepares to finish the job. A blur of blue mana cuts through the air as the counterattack begins. Han Hari launches herself toward the undead horde with blinding speed. Hari narrows her eyes and focuses her entire weight into a single forward lunge. She refuses to stand back and let Leon handle the entire dungeon alone. A wall of skeletal soldiers rises from the shadows with glowing blue flames in their eye sockets. The undead army is massive and completely devoid of fear. A heavy boot smashes through a brittle skull and sends bone fragments flying across the chamber. Impact is the only language these monsters understand. Hari spins her blade in a lethal arc and carves through the front line of the skeletal guards. Her movements are sharp and refined through years of hunter training. The black-armored knight stares through the chaos with a cold and motionless gaze. It watches the girls approach without shifting its stance even an inch. Hari dives into the center of the enemy formation and triggers a massive collision of steel. She is completely surrounded by a sea of rusted blades and necrotic energy. Her sword strikes the boss's heavy armor and releases a shower of golden sparks. The vibration of the impact nearly numbs her hands. Hari clicks her tongue in frustration as she realizes her full power strike didn't leave a single scratch. The boss's defense is far beyond her current rank. She freezes in confusion as the knight looms over her with absolute silence. The sheer pressure of the monster's presence makes her realize she's in over her head. Hari gasps as the massive black gauntlet slams down inches from her face. The undead knight is moving with a speed that defies its rotting frame. Blue spectral flames erupt from the knight's hollow neck as it prepares a follow-up strike. Hari realizes this isn't a mindless zombie but a disciplined killing machine. She raises her blade in a desperate parry but the sheer weight of the attack buckles her knees. The ground beneath her boots shatters from the redirected pressure. The skeletal horse lunges forward and sends Hari tumbling across the jagged stone floor. She coughs up dust while trying to stabilize her blurred vision. A series of flaming projectiles streak past her head and force the knight to retreat. Hari breathes a sigh of relief as the S-rank backup finally arrives. Li Yongwan descends onto the battlefield like a vengeful god of fire. His presence instantly forces the spectral horseman to halt its murderous charge. The guildmaster stares at the boss with cold indifference while signaling the association hunters to fall back. He has successfully isolated the monster from its undead army. Yongwan warns everyone to clear the area if they value their lives. He admits his high-rank skills are far too destructive for precision teamwork. A massive pillar of incinerating heat erupts and turns the surrounding air into a vacuum. The undead knight screams as the S-rank flames melt its ancient armor. The knight is caught in a lethal vortex of fire that illuminates the entire dungeon. Yongwan watches the destruction with the bored expression of a man crushing an insect. Han Hari's eyes ignite with a sudden realization as she spots a gap in the monster's defense. She is convinced that this single opening is her only chance to win. She lunges forward with every ounce of her remaining strength to deliver a final strike. This desperate gamble is meant to end the skirmish before the environment collapses further. A blinding explosion of white light consumes the center of the battlefield as the weapons collide. The raw impact sends a vibrating shockwave through the scorched earth and dead crops. Hari's expression shifts to pure horror as the undead knight catches her blade with the blunt side of its weapon. Her ultimate attack is neutralized by a mere flick of the wrist. The armored monster shoves her back with a casual display of overwhelming physical power. Sparks fly from the metal as she realizes she is completely outclassed in close quarters. Hari skids across the dirt and drops into a low defensive crouch to regain her center. She is baffled by the knight's combat stance, which mirrors an ancient and forgotten style. The Black Knight retaliates with a massive horizontal slash that tears through the very atmosphere. A trail of blue mana follows the blade, indicating a level of mastery beyond modern hunters. Hari barely ducks under the lethal edge as the sheer wind pressure from the swing nearly pins her down. She is fighting for survival against a creature that treats her like a child. A sudden shout of approval echoes across the field and breaks the lethal tension. Someone is watching this life-or-death struggle with the detached amusement of a spectator at a play. Leon stands at the edge of the clearing and slowly claps his hands in a rhythmic, patronizing applause. The king is finally satisfied with the entertainment provided by his lowly subjects. Leon continues his rhythmic clapping while praising the enemy's one-handed sword technique. He assumes this monster was once a noble warrior before it fell to darkness. Leon stops his applause and stares at the creature with a calm and focused gaze. He offers a formal apology for not recognizing its martial skill earlier. Leon declares his royal title as the King of the Lion Heart with absolute authority. He officially grants the undead knight the right to challenge him in ritual combat. Hari and the surviving hunters stare in total shock at the bizarre conversation. They cannot comprehend why Leon would treat a dungeon boss with such professional respect. Leon walks casually through the field of skeletons to face the giant armored knight directly. He calls for a noble duel to settle the conflict through ancient protocol. The crowd watches in silence as Leon treats the lethal boss like a worthy military peer. The king's sheer audacity has successfully forced a pause in the slaughter. Hari clutches her weapon while praying that this insane gamble doesn't get them killed. She has never seen a monster accept a verbal challenge before. The towering Black Knight stands motionless before giving a slow and deliberate nod of agreement. The undead warrior acknowledges Leon's royal status and accepts the formal duel. A sense of disbelief washes over the survivors as Leon's impossible plan actually succeeds. He has successfully forced a monster to play by the rules of a king. Leon settles into a combat stance as the battle lines are officially drawn. The modern world is about to witness the true weight of a sovereign's blade. The smoke clears over the desecrated crops as a cold silence takes hold. Leon steps into the center of the killing field with absolute confidence. Armored skeletons rattle as they watch their commander. Their glowing blue eyes reflect a master who has returned to claim his ground. Shards of bone and ancient dust swirl through the stagnant air. The pressure of the dungeon floor reaches its absolute breaking point as the two warriors lock eyes. Leon addresses the beast as a fellow noble and demands it show some martial pride. He tells the monster to expose its neck for a fair strike. He notes the creature is clearly a master of dual blades. Leon refuses to settle for a duel against a handicapped opponent and waits for the monster to prepare. Hari watches from the sidelines with her heart hammering against her ribs. She cannot believe the king is negotiating with a literal nightmare. She shouts a warning that the Dullahan is immortal unless its head is severed completely. Modern hunters have already died trying to find its technical weakness. Leon just offers a flat look of annoyance at the frantic interruption. The technicality of a monster's death is beneath his royal concern. Hari freezes as the weight of Leon's indifference hits her like a physical blow. She realizes the king is ignoring the system's rules for his own code. Leon turns back to the towering knight and dismisses the mechanics of the dungeon entirely. He declares that honor alone will dictate the end of this fight. Leon stands alone before the towering Black Knight while the squad watches from the shadows. The height difference is massive, but the king's aura completely dominates the space. Leon raises a simple blade and recites his ancient noble titles to the undead commander. He treats this dungeon floor like a formal court for a royal execution. The Dullahan lets out a silent roar as spectral blue flames surge from its hollow neck. The monster recognizes a fellow sovereign and readies its massive weapon for the first strike. A violent orange flash ignites the air as the two forces finally collide in the center of the clearing. The impact is so heavy it ripples through the very mana of the gate. The knight slams its black blade down with enough force to turn the stone floor into rubble. Leon remains perfectly still and watches the incoming steel with a detached, analytical gaze. The undead commander pivots for a massive horizontal slash that sends shards of debris flying across the battlefield. Its movements are disciplined and carry the weight of 1,000 lost battles. A pillar of white light erupts as Leon parries the strike with a flick of his wrist. The sheer pressure of the exchange forces the surrounding hunters to shield their eyes. Leon's expression remains ice-cold even as the shockwaves of the duel tear the environment apart. He is completely unimpressed by the monster's display of raw, unrefined power. The king steps deep into the monster's guard while the massive blade whistles harmlessly over his head. His footwork is so precise it defies the physics of modern hunter combat. Leon looks down with a face full of boredom as the proximity of the beast fails to move him. He has already found the lethal opening needed to end this farce. Leon stands his ground as the towering undead commander prepares its final judgment. He remains completely unimpressed by the scale of the beast. Leon locks eyes with the flickering blue void of the knight's helmet. He is searching for a spark of true martial spirit within this rotting shell. The Black Knight brings down a massive blade wreathed in spectral blue mana. The weight of the strike shatters the stone floor into jagged fragments. A secondary wave of necrotic energy erupts from the boss's armor to consume everything in reach. The monster is fighting with a desperation that proves it finally fears the king. A blinding streak of blue light cleaves through the atmosphere with a deafening roar. This single blow would have vaporized any ordinary hunter on the field. Dust and debris explode outward as the legendary strike finds its mark. The sheer pressure of the impact creates a localized vacuum that pulls in the surrounding air. Han Hari screams in terror as she watches the king disappear under the massive edge of the sword. The hunters believe their only hope has been crushed into the dirt. Golden sparks ignite against the black steel as the impossible collision finally settles. A high-pitched ring of vibrating metal echoes through the entire dungeon chamber. Leon emerges from the cloud of shattered rocks without a single scratch on his clothes. He absorbed the full force of the attack like it was nothing more than a breeze. The association hunters stare in absolute disbelief at the untouched monarch standing in the crater. They realize Leon is operating on a level that defies their understanding of reality. Han Hari stares at Leon as the sudden realization hits her. She is the only one who noticed the king's combat style shift into something truly legendary. Leon executed a flawless crosscut in the blink of an eye. This level of technical mastery is far beyond the limits of any modern S-rank hunter. The Black Knight readies its massive blade as blue energy crackles across its heavy armor. The boss monster finally senses a predator it cannot easily crush. Leon calmly confirms he landed 2 lethal strikes during the initial exchange. He isn't guessing his accuracy, he is counting the inevitable cost of his victory. The support hunters shout for the group to get back into their defensive formation. They are terrified spectators watching a duel of gods from the sidelines. A hunter realizes Leon can ignore traditional logic simply because his base stats are completely broken. He isn't just fighting, he is asserting absolute physical dominance. A heavy metallic impact rings out as Leon's presence forces the boss to hesitate. The momentum of the entire dungeon has officially shifted in the king's favor. The undead commander stands tall after receiving Leon's formal request for a duel. It recognizes the king as a fellow sovereign rather than just another human sacrifice. Leon demands the armored knight dismount and fight him on equal ground. The onlookers think he's stalling, but Leon only cares about the ritual of honor. The Dullahan erupts with a surge of necrotic mana as the challenge is accepted. Any hope for a quick trick is gone as the real battle begins. Leon stares at the towering commander with a look of genuine curiosity. He recognizes the martial spirit dwelling within the ancient armor. The king's eyes sparkle with a rare appreciation for a true warrior. He sees the pursuit of honor and eminence reflected in the monster's stance. Leon launches himself forward as a blur of blue mana shreds the cold air. The opening exchange is a violent test of raw strength. A massive impact sends shockwaves through the stone floor as the two forces collide. Leon doesn't flinch despite the overwhelming weight of the Dullahan's weapon. Leon resets his stance and notes that the knight has survived 3 direct exchanges. He acknowledges the boss as a fellow pinnacle of the knightly path. The king asks if the undead warrior is ready to continue this dance of steel. He is treating the dungeon boss as a respected peer rather than a simple target. Leon grips his hilt and decides to shelf his divine powers for the duration of the duel. He refuses to use necromancy against a soul that values martial pride. The two warriors circle each other while the rest of the world fades into the background. Leon wants to experience this clash of blades 1,000 times over. He prepares for the next engagement by adhering strictly to the ancient laws of his kingdom. This is no longer a hunt but a proper test of skill. Their blades meet in a blinding flash of golden sparks and white light. Leon bets everything on his own swordsmanship against the legendary strength of the dead. Leon parries another heavy strike with a faint smile on his face. This rhythmic violence reminds him of the honorable path he walked long ago. He realizes how much he missed the pure clarity found only in a life-or-death duel. The mundane modern world had made him soft and forgetful of his true nature. Leon focuses on the knight's rhythmic movements as the 10th exchange begins. He can feel the ancient warrior's soul awakening through the heat of the fight. The king notes that the monster's blade work is becoming sharper and more precise with every second. It is rapidly evolving to match his own royal standards. Leon asks if the thrill of the clash has restored the memories of the knight's former life. The undead commander responds with a guttural and mindless growl. He thanks the honorable spirit for bringing back the glorious sensations of his prime. For Leon, this isn't a simple dungeon raid but a holy reunion of steel. The two warriors stand locked in a stalemate while the army of the dead watches in eerie silence. Neither side is willing to break the lethal tension just yet. Legions of skeletons with glowing blue eyes stand perfectly still like a wall of bone. They recognize that a sovereign's duel is sacred ground that cannot be interrupted. The Black Knight tightens its grip on the heavy sword with a sharp metallic click. The monster's killing intent is finally stabilizing into a true warrior's resolve. Blue flames erupt from the hollow armor as the boss reflects on centuries of mindless slaughter. The fog of death is finally lifting from its cursed and ancient mind. The Black Knight looks over a mountain of hollow corpses under a blood-red sky. He realizes his long history of mindless slaughter was completely devoid of warrior honor. The massive armored warrior drops to one knee with a heavy, metallic crash. The chance to die in a formal duel against a true king brings him an overwhelming sense of peace. Leon turns his back on the monster and walks toward Hanhari's trembling squad. The hunters watch in silence as their monarch prepares a final rite for the fallen enemy. Leon offers a faint, sympathetic smile to the doomed knight standing behind him. He promises to offer a royal prayer for the soul of the warrior he is about to execute. The king speaks of divine rest for those who once followed the old gods. He is treating this dungeon boss with more dignity than the modern hunters have shown their own allies. Leon gestures toward the sky and invokes the name of the goddess of the land. He wishes for the knight to find his way to the eternal garden beyond the cycle of undeath. Leon's eyes glow with a soft, divine light as he concludes the blessing. He invites the enemy's spirit to take its place among the legends in the banquet hall of the gods. A violent pillar of golden mana erupts from the ground and pierces the dungeon ceiling. The sheer weight of this holy energy forces every skeleton in the vicinity to crumble instantly. Leon commands the darkness to vanish with a single, absolute decree of light. The red sky of the gate is overwritten by a blinding, celestial brilliance. Leon reaches into the center of the light to manifest his true royal power. The duel is over before it even began, and the king is officially reclaiming his domain. Leon's face glows with a divine brilliance that signals the absolute end of the struggle. He claims total glory as the rightful sovereign of this battlefield. The oppressive mana of the dungeon dissolves into a pure white sky. The nightmare of the gate is officially being overwritten by his royal authority. Sunlight breaks through the clouds and bathes the transformed wheat fields in a warm glow. The chaotic energy of the boss has been completely purified from the air. The hunters stand frozen in the golden field as they process the impossible reality. Leon actually kept his word to settle the entire raid through a single duel. Hanhari stares at the horizon with a face full of disbelief and lingering shock. She cannot wrap her head around the divine light that just incinerated a high-rank threat. A hunter grumbles about why the king did not just use this overwhelming power from the very start. They do not understand that a monarch values protocol over mere efficiency. Leon looks toward the remains of the field and explains that the Black Knight deserved a death with dignity. Ending it any other way would have been an insult. He declares that a knight's life is defined solely by honor and the strength of their will. For Leon, the method of victory is just as important as the result. The king dismisses the gravity of the situation and notes that the Dullahan received a noble end. He immediately shifts his focus to the rewards left by the fallen commander. Leon walks toward the loot with the simple logic that victory always entitles the winner to the spoils. The survivors can only watch as he claims his royal prize. The Dullahan drops a massive black greatsword and a glowing purple orb onto the dirt. These high-rank artifacts are worth a literal fortune to any modern hunter guild. Hanhari and the survivors stare at the loot with their jaws on the floor. They realize this single haul could fund their entire operation for a year. The necromancer pearl hums with an eerie dark energy that vibrates through the air. It serves as the core power source for the fallen undead commander. A hunter calculates the massive payout until Leon calls the treasure total garbage. The king has no interest in items tainted by such low-tier demonic filth. Leon crushes the pearl into worthless dust with a single squeeze of his hand. He refuses to let his glory be associated with such cursed and ugly relics. The atmosphere turns heavy as the hunters realize their massive payday just evaporated into the wind. Leon stands firm while the rest of the squad mourns the lost treasure. The association hunters look at the empty ground with expressions of pure, unadulterated disbelief. They are learning the hard way that the king's standards for quality are impossibly high. A final system window confirms the Honam Gate is officially cleared. The world's most dangerous agricultural crisis has finally come to a sudden and violent end. For days pass as the scene shifts back to the quiet halls of the modern association headquarters. Hanhari leans against the wall and lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh. Hari looks like she hasn't slept a single minute since the gate raid ended. Dealing with a divine king on modern Earth is proving to be a total logistical nightmare. Hanhari stares blankly with dark circles under her eyes. The logistical burden of taxing a literal king from another world is starting to break her spirit. Leon waves off the financial concerns with a look of pure royal arrogance. He declares that a monarch shouldn't be bothered with counting coins and leaves the paperwork to his subordinates. The village elders approach the king with nervous faces and bowed heads. They have no idea how to handle a traditional religious tithe in the middle of a modern city. The elderly couple waits for instructions on how to properly honor their new sovereign. Their simple devotion is clashing directly with the complex tax laws of the Hunter Association. Leon crosses his arms and questions why anyone under his protection would ever fear a shortage of food. He believes the grace of his goddess is more than enough to provide. Han Hari inspects the agricultural samples and realizes the king's harvest is worth a fortune on the open market. The sheer appraisal value of this divine grain is astronomical. The elders gasp in disbelief as they see the official value of their simple harvest. A few bags of wheat are suddenly worth more than their entire life savings combined. Leon offers a smug smirk as the people's skepticism turns into absolute, unwavering faith. He has successfully secured their loyalty with nothing but a few stalks of golden grain. Leon stands in a luxury suite and screams about the total lack of high-end decor. He finds the absence of classical artwork in a five-star hotel to be a personal insult. Han Hari hunches over her phone at 2 in the morning while desperately calling every hotel in the district. Managing a king's housing demands is a job she never signed up for. Hari finally breaks the hotel staff down and secures a compromise on the room's decor. She looks like she has aged 10 years from the stress of pleasing a king. Hari arrives at the luxury suite and announces herself with a shaky voice. She is terrified that the current arrangement still won't meet Leon's impossible standards. She enters the room to find Leon relaxing in a chair with a view of the city. He casually confirms his well-being while ignoring the chaos she endured to get him there. Leon sits in a plush robe and sips expensive wine while looking completely unbothered. He shifts the conversation and asks if she has managed to eat anything yet. Leon lectures her on the importance of maintaining strength through regular meals. Hari stammers out a response while wondering if the king is actually showing her a moment of kindness. A massive spread of high-end Korean beef and side dishes sit steaming on the table. The aroma of the luxury meal fills the room and mocks her empty stomach. Leon gestures toward the feast and commands her to take a seat. Hari stares at the glistening meat with wide eyes and a mouth full of saliva. She blushes a deep crimson as the weight of the king's personal invitation hits her. Being treated to a royal meal makes all the hotel hunting feel worth the effort. Hari claps her hands together and lets out a joyful giggle while settling into the chair. Her exhaustion vanishes instantly at the prospect of free top-tier calories. Leon stares at her display of commoner excitement with a look of pure confusion. He cannot understand why a simple meal would cause such a bizarre emotional reaction. Hari blinks in total shock as Leon interrupts her meal with a sharp question. She demands to know why the king isn't helping her prepare the expensive ribs. Leon stares back with a look of cold aristocratic disdain. He reminds her that royalty and commoners never share a table in his world. The scene shifts to the towering glass facade of the riverside luxury apartments. The city skyline reflects off the windows as the association moves to secure Leon's stay. A sleek black sedan cuts through the heavy afternoon traffic with precision. The government is sparing no expense to keep their divine visitor comfortable and controlled. The car glides past the urban sprawl while Hari explains the new resettlement package. The association is providing full funding in a high-end residence to keep Leon satisfied. Leon sits back in the leather seat with a neutral expression of acceptance. He admits that as a guest in this new land he won't demand a full palace yet. He looks at Hari and insists on keeping the modern cape he was given earlier. Even a king can appreciate the utility of high-quality gear from another world. The bright blue sky frames the top of their destination as the driver announces their arrival. The transition from a dungeon to a penthouse is officially complete. Leon steps out of the vehicle and eyes the massive residential complex with quiet curiosity. He adjusts his suit as he prepares to enter his new base of operations. Hari leads the way while pointing out the convenient helicopter pad on the roof. She is doing everything possible to prove that modern luxury can rival royal standards. Han Hari stops dead in her tracks at the sight of the massive containers. She stares in total confusion as the sheer scale of the cargo leaves her completely speechless. The scene shifts to the pristine interior of a high-end luxury residence. The association has clearly spared no expense to house their royal guest in peak modern style. Leon and Han Hari step through the towering glass doors of the lobby. They are immediately met by a mysterious presence waiting for them in the shadows of the hall. Han Hari tenses up as she locks eyes with the uninvited guest standing in their path. She demands to know who has the nerve to intercept a king's private arrival. A man in a sharp suit bows deeply with a polished and professional corporate smile. Park Jung-chan introduces himself as the director of the massive and influential Doyoung Group. Hari's heart skips a beat as she realizes they are standing before a titan of the business world. She cannot believe a high-ranking director was personally waiting for their return. Park Jung-chan's eyes crinkle with a practiced and predatory friendliness. He addresses Leon as the legendary survivor that the entire city has been whispering about since the gate. The director offers a formal greeting to the king while using his full royal title. Han Hari is reeling from the fact that this man knew their exact arrival time. Park Jung-chan extends his hand for a formal greeting to seal the introduction. Leon stares at the open palm with a cold and detached silence that freezes the air. Leon looks down at the corporate executive with absolute and unwavering aristocratic contempt. He finds the idea of a mere merchant requesting a handshake to be a personal insult. Leon enters the luxury penthouse provided by the association for his year-long stay. The modern opulence is a calculated move to keep the monarch satisfied and contained. Han Hari explains the room service and cleaning staff while Leon stares out at the city skyline. The king offers a short grunt of approval for the high-end accommodations. Hari worries about the secrecy of the dungeon survivors while analyzing director Park Jung-chan's suspicious arrival. She knows the corporate executive wouldn't show up without a hidden agenda. Hari feels relieved that Leon completely ignored the director's initial approach. She asks the king why a powerful man like Park would bother visiting him personally. Leon states that the merchant was only hunting for a new source of profit. Hari blinks in confusion as she struggles to connect the dots of the business world. The realization hits Hari as she remembers the divine rice growing in the Honam plains. She knows the agricultural miracle has already drawn the attention of greedy corporations. A freelance streamer hides in the bushes to capture footage of the king's transformed fields. The association's attempt to keep the divine harvest a secret has failed miserably. The streamer smirks while ignoring the official government order to delete his unauthorized recording. He re-uploads the footage to chase viral fame at the king's expense. A smartphone screen displays the video of the golden fields under the title Blessed Rice. The miracle of the Honam Plains is now public knowledge across the entire internet. Hari curses under her breath as she watches the view count skyrocket on the viral clip. The quiet resettlement of the king has officially turned into a massive media disaster. The director of Doom Group sits in his dark office while staring at the viral footage. He realizes the king's miracle is about to change the global market. He holds up his smartphone and demands to know the scientific data behind the grain. He refuses to believe in a miracle that hasn't passed human clinical trials yet. An elderly researcher wipes sweat from his brow while facing the director's intense pressure. The man is terrified because the rice defies every known law of biology. The director scrolls through the reports of a dying dog making a sudden and total recovery. The evidence of supernatural healing is becoming impossible for him to ignore. His top assistants report that the entire village has been cured of major and minor illnesses. This divine harvest is effectively a panacea disguised as a common food staple. A predatory smirk spreads across the director's face as he processes the potential profit. He has officially confirmed that the king's power is a gold mine for his corporation. His face contorts with sudden rage as he remembers a perceived slight from the negotiation. He is insulted that a mere merchant dared to offer him a common handshake. His secretary urges him to seize control of the resource before their competitors can react. They both know the power of that rice could grant them limitless influence. The director slams his hand onto the desk with enough force to rattle the entire room. He is done playing by the rules of polite society to get what he wants. He stands up as a fiery aura of corporate greed and fury erupts behind him. The Doyoung Group is officially declaring war to claim the king's divine treasure. The director curls his lip into a twisted and arrogant smile. He views Leon as just another survivor who doesn't understand the true power of this world. The corporate executive sneers and promises to crush the king with a massive culture shock. He believes modern wealth and influence can break any ancient spirit. The scene fades as the narrative shifts to the 3 absolute goals Leon established upon his return. The king is not here to play by modern rules. A blinding golden radiance erupts as Leon prepares to spread the influence of his goddess. He intends to anchor a new era of faith in this hollow world. Ancient statues of forgotten deities stand silent in a world that has lost its connection to the divine. Leon realizes that while religions exist, true holy power is completely extinct. A holy light pierces through a grand cathedral while the land outside rots from spiritual neglect. Leon sees a world where humans fall sick because the true light has faded. Leon stands before the memory of his fallen soldiers with a singular focus on restoration. His second goal is to reform the legendary Knights Templar on Earth. An armored knight charges through the darkness with eyes burning like celestial fire. These holy warriors are saints who wield divine power to protect the innocent. Violent sparks fly as the righteous blades of the Templars bring absolute terror to the wicked. Their presence ensures that no demonic entity can ever find safe harbor. Leon stands triumphant atop a massive pile of slaughtered demonic corpses. His final mission is to purge all evil and restore the absolute glory of the Lion Heart. Leon stands firm while reflecting on the need to spread his faith and rebuild the Order of the Knights Templar. The world's spiritual balance depends entirely on his divine authority. Leon stares out the window with a look of absolute indifference. Modern politics and social standing mean nothing to a king focused on a higher purpose. Leon turns his head as a voice addresses him with a formal royal title. He remains unmoved by the weight of the labels these humans try to place on him. Hari reports that a high-profile group has officially requested an audience with the sovereign. Leon agrees to the meeting with the cold expectation that his time won't be wasted. The legend of the Night King who returned with a god continues to reshape the hunter world. His arrival has signaled the end of the status quo for every major guild. 3 men in sharp suits enter the luxury office and offer a shallow display of gratitude. They are clearly trembling while standing in the presence of a living myth. Hari watches the exchange from the sidelines with a wary and calculating expression. She knows these corporate players are only here to see if the king can be bought. Leon's blue eye glows with a piercing light as he scans the intruders for any sign of true martial spirit. He finds nothing but the stench of greed and hidden agendas. The lead negotiator forces a polite smile while internally cursing Leon as a stupid savage. He is willing to swallow his pride only to secure a lucrative business deal. The visitors slide a heavy armored crate across the floor to present their opening tribute. They hope that modern technology and wealth will be enough to earn the king's favor. The negotiator gestures toward the reinforced container with a shark-like grin. He claims the contents will leave the king speechless. The man's face twists into a look of pure, manipulative greed. He is certain that once Leon tastes this level of luxury, there is no going back. Leon remains unmoved and barely acknowledges the man's desperate sales pitch. He gives a cold permission to proceed since they went through the trouble of bringing it. The negotiator stammers in confusion as the king's reaction fails to match his expectations. He expected awe but only received a bored command to continue. The visitor quickly recovers and urges the king to personally inspect the treasure. He is betting everything on the visual impact of the modern world's finest crafts. Leon doesn't move a muscle and points toward the heavy case with a look of absolute boredom. He orders Hanhari to handle the manual labor of opening it. Hanhari steps forward and presses the release latch with a nervous click. She can feel the pressure of the hidden items radiating from the pressurized seals. A violent hiss of cooling gas erupts as the container's vacuum seal finally breaks. Hari flinches back as the internal mechanisms start to unfold. The negotiator lets out a low, sinister chuckle as he watches the girl's eyes widen in shock. He is relishing the moment the power dynamic finally shifts in his favor. The armored rack fully deploys to reveal a collection of gleaming, high-rank swords. The man laughs while presenting the ultimate bribe meant to buy a king's loyalty. The businessman brags that these unique rank blades are the finest products of his corporation. Hanhari stands paralyzed by the sheer value of the artifacts on display. He gestures toward the glowing rack and claims these weapons will provide unmatched utility in the field. The merchant is confident that no hunter could possibly turn down such a bribe. Hanhari stares in total disbelief at items so rare they cannot be bought with mere money. She thinks they have finally secured the ultimate support for their king. Leon leans forward with a gaze of pure ice and asks where he is supposed to use such low-rank garbage. His standards for weaponry are clearly rooted in a world of gods and legends. The businessman's jaw drops as the king's blunt insult shatters his professional composure. Hanhari panics while trying to understand how a unique rank sword could be considered trash. Leon recalls the divine armaments of his true kingdom that were forged with holy blessings and celestial aura. To a man who has held the sun, these modern toys look like brittle glass. The merchant breaks into a cold sweat while trying to process the king's impossible demands. He realizes he is negotiating with someone whose logic defies the entire global economy. Leon calls the man an unfaithful merchant for daring to present such lackluster steel to a sovereign. The atmosphere in the room turns heavy as the king's disappointment becomes a physical weight. Leon sighs and decides to humiliate the merchant by humoring his display for a brief moment. He acknowledges that it is a merchant's nature to show off whatever meager goods they possess. Leon draws a blade and notes it is barely fit for slaughtering farm animals. He prepares to test the weapon with a look of supreme boredom. Leon summons a rusted, ancient blade directly out of thin air. The onlookers are baffled that a king would carry such a worn-out relic. The merchant's face twists in a mask of pure, insulted rage. He thinks Leon is mocking his professional inventory with a piece of scrap metal. Leon ignores the man's tantrum and turns his cold gaze toward Hanhari. He speaks her name with the calm authority of a commander choosing a champion. Hari points to herself with a look of wide-eyed, frantic confusion. She can't believe the monarch is actually singling her out for this display. Leon offers the weapon to her without a hint of hesitation or doubt. He is ready to prove that even his trash is better than the world's best. Hari's fingers wrap around the worn leather of the hilt. The cold steel immediately begins to pulse with a dormant, heavy weight. A surge of blinding crimson energy erupts from the blade and consumes the room. The supposed antique transforms into a pillar of concentrated solar fire. This is Dawn, a legendary masterpiece crafted by the master smith Park Jinchul. Hari can feel the overwhelming heat of a star vibrating through her palms. The sword radiates 10 days' worth of pure, condensed gate energy. Hari stammers in disbelief, wondering if she can even control this much raw power. The merchant stares at the divine display with a face full of bitter realization. He finally understands that Leon's standards aren't just high, they are god tier. Hari grips the hilt as golden energy spirals around her body in a violent vortex. She can feel the sheer weight of Leon's power overflowing from the blade. Leon watches the display with a look of pure indifference from his seat. He treats this high-level energy output like a minor and boring scientific curiosity. A massive pillar of orange flame erupts toward the ceiling as Hari prepares to strike. She shouts her resolve while the air itself begins to ignite and crackle. The hunter stands focused with eyes glowing like twin miniature stars. She is channeling more mana than her modern body was ever designed to handle. The high-grade steel suddenly shatters into worthless fragments with a sharp metallic snap. Modern manufacturing simply cannot contain the pressure of a true king's authority. Hari stares at the broken hilt with a face full of absolute horror. She just destroyed a priceless corporate asset in the blink of an eye. The room falls into a heavy silence as the dust settles against the luxury decor. The test has ended in a complete and embarrassing logistical disaster. Leon tosses the broken scraps aside and calls the entire demonstration a massive waste of time. He has no patience for weapons that break under actual use. The king locks eyes with the group and issues a cold and final ultimatum. He gives the trembling representative exactly 3 minutes to justify this insult. The corporate agent freezes as he realizes their strongest weapon was just reduced to toothpicks. He is now facing the direct wrath of a very frustrated monarch. The corporate agent stammers as cold sweat pours down his face. He is struggling to find the words to negotiate with the seated monarch. The entire team drops into a deep bow of desperation. They officially request the patent rights over the divine rice grains Leon harvested from the gate. Leon leans back in his chair with a look of pure and unadulterated confusion. He is genuinely baffled by the audacity of the request he just heard. The agent's eyes gleam with greed as he calculates the astronomical market value. He estimates the harvest is worth at least 180 billion won. The merchant secretly mocks Leon's intelligence while planning his next move. He assumes a primitive king will be easily swayed by the scale of modern wealth. A smug grin spreads across the representative's face as he thinks the deal is already sealed. He believes the king is now blinded by the promise of gold. Leon remains silent while the agent offers to push the price even higher. The human is trying to bribe a god with nothing but paper and ink. A sudden surge of blue mana shatters the calm atmosphere of the luxury suite. The air itself begins to vibrate with the king's mounting fury. Leon's eyes ignite with a lethal blue light as his aura floods the room. The sheer pressure of his divinity threatens to crush the merchants where they stand. Leon calls the man an imbecile for trying to put a price tag on a holy blessing. He views this greed as a direct and unforgivable insult to divinity. The merchants gasp for air as Leon's presence physically weights the room. They realize too late they have offended a god in human skin. Cold sweat pours down the greedy man's face as his heart threatens to stop. The sheer pressure of Leon's gaze is enough to break his spirit instantly. A golden lion of pure mana roars in the man's mind as the reality of death settles in. He finally understands that some things are worth more than any price tag. Leon leans on his hand with a look of absolute boredom. He is disgusted by the small-minded greed of these modern hunters and their pathetic offers. The guild representative collapses to the floor and trembles like a terrified child. Leon's aura has completely stripped him of his pride and the ability to speak. Leon lets out a heavy sigh and dismisses the merchants as nothing more than uncivilized peasants. Their ignorance is a stain on the royal court he has established. Images of the golden harvest flash across the screen as Leon explains the holy origin of the crops. This grain was a gift from the goddess Demera to those who truly worked the land. The divine light of the goddess shines behind Leon's words as he clarifies the law of the land. Sacred blessings are earned through labor and can never be purchased with money. Leon calls the merchants lowly creatures for trying to profit from a holy miracle. He demands a currency of faith and gratitude that these men do not possess. The king delivers a final cutting question that leaves the room in a heavy silence. He demands to know why they seek the power of a goddess they refuse to worship. Leon clicks his tongue and turns his back on the frustrated merchants. He has no intention of entertaining the demands of men who lack true faith. Han Hari watches Leon walk away with a look of pure hesitation. She wonders if letting a high-profile figure leave in anger will cause a diplomatic disaster. Hari reminds the king that even a lowly merchant can hold massive influence in the modern world. Leon dismisses the warning as a trivial matter that isn't worth his royal concern. Leon pivots the conversation and asks if the preparations for his next request are finished. He is finished with politics and ready to focus on his own growing agenda. Hari pulls out a set of documents and asks if Leon actually plans to take the official hunter exam. She looks surprisingly eager to see how the king handles a modern evaluation. Leon gives her a look of cold aristocratic disgust at the mere suggestion of a test. He finds the idea of commoners measuring a king's power to be a total absurdity. Hari stammers and asks why he wanted to visit the testing center if not to participate. Leon reveals he is only going to scout for useful soldiers to fill his ranks. Leon crosses his arms and commands Hari to make the logistics work regardless of the rules. Hari lets out a defeated sigh as she realizes she has to break every protocol. The title for the Night King appears as the transition to the next phase of his journey begins. Leon is officially moving to expand his influence beyond the dungeon walls. Sunlight reflects off the glass towers of the city as the scene shifts to the Hunter Association. The stage is set for Leon to find the warriors worthy of his cause. A black sedan pulls up to the glass exterior of the Hunter Association headquarters. Team manager Kim Do-han receives a formal greeting as he arrives for the day's evaluations. Unaffiliated D-rank hunter Gu Daesung approaches the manager with a familiar and casual wave. He assumes the veteran official is back for a standard rank retest. Kim Do-han offers a short and non-committal grunt as they walk through the lobby. He remains focused on the high stakes of the upcoming testing cycle. The manager looks at the young hunter and acknowledges his relentless work ethic. He knows the boy has been struggling at the bottom of the system for years. The two men move through the towering entrance as the morning crowd begins to gather. Do-han asks if the boy expects his power levels to finally show improvement this year. Gu Daesung holds a paper coffee cup with a humble and weary expression. He is used to being overlooked by the elite guilds and high-ranking hunters. The manager offers the boy a spot on a professional team to save him from the mines. Daesung admits the manual labor is grueling but insists the work is manageable. A sudden flash of sharp determination crosses the young hunter's face. He is not ready to give up on his dream of becoming a frontline warrior. Daesung resolves to reach C rank so he can finally stop being a burden to those around him. His internal monologue breaks as he spots a strange presence in the hall. Whispers ripple through the lobby as the hunters notice a mysterious and striking foreigner. The locals immediately mistake the king for a common migrant laborer due to his arrival. A hunter whispers that despite the laborer look, the newcomer has the striking face of a royal. The contradiction between his presence and his clothes leaves the entire lobby confused. An older man decides to break the ice and calls out to the young stranger. He wants to show some veteran hospitality to the newcomer. The gray-haired man approaches Leon with a friendly smile and asks how he is doing. He assumes the foreigner is just a lost worker looking for a job. Leon stops and looks back with a gaze that radiates absolute lethal intent. He demands to know why a mere peasant thinks they have the right to address a king. The old man's face turns pale as he feels the weight of Leon's cold arrogance. He nervously tells himself that the foreigner just learned Korean from a weird historical drama. Han-Hari nods along while sweating from pure social embarrassment. She knows Leon is being serious and tries to play it off as a language barrier. Leon stares at the stuttering humans with a look of total and absolute indifference. He finds their attempts at casual conversation to be a waste of his royal time. The atmosphere in the lobby turns heavy as the nearby hunters begin to physically tremble. Leon's natural aura is beginning to leak and trigger their survival instincts. Daesung grips his chest as his heart begins to hammer against his ribs in pure terror. He doesn't understand why a single man is making him feel like he is about to die. A golden aura of pure authority erupts from Leon as he prepares to make his move. The king is done with these peasants and ready to find his new army. A staff member shouts for number 57, Gu Daesung, to step forward. The candidate moves toward the testing room while the others watch with bated breath. The examiner checks her clipboard as the queue of nervous applicants slowly begins to thin. Every person here is desperate to prove their worth to the association. Leon watches the process with a look of extreme disappointment. He expected a grand display of power but only sees a collection of weaklings. Leon realizes that while he didn't come here looking for legends, the current crop of candidates is pathetic. Not a single person in this hall is worthy of serving in his holy army. The lobby is filled with low-rank hunters and fresh awakeners hoping for a lucky break. To a king who ruled over gods, these people are nothing more than common peasants. Leon sighs and decides to lower his expectations for this modern world. He knows that building a legendary order of knights will take more time than he originally planned. The heavy doors to the testing chamber swing open with a sharp and echoing metallic click. It is finally time for the main event to begin. The staff member freezes as she reads the next name on her list. She stammers while calling for number 77, Leon Dragonia Lionheart. The examiner's face pales as he addresses Leon with his full royal title. He is terrified of the aura radiating from the man standing before him. The men gesture toward a golden armillary sphere used to measure raw mana capacity. They nervously ask the king to place his hand on the device to begin the evaluation. Leon stares at the golden armillary sphere with a look of pure disappointment. He finds the modern device to be nothing more than a primitive toy. He lets out a short grunt of dismissal while the examiners scramble to check his profile. The technical data on their screens means nothing to a man of divine heritage. Leon calls the lead examiner a fool to his face without a second thought. The man freezes in total shock at the blunt and public insult. Leon demands to know how a mere peasant dares to test the honor of a king. He stands with his arms crossed while the association staff stammers in total fear. He declares that only honorable knights or gods are fit to measure his true power. The examiner can only offer a terrified gasp as Leon's aura fills the room. Leon bluntly announces his intention to headhunt the best soldiers directly from their ranks. The staff is reeling from his absolute lack of professional filter or respect. The king asks for the location and nature of the next phase of the evaluation. The examiner points toward the gate where the practical field test begins. Leon decides to move out and see if any modern hunters are actually worth his time. The official can only watch in silence as the monarch takes command of the schedule. The scene shifts to the open air where the candidates gather for the final trial. The staff checks on the physical condition of the nervous participants before entry. The group arrives at the sole gate to begin the high-stakes evaluation. The tall grass hides the dangers waiting for the prospective hunters. The lead recruit looks over his shoulder as the staff usher the group toward the sole gate. He knows this practical exam is his only chance to prove his worth. He stares at the clear blue sky while focusing on the weight of the upcoming trial. Achieving a top-tier rank requires a flawless performance in this specific zone. A young girl with a bow chats excitedly with her companion about the fame of this hunting ground. Their casual attitude stands in stark contrast to the high-stakes environment. The recruit narrows his eyes as he catalogues the lack of experience in his peers. He sees nothing but fresh meat that will likely struggle when the monsters appear. An elderly man with a cheerful expression joins the line of aspiring hunters. The recruit realizes his team consists of 2 children and a man over 60. A sudden shift in the atmosphere causes the lead recruit to turn his head in confusion. He feels a heavy presence approaching from the rear of the group. Leon steps forward with a massive surge of blue energy swirling behind him. The king is dressed in a sharp suit and radiates a cold, oppressive authority. The recruit breaks into a cold sweat while analyzing the strange collection of teammates. He wonders how he is supposed to survive with a group of complete amateurs. Leon adjusts his sunglasses with a predatory smirk that silences the entire crowd. The recruit is left trembling as he questions if this trial will end in disaster. The horizon stretches out under a vast and silent sky as the final signal is given. The evaluation is officially underway with the King of Knights leading the charge. Gu Daesung introduces himself as a veteran warrior of 10 years. He stands tall in the grassy field while the others observe his seasoned confidence. Shin Tae-hoon steps forward with a wooden shield and basic spear alongside his archer partner. He admits he only awakened this year and is still learning the ropes. The group leader watches the pair with a face full of growing dread. He realizes these recruits are so green they likely have never even seen a training center. The 2 newcomers pose awkwardly with their mismatched gear and bright smiles. The veteran nearly has a heart attack realizing he is babysitting absolute amateurs in a live zone. An elderly man named Oh Gangtae introduces himself with a polite bow. He reveals he has been a hunter for 5 years and favors a simple gauntlet. Gangtae mentions his recent resignation while the leader calculates the tactical nightmare of his short-range weapon. A gauntlet offers 0 reach compared to a proper blade or spear. The entire mismatched squad turns their attention to the last remaining member of the team. They wait with bated breath for the mysterious blonde man to reveal his worth. Leon remains silent while stroking his chin with an expression of deep aristocratic judgment. He stares at the pathetic collection of commoners as if they were insects. Leon delivers a verbal execution by stating a dragon-slaying sword should never be wasted on chickens. He finds the idea of displaying his royal power here to be insulting. The veteran hunter stares up in absolute shock at the king's crushing arrogance. He cannot believe someone would talk down to the entire association's evaluation process like this. The title card appears as the journey of the sovereign continues. Leon is about to show this modern world exactly what a real monarch looks like. The exam instructions flash on the screen with a simple requirement of 50 kills. Leon looks at the pathetic goal with a gaze of pure boredom. The instructor warns that a dangerous elite monster might spawn and promises to protect the candidates. He has no idea he is talking to a man who slaughters demons for fun. The buff hunter scans the field while trying to maintain his composure after the king's earlier insults. He can feel the heavy atmosphere of the gate pressing down on his chest. He suddenly realizes Leon entered the dangerous combat zone without a single piece of equipment. He asks the king if he actually forgot to bring a weapon for the trial. A female candidate tries to be helpful by offering Leon her spare bow and arrows. She asks the handsome newcomer if he even knows how to use them. Leon stares at the wooden tool with a look of absolute aristocratic disgust. He finds the suggestion of using a ranged weapon to be an insult to his royal dignity. Leon snaps the bow in half with a single hand while calling users of long-range weapons cowards. He refuses to hide behind distance when a knight faces his enemies head-on. The surrounding hunters freeze in total silence as they watch the king destroy a perfectly good weapon. They are beginning to realize Leon operates on a completely different level of logic. The buff hunter gulps as cold sweat pours down his face. He is now genuinely terrified of the unarmed monster standing right next to him. Shin Tae-hoon points toward the dense tree line and suggests a change in their hunting route. He is tired of wasting time on small fry and wants a bigger challenge. Tae-hoon mentions a monster settlement at the edge of the map where the enemy density is much higher. He expects to find a massive horde of targets waiting for them. A mental warning flashes regarding the danger of entering settlements with such a small group. Getting surrounded in a monster village is a fast way to end up dead. Tae-hoon decides to pivot the group toward the caves to hunt kobolds instead. He plans to use the narrow tunnels to funnel the monsters into a killing zone. The rookie hunters praise his tactical expertise and follow his lead without question. They are impressed by his apparent experience and deep knowledge of the terrain. Tae-hoon brushes off the compliments with a fake humble smile while his ego grows. He enjoys the feeling of superiority that comes with leading a group of terrified amateurs. He secretly admits to himself that he has only ever entered this specific gate. He has been farming the same easy route for years just to stay safe. Tae-hoon curses his stagnant D-rank status while dreaming of a promotion he hasn't earned. A sudden frantic shout from the group breaks his train of thought. A massive shadow lunges from the darkness as the hunters scream in pure panic. The kobolds have launched a surprise ambush before the group could even reach the cave. The monster snarls with glowing orange eyes as it locks onto its next meal. Tae-hoon realizes his safe farming routine has officially turned into a fight for his life. The kobold pack rushes forward with ear-piercing shrieks. Tae-hoon prepares for the collision as the front line collapses. A snarling beast lunges directly at his throat with jagged teeth. It is a suicide charge meant to overwhelm his defenses. A heavy strike connects with the monster's face and halts its momentum instantly. The creature groans as its skull vibrates from the blunt force. Taehoon stands firm behind his shield with a look of pure contempt. He knows these low-level monsters are nothing compared to the challenges ahead. The archer points toward the shadows and screams for Taehoon to watch his front. A second wave is already closing in from a different angle. A massive shadow leaps through the air toward the distracted hunter. Taehoon barely has time to react to the airborne predator. The impact sends Taehoon sliding across the cave floor while his teammates panic. The spearman rushes forward to cover the opening in the line. The kobold lets out a piercing cry as it readies its final strike. Taehoon realizes he cannot afford a single mistake in this chaos. The beast looms over him with yellow eyes full of hunger. Taehoon winces as the monster prepares to tear him apart. Violent sparks erupt as the creatures are blasted away by a sudden counterattack. The hunters fight back with everything they have to survive the night. The hunters finish off the remaining monsters with a series of heavy strikes. The immediate threat is finally neutralized. One of the recruits yells out that only a few enemies remain. He urges the group to maintain their momentum. Sunlight filters through the dense forest canopy as the chaos of battle subsides. The team takes a moment to breathe after the successful skirmish. A young hunter stammers an apology for a minor slip during the combat. His comrade looks on with a mix of relief and exhaustion. The corpses of the beasts lie scattered across the forest floor with arrows protruding from their skulls. Naeon is credited with taking down 2 of the monsters personally. The party leader offers a rare smile while praising the group for their collective effort. The tension of the exam starts to fade into genuine camaraderie. One hunter reflects on how his initial anxiety has turned into confidence. He realizes that this ragtag party is actually surprisingly effective. Leon stands perfectly composed while observing the survivors with a cold and analytical gaze. He offers a short grunt to acknowledge their basic competence. The recruits turn to Leon with seeking eyes, hoping for a word of royal approval. Naeon looks particularly eager to see if their performance impressed the king. An official evaluator laughs while marking down his final observations on a clipboard. He promises that their teamwork will reflect well on their final grades. Leon leads the group deeper into the dense forest to begin the next phase of the evaluation. He is curious to see if these modern hunters possess any actual survival instincts. The atmosphere grows heavy as the sunlight struggles to pierce through the thick canopy of ancient trees. Every step away from the path brings them closer to the monster den. One of the trainees stops in his tracks and points toward a hidden opening in the rock. The group has finally located the primary objective for their outdoor trial. The lead recruit decides to use smoke to drive the monsters out of their burrow. He orders the others to gather dry brush to start a massive fire at the entrance. The sound of snapping twigs fills the air as the hunters pile up a large mound of kindling. They believe a simple tactical approach will guarantee them an easy victory. A young hunter crouches over the fuel while preparing a lighter to ignite the pile. He is confident that his plan is the most efficient way to clear the dungeon. Leon watches the display with total boredom and asks if this pathetic attempt is the best they can offer. The trainee snaps back in anger because the king is criticizing him. The hunter boasts that he has successfully used this smoking method in 3 previous gates. He believes his limited field experience makes him an expert in monster hunting. Leon stares at the boy with cold contempt and questions how 3 lucky guesses qualify as real experience. He finds the recruit's arrogance to be an insult to the crown. The hunter ignores the warning and strikes his lighter to set the dry wood ablaze. A thick cloud of gray smoke begins to swirl into the depths of the cave. The arrogant recruit commands the group to gather around as the smoke billows into the darkness. He is certain the kobolds will be flushed out within seconds. The other hunters take their positions and grip their weapons with sweaty palms. They are betting their lives on a plan that Leon has already condemned as foolish. A thunderous stampede echoes from the cave as the first wave of monsters lunges into the light. The panicked beasts are driven by survival instinct and mindless rage. A feral kobold snarls as it leads the charge toward the waiting hunters. Its eyes are wild with the terror of the suffocating smoke behind it. Han-Hari remains calm and pulls her bowstring taut while tracking the moving targets. She refuses to let the recruit's recklessness lead to a total massacre. A projectile whistles through the air and shatters a kobold's skull with a sickening crunch. The creature lets out a final pathetic shriek before collapsing into the dirt. Blades clash against bone as the hunters begin their desperate defense against the swarm. The cave entrance turns into a bloody choke point of chaotic violence. The lead recruit smirks as he watches his plan unfold exactly as he predicted. He is convinced his amateur tactics are superior to the wisdom of a king. Crimson blood sprays across the ground as the monsters are systematically cut down by the group. The initial success fuels the recruit's dangerous overconfidence. The hunter turns back with a mocking glint in his eyes to prove Leon wrong. He believes clearing a few pests on the plains makes him a master strategist. A guttural snarl echoes from the shadows. Shin Taehoon feels his blood run cold. The veteran hunter realizes something is wrong. That sound is far too heavy. The growl vibrates through the ground. It signals the arrival of a true predator. Taehoon gasps as the identity of the nightmare hits him. A Knoll captain has appeared. Massive black talons dig into the ancient tree bark. The boss is descending upon the party. A hulking beast with glowing red eyes stares down the prey. Saliva drips from its jagged fangs. Taehoon realizes this is the Seoul Station Gate boss. Their simple hunt just turned into a slaughter. The monster's power level is far beyond a standard C rank. Survival is no longer a guarantee. A massive shriek shatters the silence of the woods. The captain launches its opening assault. The armored titan tears through the brush with mindless rage. Leon remains completely unimpressed. The captain's massive shadow swallows Shin Tae-hoon as the beast prepares to strike. The veteran hunter realizes his safe farming route just became a graveyard. Tae-hoon stares in wide-eyed horror while cursing his absolute lack of luck. He knows a D-ranked party has zero chance against a monster of this caliber. A massive beast roars wildly. This guttural sound from the Knoll captain vibrates through the trees and shatters the party's fragile morale. Gu Daesung breaks into a cold sweat as the pressure of a high-rank monster becomes a physical weight. Panic flickers in the seasoned hunter's eyes because he knows their defense is about to crumble. The scream of his teammates barely registers through the fog of pure terror. Han Hari pulls her bowstring. She shouts for Shin Tae-hoon to join her in a desperate gamble against the armored commander. The archer's focus remains sharp even as her heart hammers against her ribs. Shadows dance across the dusty floor while the squad attempts to organize a tactical formation. Every hunter knows that pitting low-rank recruits against such a predator is literal suicide. The armored titan looms large. This nightmare creature towers over Shin Tae-hoon with a frame built for absolute destruction. Tae-hoon's spear trembles as he stares into a single, glowing red eye of the beast. The air turns freezing cold under the sheer density of the monster's necrotic aura. A heavy silence falls over the clearing as the predator prepares its first lethal strike. Claws tear through the air. The captain lunges forward with a speed that defies its massive, heavy plate armor. Tae-hoon crouches behind his shield while his comrades yell for him to snap out of his trance. Desperation is a bitter taste in the man's mouth as he realizes his strength is useless here. The system flashes a final warning that the hunter is too intimidated to fight. Leon Dragonia observes this pathetic display of commoner weakness with a gaze of pure, royal judgment. Tae-hoon wobbles behind his cracked wooden shield. His comrades shout that he will be unable to block in his current state of paralyzing fear. The Knoll captain capitalizes on the opening and brings its massive weapon down with a bone-shattering impact. Dust and debris explode from the point of contact as the earth literally groans under the beast's raw strength. The trial has officially transitioned from a test to a frantic struggle for survival. A hunter shrieks Tae-hoon's name across the clearing. He lets out a desperate cry of frustration while realizing the formation is completely broken. Tae-hoon stares upward with wide, vacant eyes while his entire body vibrates with a pathetic tremor. He is a D-rank veteran who has finally hit a wall he cannot climb or bribe his way over. The shadow of the massive predator swallows his trembling form entirely. The association employee stares calmly at his clipboard. He ignores the frantic accusations that he is failing his duty to protect the candidates during a lethal emergency. While the onlookers scream for help, the official remains a silent statue of bureaucratic indifference. Tae-hoon collapses onto his back and screams a final curse as the monster looms over his throat. The cold logic of the system demands that only the strong deserve a future. A sharp purple energy flash tears through the air. The monster's killing intent reaches a fever pitch as it prepares to finish the job. Tae-hoon's discarded shield spins uselessly in the dirt while the sounds of the struggle echo in the background. The ring of metal on stone acts as a funeral knell for the man's shattered ego. Every second brings the heavy club closer to ending the peasant's life. Gu Daesung lunges forward with a fierce battle cry. He intercepts the lethal blow meant for his comrade while the other hunters watch in total disbelief. The Knoll captain lets out a guttural roar of confusion as its attack is halted by the lowest-ranked man in the field. Leon Dragonia watches from the periphery with a gaze of cold, royal interest. The king has finally found a glimmer of honor amidst the mud and cowardice of this world. A loud orange clang echoes through the woods. The Knoll captain pauses in sheer confusion as its lethal downward strike is met with a wall of unexpected resistance. Violent sparks erupt from the impact point where ancient, rusted steel meets the rim of a sturdy modern shield. Gu Daesung stands his ground, his legs trembling under the pressure but his spirit remaining completely unbroken. The lowest-ranked hunter in the party has just accomplished the impossible by successfully parrying a C-rank boss. He has chosen to become the shield for those who were too terrified to act when the nightmare arrived. Daesung screams a frantic battle cry while bracing. He pours every single drop of his remaining mana into the defensive arc of his heavy shield. The massive beast swings again with a roar, its jagged claws scraping against the metal with a screeching, metallic groan. Every impact sends a bone-shattering vibration through Daesung's small frame, threatening to snap his arms like dry twigs. He is effectively stat-checking a living nightmare through sheer, unadulterated willpower and martial pride. His grit is the only thing keeping the party from being slaughtered in this dark grove while the elite hunters remain paralyzed. Red eyes glow behind a dark iron mask. The Knoll captain snaps its massive jaws and prepares a more violent, localized assault on the lone defender. It lunges forward with the terrifying weight of a freight train, intending to bury the human deep into the scorched dirt. Daesung watches the incoming shadow swallow his vision and wonders if his simple gear can withstand one final, crushing blow. He clenches his teeth and braces for the impact that will ultimately decide his fate in this dungeon. Survival has become a question of centimeters and seconds. Text bubbles highlight the group's desperate internal struggle. Daesung realizes they could actually win this skirmish if the arrogant Shin Tae-hoon would simply pull himself together and fight. Amidst the frantic screams and a heavy stench of death, a cold and regal voice cuts through the chaos. Leon Dragonia watches the young boy's struggle with a faint, predatory smirk of genuine royal approval. He calmly notes that the boy's display is not too bad for a mere commoner peasant. The King of Knights has finally found a spark of honor worth cultivating in this hollow modern world. A finger points toward the looming threat. Leon Dragonia stands with his hands in his pockets, completely unbothered by the massive gnoll captain towering directly behind him. He ignores the monster's rank to focus his entire attention on the trembling boy at his feet. The Night King has decided that this lethal encounter is the perfect moment for a field promotion. He looks at Daesung as if the rank-breaking beast is nothing more than a wooden training dummy. Daesung's face pales in total confusion. He stammers out a question, unable to believe the insane command he just heard from the golden-haired stranger. Leon's gaze remains cold and unwavering as he repeats his order for the peasant to raise his shield and face his destiny. The king isn't interested in saving lives through simple intervention. He is here to forge a warrior through a trial of blood and fire. The title card flashes as the legend of the sovereign officially begins to reshape this modern battlefield. Sweat drips down the boy's trembling chin. Daesung hunches over on the shattered earth while the massive blade of the gnoll hangs over the party like a guillotine. He screams in frantic frustration, demanding to know if Leon is blind to the lethal danger they are currently facing. To a commoner, this situation is a guaranteed massacre, but to a king, it is merely a poorly executed lesson in martial pride. The gap between their perspectives is wider than the dungeon itself. Leon's eyes ignite with a lethal glow. He bellows at the impertinent peasant for daring to question a monarch's tactical wisdom in the middle of a holy duel. He declares that being personally guided by a Templar is a divine honor that should be passed down through human generations. Leon commands the boy to block and counterattack as the massive beast lunges forward. Daesung clutches his shield in a state of pure, hysterical shock while wondering what he did to deserve this royal madness. A hulking beast looms over the hunter. The gnoll captain radiates a lethal presence as it prepares to crush Daesung. Saliva drips from its jagged fangs while glowing red eyes lock onto the terrified prey. Leon watches the display from a distance with a face full of aristocratic boredom. He ignores the monster's violent roar as if it were a common house fly. The Night King is evaluating his potential student in the harshest environment imaginable. Leon gazes coldly at the rabid dog. He questions if the beast truly has a death wish for interrupting his royal presence. A sudden surge of divine killing intent from the king causes the monster to freeze in terror. The captain's predatory snarl falters into a confused growl as it senses a sovereign. Daesung clutches his wooden shield with white knuckles while the air around him turns heavy. The boy is caught between a demonic killer and an unhinged monarch who demands absolute perfection. Daesung braces behind his heavy shield. He shuts his eyes and prepares for the bone-shattering impact of the coming strike. A massive rusted blade whistles through the air and slams against the metal rim. Sparks fly as the sheer force of the blow ripples through the young hunter's frame. The earth beneath his boots cracks into shards from the redirected pressure. Daesung is barely clinging to his life as the monster's raw strength tests his martial resolve. Sweat pours down the hunter's face. Daesung grits his teeth in agony while his muscles scream in protest. He admits that the initial blow nearly forced him to drop his only defense. Leon's voice thunders across the battlefield with a sharp and biting royal critique. He mocks the boy for relying solely on physical power. The king demands a display of true knightly technique rather than desperate endurance. Daesung realizes the real nightmare is his teacher's impossible standards. Leon stands with arms crossed. He demands that Daesung deflect the incoming strikes and hunt for a lethal opening. Violent golden sparks erupt as the young hunter slams his heavy shield against the monster's jagged claws. The sound of clashing steel rings through the cavern as the recruit struggles to maintain his footing. Leon observes the chaotic exchange with the cold, unyielding indifference of a seasoned commander. Every parry is a desperate attempt to stay alive in this high-rank meat grinder. The king expects nothing less than perfection from his new subordinate. Daesung clenches his teeth in agony. Leon's voice cuts through the screeching of the beasts, commanding the boy to use his head instead of just his muscles. The recruit lets out a guttural roar of pure strain as he swings his round shield in a frantic, upward arc. Sharp stone fragments fly through the air while the sheer momentum of the counterstrike pushes the massive beast back. He is fighting far beyond his physical limit just to satisfy the king's legendary standards. The atmosphere of the cave feels heavy with the crushing pressure of this divine evaluation. Text bubbles float over Daesung's face. He breaks into a cold sweat while realizing a head-on collision would have resulted in his immediate death. Leon watches the struggle from the shadows of the cave while warning the boy not to let his latent potential rot away in the dirt. The king demands a far better performance from a warrior he has personally chosen to refine. His eyes burn with a predatory expectation that would shatter a weaker man's fragile resolve. This is no longer a simple test. It is the brutal forging of a new weapon for the throne. Daesung stares with wide-eyed shock. He cannot process the idea of having true potential while lacking even a single exclusive combat skill. The gnoll captain looms in the darkness with glowing crimson eyes and rows of jagged, yellow teeth. The boss monster's overwhelming killing intent freezes the recruit's blood as the reality of the power gap finally sinks in. Daesung tells himself it is impossible to suddenly bridge the distance between a common peasant and a legendary hero. The beast prepares to end the duel with a final, lethal surge of necrotic mana that threatens to swallow the entire hull. A thick fog swallows the forest floor. Gu Daesung gasps as the overwhelming pressure of the Knoll captain's presence nearly snaps his spirit. The recruit stares at the muddy earth while reflecting on 10 years of utter failure as a bottom-tier peasant hunter. Muscles force his weight onto his lead foot as he grits his teeth in a moment of pure, raw desperation. The veteran candidate vows that he will finally bridge the gap and prove his worth this time. Confidence returns as he watches the armored beast lunge from the shadows with a renewed but fragile intent. The monster's eyes glow with a predatory hunger that demands a blood sacrifice. Jagged orange sparks ignite against steel. The Knoll captain delivers a brutal, two-handed overhead swing that tears through the humid cave air with lethal intent. Daesung raises his heavy iron shield just in time to intercept the downward trajectory of the beast's blade. The collision produces a deafening roar of grinding metal that vibrates through his entire skeleton and muscles. Numbness spreads through his arms instantly as the shield absorbs the raw, monstrous momentum of the creature's rage. Failure here would mean his long career ends in a shallow grave on this forgotten battlefield. The internal pressure of the dungeon reaches a violent, explosive peak as the struggle against death intensifies. The massive beast reels from the impact. Daesung hunches under the crushing weight of the blow while refusing to let his defensive line shatter. A sudden flash of brilliant blue energy erupts across his field of vision with a sharp, electric hiss. Wide-eyed shock fills his face at the impossible physics unfolding before his eyes. The Knoll captain is suddenly launched backward as if struck by the invisible hammer of a sovereign. Leon stands perfectly calm while observing the pathetic struggle from the edge of the rising dust cloud. The monster hits the stone wall with a sickening crunch that echoes through the silence of the gate. The king's utter indifference to the slaughter is far more terrifying than the beast's mindless roar. Leon stares with a cold gaze. He clicks his tongue in visible annoyance at the total lack of vision in those standing around him. The king remarks that these modern hunters are failing to see the grand, divine design of his return. He mutters that they have an incredibly long way to go before they are worthy of his presence. Nearby, a hand reaches for the official record of the day's difficult trial. Gu Daesung's evaluation results for the year are finalized with a large, disappointing letter D. Despite the boy's relentless effort, the bureaucratic system cannot fathom the royal potential Leon has already identified. Modern office lights shine above. The scene shifts to the silent, high-security wing of the association headquarters. Two bodyguards in sharp suits stand at rigid attention as the heavy elevator doors hiss open. From the very beginning, the entire evaluation was being monitored by a much higher authority than a simple team manager. A sudden green glow erupts as an old man discards a powerful mystical disguise in the center of the room. He laughs while admitting that using a bewitching mask to hide his face and body was completely pointless against the king's eyes. The mysterious elderly man is officially revealed as the Korean Hunter Association president, Oh Kang-hyuk. Leon looks away with closed eyes. He confirms that his participation in the evaluation was somewhat useful for his own long-term goals. He explains that he has at least secured one potential soldier candidate for his future holy army. The king tells the president to settle his nerves because he doesn't intend to destroy their fragile social order yet. Oh Kang-hyuk leans over his desk with a look of shock, realizing the monarch knew exactly what he was thinking the entire time. The president admits he was deeply shaken by the incredible power displayed during the raid. Even a lowly D-rank dungeon became a stage for a divine miracle that left the most powerful man in the country completely speechless. Leon looks down with absolute contempt. He calls the man a dirty bastard who failed to even become human. The king's patience for those who lack honor has clearly run dry. A sudden shift in movement punctuates his cold words. He asks how long they intend to stare at his esteemed face. His royal authority creates a suffocating pressure that freezes the room. No one dares to break eye contact with the sovereign as he asserts his dominance. Oh Kang-hyuk laughs with genuine amusement. He notes that Leon treated the deadly dungeon trial as if it were a mere toy. The association head finally understands the absurd power gap he's dealing with. Leon sits with his arms crossed and an expression of pure boredom. The conversation shifts toward his plan to establish a proper knightly order. Kang-hyuk admits that fame is the ultimate tool for gathering people together. The monarch listens with a stoic and cold face, completely unmoved by the fleeting nature of modern celebrity. President Kang-hyuk's expression turns grave. He mentions a gate in Cheongju that turned red after a catastrophic raid failure. This location remains a permanent scar on the nation's map. A vision of absolute destruction appears as a grim reminder of the stakes. For an entire year, the territory has been a hellish wasteland. Sparks and embers fly across the ruins of broken city buildings. The association has been completely powerless to contain the spreading demonic corruption that eats away at the very soul of the land. A dark portal hangs over the city. The goal is either to destroy the source or fall with the kingdom. This red gate represents an existential threat to the entire region. A glowing mechanical core pulses with a sinister red light. Obtaining the legendary Jewel of Wisdom is the only way to stabilize the collapse. Leon stares at the data, calculating the quickest path to total victory. The Night King is officially ready to reclaim another piece of this broken and suffering world by force. A glowing red sensor pulses with light. The system confirms this sector is guarded by the lethal Jagged Spinner, the absolute mechanical sovereign of the Red Gate. A violent crimson vortex swirls over the scorched remains of the KPP Guild expedition. Leon observes the energy ripples, noting that this dungeon has already devoured an entire squad of so-called professionals before his arrival. The mana density is heavy enough to crush a common man's lungs. Leon remains unmoved by the technological terror pulsing from the core. A dark-haired hunter stares ahead with focus. Behind him, the armored survivors grip their weapons while trying to process the impossible environment they just stepped into. One warrior turns toward his superior with a face full of disbelief as the visual fog of the portal transition finally clears. A massive industrial skyline towers over the frozen and metallic landscape of the gate. They are standing amidst the jagged ruins of a lost modern civilization. To these fantasy-minded knights, the towering steel monoliths look like the skeletal remains of an ancient, fallen empire. Leon narrows his eyes at the ruins. Beside him, Hanhari looks on with a mix of shock and wonder at the futuristic architecture of this mechanical graveyard. The guildmaster lets out a heavy sigh as the sheer scale of the cyberpunk wasteland complicates their initial scouting mission. Their standard open field formations are completely useless against this level of dense, suffocating urban decay. The group gathers on the cracked pavement, realizing the organization of the party requires a total revision. Leon finds the lack of natural order in this future world to be personally offensive. Leon's expression remains cold and unbothered. He points toward a looming industrial structure and commands the group to establish a base camp within its steel shadow immediately. The tiny figures of the hunters stand gathered in the middle of a vast, snowy street bordered by derelict skyscrapers. They move as a single unit, their metal armor clinking against the oppressive silence of the dead city. The Night King ignores the strange technological relics beneath his boots. He begins his systematic conquest of this high-tech tomb with absolute, unwavering royal authority. Hoyle crouches low in the ruins. His companion scans the wreckage and asks if he can see anything moving in the shadows. They are searching for the Jagged Spinner, the mechanical nightmare that serves as the boss of this sector. Leon stands in the center of the derelict street with his arms crossed in a display of regal patience. He finds the total absence of the creature to be incredibly strange and unsettling. The king knows that a true predator never allows its prey to wander this deep without a violent greeting. He senses a disturbance in the mana that these modern hunters are completely blind to. A high-tech soldier stands amidst flames. The KPP guild leader commands his team to stay alert as the environment grows increasingly volatile. These hunters believe their reinforced suits and thermal optics make them invincible against the unknown. Neion grips her bow with trembling fingers, her eyes darting across the crumbling architecture. She admits they still lack the critical information needed to survive an encounter with a monster of this rank. Leon's gold-trimmed armor reflects the orange glow of the distant fires, a grounded contrast to the hollow technology around him. He waits for the guild's arrogance to finally meet its bloody conclusion. Blue energy pierces through the wall. A concentrated beam of destructive mana erupts from the shadows and catches the guild members in a lethal crossfire. Hansu freezes in total shock as the sudden impact shreds the stone and metal behind him. A horrific mechanical screech vibrates through the ruins, signaling that the hunter has officially become the prey. Blood sprays across the debris as the formation is shattered by a single, effortless strike. Neion screams for her comrade with a face full of pure, unbridled terror as the reality of their weakness sets in. Leon watches the slaughter with the cold indifference of a monarch who warned the peasants of their doom. Blue sparks fly from shattering stone. The hunters scream in terror as invisible projectiles rain down from the dark upper reaches of the ancient ruin. Panic spreads like wildfire through the uncoordinated group of recruits as they realize they have become the prey. A massive explosion rocks the deep foundation of the crumbling structure, sending jagged shards of debris into the stagnant air. Blinding white light consumes the entire chamber as the heavy stone ceiling begins to buckle and fall. Their supposed tactical advantage is rendered completely useless by this sudden and violent bombardment from an unseen, high-ranked predator. Hunters scramble through the rising dust. A desperate cry for a fallen comrade named Deo echoes through the chaotic and blood-stained corridor of the gate. Crimson grime stains the face of a survivor as he finally realizes the true scale of their absolute failure in this zone. These arrogant guild elites have led their innocent subordinates directly into a literal slaughterhouse for the amusement of superior monsters. The group huddles behind a jagged rock while the environment collapses under the heavy weight of the demonic assault. For these lowly commoners, the hope of promotion has officially been replaced by the suffocating weight of certain death. An armored warrior bellows a command. The vice guildmaster orders an immediate and full retreat as the building groans under the pressure of the surging, lethal mana. The survivors sprint toward the blinding light of the exit to escape being crushed into the dirt by the falling ruins. Every second counts as the stone walls turn into a vertical graveyard for those too weak to endure the trial. Hyeri is commanded to scout the path while the leaders claim they will return for the lost after recuperating from their wounds. Leon observes this display of human fragility with the cold indifference of a monarch who already knows their fate. A scout leaps through the air. Hyeri pushes ahead of the KPP guild expedition, her eyes scanning the mechanical ruins for any signs of the Jagged Spinner. She signals back to the group, convinced the path toward the sunlight is clear and secure. The girl believes her speed has outpaced the dungeon's traps. These modern hunters assume their scanners can detect every threat before it strikes. For these lowly commoners, the hope of a quick exit is a dream that is about to turn into a bloody nightmare. Hayuri's eyes widen in sudden terror. A sharp sensation pricks her skin, and she reaches for her throat with a trembling hand as she realizes something is wrong. Razor-thin glowing wires manifest from the shadows, crisscrossing the corridor like a lethal spiderweb of light. The trap triggers with a low, vibrating hum, slicing through the air with surgical precision that defies human reaction time. She is stat-checked by a mechanical horror that treats her like mere meat. The social hierarchy of the dungeon is revealed as the elite become the fodder. Blood splatters against the armored suits. The guild leader screams in agony as the wires tighten around the panicked hunters, trapping them in a steel cage. He realizes these fibers are reinforced with demonic mana, making them nearly impossible to sever with basic, unenhanced steel. The survivors scramble to imbue their blades, desperate to carve a path through the invisible maze before they are cut to ribbons. Leon Dragonia watches from the periphery, his royal gaze assessing their total incompetence as they flail in the dark. The King of Knights knows that these peasants are simply out of their depth in a domain ruled by a true predator. Text bubbles float over rubble. The hunters realize they aren't just exploring a ruin, they are being hunted. A digital scanner locks onto their location from the rooftops with cold precision. The jagged spinner reveals its mechanical form, its glowing red eyes pulsing with a predatory hunger for human scrap. It has been watching their every move since they crossed the threshold of the Red Gate. The silence of the dead city is finally broken by the screech of metal on metal. A massive mechanical spider fires. Blinding orange light consumes the street as the boss unleashes its high-rank arsenal from above. Blue energy slashes tear through the air, carving through the crumbling walls like paper. One elite hunter gasps as the sheer weight of the mana suppression crushes his pride. A violent explosion erupts at his feet, sending him flying into the jagged debris. He screams in agony while realizing the guild's arrogance has led them into a death trap. They are completely outmatched by the cold logic of a machine. Blue energy strikes the ground. Shards of stone and dust fill the atmosphere as the bombardment continues without mercy. The survivors crawl through the thick clouds of ash, their spirits shattered alongside the pavement. A final, earth-shaking impact rocks the entire sector as the jagged spinner claims the street. Leon Dragonia stands amidst the falling rubble, his eyes fixed on the mechanical titan above. He views this chaotic slaughter not as a disaster, but as a pathetic failure of peasant tactics. The true King of Knights prepares to show the machine what it means to face a real sovereign. A grimy hunter screams for the enemy. He bellows into the thick smoke, demanding the invisible predator reveal its face to the survivors. A massive mechanical leg crushes the pavement with a deafening thud, sending iron sparks flying through the air. The dust settles to reveal a small, spider-like drone perched atop the pile of wreckage. The survivor freezes in total confusion, unable to comprehend that this tiny machine is the source of their slaughter. He cannot process how such a small object holds this much killing intent. The terrified hunter questions the machine. He stammers out a frantic inquiry, refusing to believe this scrap metal is the legendary jagged spinner that decimated his guild. The robot's optical sensor glows blood red as it mocks the human's fragile logic. It asks the man if he truly thinks he can still fight once he runs out of ammunition. The mechanical predator is purely sadistic, calculating the exact moment of its victim's total mental collapse. Its electronic voice rings through the silence with a chilling, detached arrogance. Rage contorts the dying man's face. He shrieks a final, desperate curse at the monstrous bastard that murdered his entire squad. Blue streaks of light erupt from the machine's chassis as it launches a web of lethal monomolecular wires. The spider tank looms over the ruins while the glowing white lines crisscross the narrow alleyway. In a single, silent instant, the hunter's silhouette is shredded into clean, geometric fragments. The jagged spinner has completed its execution with surgical, cold-hearted efficiency. Leon Dragonia watches the peasant's end, noting that the machine's lack of honor is its only true weapon. Crimson blood sprays across the screen. The massacre at the Cheongju Gate is absolute, as 58 seasoned hunters from the KKP Guild are reduced to mere scrap and gore. The official record confirms a total slaughter with 0 survivors, marking this as the most lethal failure in recent history. Due to the overwhelming mechanical presence, the entire operation is placed on an indefinite pause. This red zone dungeon has officially become a graveyard that swallows human ambition whole. Glowing title text fills the void. The journey of the Night King who returned with a heavenly presence shifts toward this frozen industrial tomb. Aerial drones scan the wreckage as hunters comment on the miserable atmosphere of the mechanical graveyard. The scouts caution the group to avoid the city center at all costs. They know that the deeper they tread into the metallic maze, the higher the risk of triggering a lethal encounter with the sovereign machine. A man in a dark coat speaks. He finalizes a ruthless deal, offering 60 billion won as a reward for the guild that manages to reclaim the ruins. The mercenary army gathers at the entrance of the Cheongju Sports Complex gate with blades and heavy maces at the ready. This expedition features the Magic Tower's top weapon, a near S-rank hunter named Gil Taesung. Backed by 48 elite mercenaries, these modern warriors prepare to stat-check the dungeon boss with sheer corporate power. Leon Dragonia watches this display of greed, waiting to see if their steel can actually back up their hollow arrogance. Han Hari bows her head slightly. She offers a steaming drink to her sovereign, practically begging the monarch to give the local brew a try. Leon takes a slow sip from the black mug with a look of quiet, aristocratic evaluation. He admits the flavor is actually quite decent for a peasant's concoction. Hari clarifies that it is simple barley tea, serving her king while they stand amidst the wreckage of a broken world. The Night King sits perched atop the rubble with his legs crossed, his regal posture creating a grounded contrast against the surrounding urban decay. Dark storm clouds gather overhead. The 4th raid team officially begins its operation at the Cheongju Sports Complex gate. A desolate landscape of rusted steel and concrete ruins stretches toward a hazy, industrial horizon. This metallic graveyard serves as the primary staging ground for the upcoming struggle against the Machine Legion. At the base camp, hunters gather around reinforced supply crates to prepare their equipment. A sense of unease ripples through the mercenaries as they eye the silent, towering skyscrapers. They know the hollow peace of this wasteland is a lethal illusion. Leon sits with legs crossed. Han Hari confesses her conflicting worries about the mission's progress to the king. She believes the ideal scenario involves the frontline clearing the zone without Leon needing to lift a finger. Leon pauses, noting that such an outcome would rob him of a chance to gain modern fame. However, he surprises her by agreeing that his non-intervention is the ultimate sign of success. In his old kingdom, a king's duty was to ensure his people were strong enough to survive without him. He stares ahead, waiting to see if these hunters can uphold that royal standard. Leon sits regally on a throne. He dismisses the idea that a king should always lead the charge, noting that anyone can fill a basic role. Han Hari stares at him with wide, trembling eyes as the weight of his words sinks in. She stammers, struggling to reconcile his title as the King of Knights with his refusal to act as a common tool. The silence in the hall is heavy with his absolute authority. A dark, snarling beast appears in memory. Leon explains that a sovereign's intervention is reserved only for when an attack truly cannot be blocked by the people. Han Hari's face is split by a realization of the terrifying standard he holds for his subjects. She asks if the duty of the King of Lionheart is purely to be the final bastion of survival. Leon looks on with a calm, predatory gaze that makes her feel insignificant. Leon kneels in a pose of power. He emphasizes that if a king must step in, it proves the situation has reached a level of total, catastrophic failure. Han Hari looks up at him with a bead of sweat rolling down her cheek as the grim reality of his logic takes hold. He is not here to babysit hunters, but to judge their worthiness to survive. She finally begins to understand how serious the situation truly is. Han Hari reacts with total confusion. Leon admits he misses the presence of his own honorable knights who required no such lectures. She mentions that the current raid team features the elite S-rank Hwang Jungkil and a powerful mage. Leon ignores the list of modern titles, viewing these top-tier hunters as mere children playing with fire. The era of the Night King demands a strength that names and ranks alone cannot provide. Han Hari looks up with concern. She admits that modern hunters are fairly strong for ordinary humans, but her confidence suddenly falters. Leon's eyes ignite with a lethal blue light that freezes the very air in the room. He declares that these professionals have never truly experienced the crushing weight of war. To a king who survived 3 centuries of slaughter, their ranks are meaningless toys. Leon refuses to accept their small-scale skirmishes as real combat. A mechanical spider drone skitters through ruins. Leon questions if the hunters truly believe the city outskirts are safe from the mechanical plague. He mocks their reliance on analyzing monster patterns as a pathetic excuse for a raid strategy. Han Hari stares with wide eyes as the gravity of his words sinks in. She realizes the sovereign is operating on a level of combat logic they cannot fathom. The modern world's tactical manuals are being shredded by a single glance from the monarch. The jagged spinner adjusts its sensors. Leon asserts that there is no predictable pattern in the mindless violence of the abyss. His gaze sharpens into a lethal stare as he prepares to dismantle the mechanical sovereign. He references the previous team's failure with a look of absolute aristocratic contempt. The Night King is ready to show these peasants how to actually reclaim a fallen territory. He treats the high-rank gate boss like a simple training dummy for his divine power. A violent orange explosion shatters the ground. The industrial ruins are consumed by a pillar of fire and flying metal debris. Hunters scream in pure, unbridled terror as their formation is vaporized in an instant. They frantically cry out in the darkness, unable to comprehend the scale of the sudden power gap. The title card appears as the sovereign officially returns to claim the world. This marks the beginning of the Night King's absolute dominance over the mechanical nightmare. The true legend has finally begun. A high-pitched mechanical beep echoes. A dark screen flashes an ominous activation signal as the jagged spinner's central red eye ignites with a flicker of terminal consciousness. The mechanical sovereign realizes its structural integrity is failing and prepares a final, desperate command. It asks for a single favor before its ancient system completely collapses into worthless scrap. This last order marks the beginning of a total defensive wipeout for the entire gate. The hunters are completely unaware that their target is preparing a terminal self-destruction sequence. Multiple red lenses glow with intensity. The mechanical spider targets every living soul within the metallic ruins of the city. A lethal directive to remove all unidentified intruders overrides its core safety protocols instantly. A massive railgun turret pivots and unleashes a blinding, orange blast of pure industrial destruction. Stone and metal vaporize while the KPP hunters scream in absolute agony during the localized bombardment. They desperately scramble for cover, but the elite guild's arrogance has led them directly into a literal furnace. The status of a high-rank hunter means nothing against this ancient mechanical fury. A digital blue city map flickers. The gate's high-tech scanning interface detects every survivor hiding within the derelict skyscrapers. High-frequency beeps signal a citywide energy surge that defies all standard mana measurement known to the association. Violent blue electricity discharges from the ancient industrial pillars as the final cleansing protocol activates its lethal payload. A massive whiteout flash consumes the entire horizon, erasing every trace of the demonic infection in a sea of blinding light. The era of the mechanical nightmare ends with a roar of total annihilation as Leon Dragonia reclaims the throne. The world finally learns the true weight of a sovereign's judgment. Blue energy beams blast the ruins. The sudden surge of mechanical mana catches the entire party off guard as the ancient industrial structure groans. One recruit recoils in total shock while the heavy atmosphere of the Red Gate begins to crush his spirit. Beside him, a veteran warrior grimaces as he struggles to maintain his footing against the overwhelming pressure of the boss. Debris swirls violently through the stagnant air, creating a localized storm of dust and jagged stone fragments. The hunters finally realize their supposed tactical advantage was nothing but a fragile delusion in the face of true power. Hunters watch the mechanical beast move. They scream in terror as the jagged spinner lunges through the flickering shadows of a high-tech graveyard. A system interface flashes a cold warning that the unidentified monster has only lost a small fraction of its life force. The automated predator begins charging its central core, glowing with a sinister crimson light that signals an impending massacre. Every hunter freezes as the mana density reaches 48% and continues to climb toward a lethal limit. The mechanical sovereign is systematically preparing to erase every living soul within its domain. A hunter swings a massive hammer. He channels every ounce of his remaining martial pride into a desperate, overhead strike to halt the boss monster's momentum. The heavy steel head connects with the jagged spinner's carapace in a blinding explosion of golden sparks and violent force. A deafening metallic roar echoes through the ruins as the earth beneath the collision shatters into jagged shards. This brute force impact is the only thing standing between the group and a total wipeout. The struggle against the mechanical nightmare has officially reached a lethal turning point. Blue sparks dance across the carapace. The jagged spinner glitches as its internal systems struggle to process the sudden impact of the king's authority. A digital warning flashes across the mechanical eye, identifying the intruder as a threat that must be erased. The machine emits a high-pitched screech while prioritizing the removal of this unidentified sovereign. These elite guild members realize too late that their target is far more than a simple gate survivor. A smug grin splits his face. The KPP leader mocks his subordinates while the environment descends into a chaotic blaze of light and sound. He is certain that his hidden trap has finally snared the arrogant newcomer in a lethal crossfire. A sudden surge of mana erupts, causing the dark-haired hunter to lunge through the flames with a desperate roar. The air vibrates with a sharp correction, warning everyone present never to use such a common and insulting name in this royal presence. Light strikes the towering steel monolith. A massive pillar of energy incinerates the upper levels of the skyscraper, turning the ancient ruin into a beacon of destruction. Leon stands unmoved as the jagged spinner finally collapses into a heap of sparking, useless scrap metal. He offers a cold word of praise to the fallen beast, acknowledging its efforts as he reclaims the battlefield. Blinding blue electricity swirls in a violent vortex as the king officially anchors his dominance over the mechanical graveyard. Cold eyes glare through round spectacles. Association President Oh Kanghyuk watches the data with a grim expression as his plans for the Red Gate begin to unravel. Blue mana crackles between his fingers, reflecting the massive power surge that is currently overwhelming the dungeon's core. The system screen flashes a final, desperate warning of a total activity overload and an emergency purge. The mechanical sovereign is being systematically dismantled by a force that ignores every modern law of physics. Red security cameras pulse with light. The system authorizes the activation of advanced equipment as the KPP guild moves to secure a substitute target. Gil Taesung adjusts his glasses while a sharp blue aura radiates from his frame. The veteran hunter realizes the initial scouting mission has failed, forcing him to unleash his true corporate arsenal. He prepares to seize control of the situation before the mechanical sovereign can delete his entire squad. A massive steel blade swings downward. The air screams as a mechanical turret unleashes a flurry of high-velocity projectiles across the ruins. Tracers tear through the environment, igniting a series of violent explosions that shake the very foundation of the Red Gate. Hunters scream for the assault to stop while the automated defense system enters a lethal overdrive mode. This isn't just a skirmish, it's a systematic purge of every living thing in the sector. Gil Taesung bellows for his team. He orders the survivors to gather around as debris falls like rain from the shattered skyline. A heavy boot crushes the stone floor while a massive golden explosion erupts in the distance. The KPP leader is desperately trying to maintain his formation against an enemy that operates with surgical precision. The sheer pressure of the mana makes every breath feel like inhaling shards of cold glass. Golden bullets curve through the air. The team watches in total disbelief as their own projectiles are redirected by an invisible, high-tier force. Gil Taesung reveals this magic tool was specifically designed to counter the jagged spinner's lethal mechanical logic. However, the system detects an abnormal phenomenon that even his corporate technology cannot account for. Leon Dragonia's presence is officially rewriting the battlefield, leaving the elite hunters stat-checked by a monarch who refuses to play by their rules. A digital blue analysis screen flickers. The system concludes its scan as points for D15 and S37 settle into the UI. A sudden order to fire echoes through the frozen air. Blood sprays as a hunter is caught in a lethal opening volley. The tactical landscape is shifting faster than the KPP guild can manage. Gil Taesung stares in pure disbelief. He cannot process how his corporate equipment is failing to track the mechanical targets. A swarm of drones descends with a sharp metallic clatter. They unleash a concentrated barrage of energy projectiles that shred the surrounding environment. A shield buckles under the impact as a warrior screams in agony. These machines operate with a cold logic that ignores human survival. Gil Taesung bellows for the field's deactivation. He realizes the distortion force field is scattering the projectiles into a chaotic, lethal grid. Hunters sprint across the cracked asphalt to find any available cover. They prepare for a desperate charge the moment the barrier drops. The elite squad is now fighting just to breathe in this metallic tomb. A wide eye reflects the chaos. The guild leader spots a sudden anomaly that defies his advanced thermal sensors. Gil Taesung and Hyori stand paralyzed amidst the rising smoke and debris. They look on as a massive laser grid illuminates the entire industrial graveyard. Leon Dragonia remains completely unbothered by the high-tech bombardment. The Night King is ready to reclaim his domain from these mechanical pests. Gil Taesung stares in pure disbelief. He realizes the jagged spinner wasn't retreating, but baiting them into a terminal trap. The mechanical sovereign has crisscrossed the entire industrial corridor with glowing, monomolecular wires. Blue electricity crackles across the spider drone as it anchors the final threads of this lethal steel spiderweb. The elite hunters are officially boxed in by a machine that outthought their corporate strategy. A cage of glowing wires surrounds the party. Gil Taesung sweats as the reality of the situation shatters his professional composure. From above, the hunters look like insects caught in a luminous, geometric tomb. There is zero room to maneuver, and any sudden movement means being sliced to ribbons. They are completely stat-checked by a tactical calculation they never saw coming. Blue energy surges through the mechanical chassis. The jagged spinner prepares a terminal execution as its central red eye locks onto the trapped prey. A digital system window flashes the final command to fire. The air vibrates with the hum of high-frequency mana, signaling a localized wipeout that no armor can survive. Horse hooves thunder against the cracked asphalt. A sudden, rhythmic clatter echoes through the metallic graveyard, cutting through the hum of the machine's lasers. The trapped hunters look back in total shock as a majestic white horse charges directly into the heart of the killing zone. Leon Dragonia arrives atop his steed, ignoring the lethal wires as if they were simple threads of silk. The Night King has officially entered the fray to show these peasants how a true sovereign handles a mechanical pest. Text bubbles fill the white void. The hunters gasp in total shock as Leon Dragonia greets his steed with the warmth of a long-lost brother. He stands beside the majestic animal, calling it his old sworn friend. This royal horse is not just a summon but a living piece of his former kingdom brought into this metallic graveyard. The Night King's presence alone begins to shift the battlefield's energy. A boot slides into the stirrup. Leon mounts with the effortless grace of a man who has spent centuries in the saddle. A nearby hunter stares in absolute disbelief, his brain unable to process the sight of a medieval cavalry charge in a cyberpunk ruin. The rhythmic sound of hooves hitting the pavement echoes like a war drum against the silence of the gate. Leon prepares to lead a charge that defies every modern tactical manual. Leon shouts toward the mechanical army. He bellows a command for all warriors to listen up, his voice cutting through the industrial smog. The jagged spinner's optical sensor pulses with a confused question mark as it fails to calculate the logic of a man on a horse. Leon declares his title as the King of the Lion Heart, offering praise to the machine for its persistence. He is treating this high-rank monster like a noble opponent on a field of honor. Leon sits tall atop his steed. He officially grants the mechanical sovereign royal permission to challenge him in single combat. A heavy silence falls over the rubble as the hunters wonder if the king has finally lost his mind. One survivor asks if he is on crack, unable to grasp the concept of a sovereign's ritual. Leon ignores the peasants' chatter, repeating his royal praise with a gaze that promises absolute, crushing dominance. The machine is about to be stat-checked by the weight of a true legend. Shocked faces stare in total disbelief. Leon stands firm as he grants the mechanical beast royal permission to face him in combat. The modern hunters sweat profusely, convinced their sovereign has finally invited a death sentence. High-tech sensors flicker as the jagged spinner establishes its railgun timing. The machine's cold logic categorizes the King of Knights as a threat level 0, a mere simple organism to be removed. It prepares a terminal strike, unaware that its sensors are fundamentally broken. A spectral horse charges through fire. Leon manifests a legendary steed, galloping directly into the heart of the mechanical bombardment. Glowing blue mana swirls around the creature's head as it snorts with divine fury. The Night King closes the distance in a single, blurred instant that defies human physics. A massive explosion of concentrated holy energy rocks the city ruins as the horse makes impact. The jagged spinner is swallowed by a pillar of blinding light. This is what happens when a machine tries to calculate a king's soul. Blinding light erases the dark horizon. Leon's voice thunders across the battlefield with absolute, aristocratic contempt. He bellows that a true knight is completely unaffected by cowardly long-range weapons. The shockwave of his impact sends jagged stone and steel flying like mere confetti. A second blue slash tears through the mechanical carcass, finalizing the execution. The industrial graveyard falls silent as the sovereign reclaims the street. The era of the machine ends in a pile of sparking, worthless scrap. Leon charges forward on a spectral horse. A brilliant orange flash illuminates the industrial ruins as the king closes the distance with lethal, supernatural speed. The ground shatters into jagged shards beneath the weight of the phantom steed's thundering gallop. A massive blue shockwave ripples through the stagnant air, signaling the total collapse of the machine's ranged dominance. The sovereign moves with a fluid precision that completely bypasses the boss monster's ancient mechanical logic. He is no longer just a hunter. He is a force of nature reclaiming his stolen ground. Leon's eyes ignite with a golden fire. He unleashes a concentrated burst of divine energy that instantly dwarfs the mana core of the mechanical graveyard. A blinding sphere of holy light consumes the entire sector, turning the darkness into a violent sunrise of absolute destruction. Metal shrieks as bolts, springs, and jagged armor plates rain down like worthless, sparking confetti. The jagged spinner is physically dismantled by the sheer, overwhelming weight of royal authority. This isn't a simple dungeon raid. It is the systematic erasure of an inferior existence by a true monarch. Leon rides past the smoking mechanical ruins. The jagged spinner's high-performance AI fails to compute the total and sudden destruction of its structural integrity. The central red eye of the machine flickers and dies as its internal calculations officially stop working. Leon looks over the wreckage with a cold, unbothered expression, casually remarking that the scrap metal was actually quite sturdy. The machine evaluated its final situation far too late to realize it was facing the legendary King of Knights. As the dust settles, the sovereign stands alone amidst the scrap of a fallen era. A mechanical eye glows blood red. The jagged spinner processes Leon's speed with cold, binary logic while calculating that his physical mass limits his potential impact. It dismisses the monarch as a nuisance that isn't even worth a complex tactical response. The AI predicts an instant kill once it fires its massive railgun at the intruder. This automated predator is about to learn that royal divinity defies every digital calculation. Its evaluation of the king remains the machine's final, fatal error in judgment. Leon roars with divine fury. 3 seconds before impact, a mere shout from the king manifests a shimmering holy barrier around his mount. 2 seconds prior, the railgun's projectile slams directly into the golden shield with a deafening, metallic boom. 1 second before the end, the air itself screams as the two opposing forces collide. A violent explosion of holy fire erupts, turning the industrial graveyard into a sea of blinding, celestial light. The sovereign's authority completely incinerates the machine's logic in a single, earth-shaking blast. Golden light bathes the ruins. There was no real clash because the sovereign refused to even acknowledge the primitive strike as a threat. Leon moves with the effortless grace of the ancient Knights Templar, treating the high-rank bombardment as if it were simple breathing. He enforces the sacred rules of his former world upon this pathetic metallic graveyard. The king invokes a divine law, specifically the blessing of the arrow shield, to humiliate the machine's cold programming. This is not a skirmish, it is a royal decree of absolute dominance over the mechanical era. Blinding white light consumes the entire screen. The divine blessing of the arrow shield manifests, ensuring that any long-range assault is deflected with absolute, royal certainty. Leon stares through the chaotic debris with a cold, focused expression as the mechanical world shatters around his silhouette. The skyscrapers of the industrial graveyard vibrate under a massive sound effect that marks the total failure of the machine's heavy bombardment. This is a systematic rejection of the era of technology. Every calculated strike from the jagged spinner is simply deleted by the king's presence, proving that modern logic is a fragile toy compared to ancient faith. Leon sits calmly atop his white horse. He gazes toward the towering ruins while the modern system begins to glitch violently under the weight of his presence. A blue interface window screams in total confusion, admitting it is completely unable to analyze or understand the royal phenomenon unfolding. Electric sparks dance across the jagged ground as the jagged spinner's internal threat assessment is forcefully spiked to its maximum limit. The system officially marks the monarch as a threat level 5 catastrophe, issuing a final, frantic command for all nearby hunters to leave the battlefield immediately. The machine has finally realized it is no longer the predator. A thick cloud of dust billows. The atmospheric pressure from the king's aura settles, leaving the mechanical graveyard in a state of stagnant, terrified silence. Leon looks down at the smoking wreckage with a gaze devoid of any pity, treating the high-rank boss like common scrap metal. From a top-down view, the sovereign and his mount stand as the only unmoved objects amidst the jagged debris of the Red Gate. He has successfully dismantled the logic of a mechanical era without even unsheathing his sword. The reign of the machine ends exactly where the absolute dominance of the Night King begins. Twisted steel and concrete litter the floor. Leon stands amidst the wreckage of the Red Gate, a silhouette of absolute command in a dying world. He issues a stern warning to keep all commoners away from the volatile mechanical core while a massive metal claw slams into the side of a building. The sovereign remains unmoved as the industrial environment continues to collapse under the weight of his divine presence. This mechanical graveyard is finally falling silent. Rows of heavy shells line the rack. Automated systems begin a frantic diagnostic as the jagged spinner's internal logic fails under the pressure. The machine's interface screams about damaged joints and severe structural imbalance after Leon's overwhelming display of force. A new threat level S alert flashes across the terminal, identifying the Night King as a weapon beyond current mechanical comprehension. Blue electrical discharges arc across the loading bay, signaling a total systems failure for the drone legion. The machine's cold calculations are completely worthless against royal authority. A glitchy screen shows a distorted face. A mocking transmission flickers into existence, thanking the survivors for their service with a chilling, detached irony. The red lens of a hidden spider drone pulses, capturing the final moments of the mechanical reign before the feed cuts out. The scene shifts to the heart of the Cheongju Sports Complex gate, a wasteland of rusted skyscrapers and shadow. A ragged group of hunters treads through the narrow, dark alleys of Block 6, completely unaware of the sovereign watching from the heights. Leon prepares to lead his new recruits into the center of the mechanical graveyard to finish the purge. Ragged hunters freeze in the shadows. The squad leader signals a halt as they spot a glint of steel through the rusted ruins. They have finally located the jagged spinner, and the long-range dealers prepare to pivot for a flanking maneuver. They foolishly think a coordinated strike from a distance will be enough to neutralize the mechanical sovereign of the Red Gate. A frantic hunter's eyes widen in terror. The command to wait is immediately shattered by a high-pitched, metallic shriek that vibrates through the ruins. Blinding red wires lash out through the narrow corridor, shredding through flesh and reinforced armor with surgical precision. One survivor gasps in absolute horror as the floor is painted crimson in a single, silent instant. Their pathetic peasant tactics are being torn apart by a predator that doesn't feel fear or mercy. A warrior lunges forward with a scream. He refuses to watch his comrades die and swings his heavy blade in a desperate, glowing arc of blue mana. The shock of the encounter forces the remaining hunters into a disorganized and frantic struggle for survival. Sparks fly as they try to stat-check the machine's defensive grid, but the environment itself is working against them. The silence of the industrial graveyard is officially broken by the sounds of failing hope. Sweat drips down a gritting face. The survivor realizes too late that they have been lured into a localized execution zone designed for total slaughter. Lethal monomolecular wires crisscross the darkness, glowing with a sinister red light that marks their inevitable end. These arrogant mercenaries are trapped in a cage of light, completely powerless against the cold logic of the machine. Leon Dragonia watches the slaughter, waiting for the peasants to finally learn the true meaning of despair. Red lasers carve through damp air. The mercenaries scream in agony as the monomolecular wires shred their armor and flesh into geometric pieces. A chilling system notification confirms the systematic removal of 5 intruders is officially finished. The mechanical predator does not pause to admire the carnage. It simply adjusts its glowing red sensor while the dying pleas of the survivors echo through the rusted corridors. To this machine, human lives are just data points to be deleted from the mainframe. A blue interface scans the ruins. The jagged spinner identifies a final, trembling organism and assigns it a pathetic threat level of 0. One hunter sprints through the dust in a desperate attempt to outrun the inevitable shadow of death. He collapses onto the cold stone, his pride shattered alongside his guild's reputation. On his knees, the man begs for a mercy that a machine cannot calculate. His realization that his life is worth less than scrap metal is the ultimate humiliation. The robotic sensor locks onto prey. A mechanical hum vibrates through the metal floor as the spiderbot prepares the execution strike. This commoner is about to become another stain on the pavement when a hand suddenly reaches into the light. Leon Dragonia stands unbothered by the high-rank killing intent. He addresses the mechanical pest with a casual tone that mocks the entire dungeon's difficulty. The King of Knights is done watching the peasants fail and is finally ready to show the machine its rightful place in the dirt. A ghostly silhouette smiles gently. Echoes of the past haunt the city as the mechanical sovereign processes a new directive. The jagged spinner's system overrides its initial programming with a cold, blue light. Its mission shifts to the total removal of every human invader. The trembling hunter, Deo, watches in absolute confusion as the machine's logic is suddenly silenced. He realizes the predator is recalculating its next move in real time. A giant black blade looms. The massive leg of the jagged spinner hangs over the cowering peasant like a guillotine. He stammers, wondering if the machine is actually sparing his life. Suddenly, the drone kicks off the ground with a violent surge of energy. Deo gasps as the mechanical monster retreats into the industrial fog. He shouts to Gil Tae-sung that the beast must be exhausted from the struggle. His relief is pathetic compared to the true danger lurking in the shadows. Hunters gather near the ruins. The mercenaries approach their comrade, convinced their presence scared the predator away. They mock the machine, assuming its power has hit a final limit. As they scan the area, they notice this sector is strangely clean compared to the rest of the graveyard. It looks less like a ruin and more like a carefully maintained cemetery. High above, the system finishes its scan with a chilling blue window. The jagged spinner confirms the expansion of enemy forces with a 100% chance of victory. The trap is officially set. A speech bubble floats over the ruins. Leon turns his back on the industrial graveyard, declaring the silent sight an unpleasant waste of his royal time. His soldiers respond with a sharp, unified shout of obedience while the group begins to move toward the exit. High above, the mechanical system processes a final, chilling directive to prioritize the protection of the citizens. This cold, automated logic extends even to the deceased, forcing the machines to guard the cemetery with lethal intent. The tombs stand in perfect, eerie rows under the constant surveillance of a heartless algorithm. Blue sparks ignite across a dark floor. The jagged spinner recalibrates its optical sensors while counting the 49 intruders remaining in its sector. Electrical discharge arcs through the air as the mechanical sovereign prepares for the next phase of the urban purge. The system identifies a level 3 threat in peak health, likely Leon himself, and calculates a dismal success rate for its own grunt forces. Despite the poor odds, the machine initiates a terminal command to resume the battle immediately. The automated predator is bound by a programmed stubbornness that defies human survival instincts and common sense. A metallic drone sparks with red light. Leon looms over the small mechanical scout with a look of pure, unbothered curiosity. He whispers that he has finally found the source of the persistent surveillance. A smug, predatory grin spreads across the king's face as he prepares to humiliate the mechanical legion. He mocks the machine, asking if it enjoyed its brief moment of dominance over the lowly commoners. Leon raises the legendary Lionheart shield, the golden crest shimmering with the promise of absolute, royal destruction. The era of the machine's cold logic is officially over as the sovereign takes the field. Leon's sharp blue eyes narrow with intent. He stands as the living incarnation of chivalry, ready to bring divine order to this metallic tomb. The king asks the mechanical beast if it is truly prepared for a fair fight. A sudden, violent explosion rocks the base of the industrial tower. Orange flames consume the wreckage as the jagged spinner initiates its lethal protocols. The machine knows only logic, while the sovereign carries the weight of a 1,000-year legacy. A dark silhouette stands amidst the flames. Leon refuses to abandon his knightly morals, even against an opponent devoid of a soul. He grips his divine armament as a blinding golden radiance erupts from his palm. This overwhelming presence confirms his status as the chosen one of the goddess. The king sighs, noting he shouldn't have expected any semblance of honor from a mindless pile of scrap metal. He is stat-checking the entire dungeon with pure, unadulterated martial pride. Digital blue screens flash a system alert. The jagged spinner performs a final equipment check before issuing the cold command to fire. Another massive blast tears through the pavement, but Leon remains completely unmoved. Glowing golden rings of mana encircle the king, creating an absolute defensive perimeter that defies modern physics. The machine's sensors glitch as they detect an abnormal phenomenon they cannot categorize. It frantically attempts to analyze the divine curvature of a power that predates technology itself. Leon stands ready to dismantle the mechanical sovereign. Blue system windows flicker rapidly. The jagged spinner's automated target locks finalize as the digital command to fire resonates through the industrial graveyard. These mechanical pests think their cold logic can predict the movements of a sovereign. They calculate the trajectory of their lethal payloads, unaware that their math is about to be violently corrected. The machines initiate a total bombardment, intending to erase every intruder from the sector with surgical, automated precision. Sharp blue eyes glare with intent. Leon Dragonia Lionheart remains unmoved by the mechanical calculations, his gaze piercing through the rising industrial smoke. He does not need a high-tech scanner to identify the weak points of his robotic prey. A heavy black boot slams into the cracked pavement, shattering the stone beneath the weight of his royal authority. The king is done observing the pathetic struggle of the commoners and prepares to reclaim his battlefield with a single, decisive motion. A massive golden explosion rocks the ruins. The mechanical graveyard groans as the sheer pressure of Leon's mana detonates the surrounding air in a violent display of power. A spider drone emits a confused mechanical screech while its red laser sensor frantically attempts to recalibrate its failing target lock. Its logic circuits short-circuit when a blinding pillar of holy light erupts from the earth, piercing through the dark skyline of the red gate. The machine realizes too late that it is no longer the predator in this metallic graveyard. Dust and jagged metal debris fly. The mechanical sovereign's red eye widens in absolute, digital horror as its internal threat assessment hits a critical failure. Leon charges through the fire and wreckage atop his majestic white steed, his massive blade cutting a path through the very atmosphere. He delivers a brutal strike that shatters the armored carapace of the spider drone with effortless, royal dominance. The jagged spinner is physically dismantled by the weight of a legend that defies every modern calculation. A metallic drone dome reflects the industrial sky. The jagged spinner recalibrates its sensors, its red optical eye pulsing with a cold, predatory light. It doesn't hesitate, launching a frantic barrage of golden energy beams into the streets below. The mechanical sovereign is attempting to flush out the intruders with raw, automated violence. Buildings shatter under the relentless bombardment as the machine legion doubles down on its purge. Chaos erupts in a blinding white flash. The gate's system flickers with an incomprehensible error message as Leon's presence shatters the machine's binary logic. A sharp split screen reveals the cold, red sensors of the predator clashing with the monarch's calm, focused profile. Leon sits regally atop his stallion, a smirk crossing his face as he realizes the machine is trying to flee. He mocks the jagged spinner, noting that its attempt to play hide and seek is an insult to a true knight. Energy beams carve through the high-rise ruins. The industrial graveyard is consumed by a series of violent, localized explosions that shake the very foundation of the sector. The drone frantically maneuvers through the debris, but its evasion is rendered worthless by a sudden, divine counter. A massive pillar of golden light erupts vertically, turning the narrow corridor into a furnace of holy destruction. The mechanical sovereign is caught in the updraft of a power it can neither calculate nor survive. The era of technology officially ends in a roar of celestial flame. Blinding light erupts within the alley. The jagged spinner's processors glitch as the sovereign's movement defies every mechanical law. A blue interface flashes a single, desperate word, incomprehensible. The drone's central eye flickers in panic, failing to track the golden blur closing the distance. It cannot compute how a mere organism possesses such lethal speed. This mechanical pest is officially stat-checked by a king. A silent street stands empty. Shadows stretch across the cracked pavement as the mechanical predator retreats into the ruins. Dust billows from the crumbling skyline, signaling the total collapse of the surrounding sector. The jagged spinner hovers above the wreckage, its sensors glowing with a sinister red intent. A digital command overrides its core, commencing mass attack. The era of technology enters its final, terminal overdrive. Leon roars with royal fury. The Night King lunges through the smoke, his gaze fixed on the mechanical carcass. He swings his divine arm with enough force to shatter the very foundation of the gate. A massive explosion of golden energy rocks the city as he makes impact. Metal shrieks, bone-shattering strikes. The machine is physically dismantled by the weight of a true legend. Total dominance. A white horse neighs loudly. The phantom steed appears amidst the falling debris, its eyes burning with celestial fire. Powerful hooves trample the sparking scrap metal into the dirt. Leon mounts with effortless grace, his presence alone silencing the industrial graveyard. The mechanical sovereign is now nothing more than a rug for his stallion. The hunt is finished. Leon gallops through the mechanical ruins. He guides his phantom steed with a steady hand amidst the crumbling steel skyscrapers of the Red Gate. A quiet grunt of approval escapes his lips as he pats the animal's neck with a gloved hand. The Night King settles his focus, his aura beginning to shimmer with golden mana particles that defy the dark industrial smog. He stands beside his mount with a calm, predatory gaze, waiting for the mechanical sovereign to make its next move. The era of technology means nothing to a man who carries the weight of a 1,000-year legacy. A bright red eye pulses violently. The jagged spinner locks its sensors onto the royal intruder, its internal logic failing to calculate the threat level of a man on horseback. A metallic click echoes through the ruins as the machine pivots its heavy chassis for a terminal strike. Leon does not hesitate, launching his horse into a sudden, blinding charge that shreds the cold air. Hooves smash against the cracked pavement while a massive shockwave of holy mana ripples outward. This is no longer a scouting mission, but but the systematic erasure of an inferior machine by a true sovereign. Spent shell casings fly everywhere. The mechanical predator unleashes a flurry of high-velocity projectiles in a desperate attempt to halt the king's momentum. Leon leans into the gallop, his lance lowered as a pillar of golden fire erupts from the point of impact. The deafening roar of the explosion rocks the industrial graveyard, sending shards of sparking scrap metal into the sky like worthless confetti. The small mechanical spider is launched backward through the ruins, its structural integrity shattered by the weight of a royal decree. The hunt is finished, and the machine has finally been stat-checked by the King of Knights. A violent orange explosion erupts. The ground shatters as the jagged spinner's heavy bombardment turns the industrial graveyard into a sea of fire. Leon Dragonia charges forward on his majestic steed, cutting through the pillars of light with absolute royal defiance. Massive jagged boulders rain down from the crumbling skyscrapers, threatening to bury the hunters in a tomb of concrete. The monarch ignores the falling debris as he focuses solely on the mechanical predator lurking in the shadows. This is a total collapse of the urban landscape. Leon bellows a thunderous command. His eyes ignite with a lethal golden glow as he calls out for his stallion to unleash its true potential. The horse's heavy hooves smash into the dirt, sending shards of stone flying while its mana surges through the air. A brilliant blue energy slash cleaves through the atmosphere, vaporizing the rubble in a single, surgical strike. The sovereign has officially stat-checked the environment itself. No machine or mountain can withstand the weight of his divine charge. The white horse leaps high. Leon and his mount soar over the tiny spider drones as they navigate the vertical graveyard with ease. Their silhouette frames the setting sun, a majestic contrast against the cold, dead architecture of the city. The mechanical sovereign's red eye pulses while its system reports 68 rounds of ammo remaining for the final purge. A black gun barrel flashes with fire, raining down a desperate hail of lead toward the ascending king. The machine is frantically calculating a trajectory that no longer exists in a world of knights. A knight charges on a horse. Leon Dragonia closes the distance with a speed that shreds the stagnant industrial air. Every motion line emphasizes the sheer momentum of a man who treats the mechanical graveyard as his private hunting ground. Modern projectiles bounce off his divine aura like pebbles against a mountain. Gil Taesung watches in total horror as the sovereign bypasses every high-tech calculation. The elite guild leader is completely stat-checked by a cavalry charge from the ancient world. The atmosphere vibrates with the heavy weight of a coming royal judgment. Multiple red lenses glow with intensity. The jagged spinner locks its final targeting array onto the ascending monarch for a terminal strike. Leon Dragonia bellows a roar for the glory of the lionhearts that shatters the very foundation of the graveyard. His divine killing intent manifests as a physical shockwave, instantly reducing the surrounding metal to useless, sparking scrap. The machine's cold logic fails to process the arrival of a true king who defies every digital rule. Shards of steel and concrete fly through the air as the machine's defensive grid evaporates under his gaze. Blinding white light erases the horizon. Leon unleashes a vertical strike powered by 3 centuries of holy warfare and divine favor. A massive pillar of golden energy incinerates the industrial pavement, turning the mechanical sovereign into an immediate funeral pyre. The jagged spinner's high-performance sensors go dark as its structural integrity is deleted from the physical world. Sparking mechanical legs tumble into the thick ash as the royal purge finally concludes. The red gate falls into a heavy silence under the absolute dominance of the sovereign. Blue system windows flash warning messages. The jagged spinner's internal systems screech as it registers the lethal impact of the sovereign's power. Amidst the dying blue sparks, a chilling final taunt echoes through the digital void. A shadowy figure looms in the mechanical haze, whispering that what is sealed within this gate should never be released. The machine prepares its final gambit as the demonic core reaches critical mass. A red emergency window appears. The mechanical sovereign initiates its terminal self-detonation sequence as a final act of spite. A deafening roar of pure thermal energy consumes the sector, turning the graveyard into a white-hot furnace. Twisted steel and high-performance circuitry melt instantly under the pressure of a localized sun. The jagged spinner chooses total erasure over the humiliation of a royal execution. Shocked faces reflect the orange fire. Gil Taesung and his elite mercenaries stare in total disbelief as the horizon is swallowed by a massive plume. The explosion levels the remaining skyscrapers, leaving nothing but a golden silhouette of the ruined city behind. Leon Dragonia stands as the unmoved center of this world-shattering chaos while the title card fades in. The mechanical era ends in a blinding flash, clearing the path for the absolute reign of the returned king. A mechanical eye glows blood red. The jagged spinner drones activate with a high-pitched hum as the dungeon's defensive protocols enter a lethal phase. One hunter bellows a command to stand firm, but his brave words are instantly replaced by a gut-wrenching scream of pure agony. Black ichor drips from a jagged metallic limb as the monsters begin their systematic slaughter of the invading peasants. The mechanical graveyard is finally waking up to collect its tax in human lives. Tentacles emerge from the searing flames. A demonic entity with rows of glowing red eyes manifests amidst the burning ruins of the city. A piercing screech shatters the heavy silence as a lethal blur streaks across the scorched battlefield. The shadow of a massive predator looms through the thick smoke, proving that the mercenaries are completely outmatched by the gate's true inhabitants. For these lowly commoners, the hope of survival is being incinerated by the cold logic of the abyss. Blue system windows flicker in succession. The Mechanical Legion receives a final directive to support its allies and protect the ancient city at any cost. Red text burned into the void confirms that the protection of the city is the only law remaining in this rusted tomb. Leon Dragonia watches as the screens reveal the jagged spinner were once the city's heroic guardians. The Night King realizes these machines didn't just defeat their enemies, they became the legendary protectors of a world that has long since passed into ash. Citizens cheer for a spider drone. This was a sweet story for a population losing faith in their own survival. The jagged spinner was once the ultimate symbol of hope for a world on the brink. Leon Dragonia watches the record as flowers adorn the mechanical saviors of a dead era. These machines were the people's last and only guardians against the dark. A massive laser beam incinerates enemies. The Machine Legion fought with a terrifying and calculated efficiency that baffled their foes. They shredded demonic hordes with blinding streaks of concentrated, lethal energy. These mechanical predators systematically erased every threat to their sovereign territory. Rainfalls of golden mana carved through the winged terrors in the sky until only ash remained. It was a total slaughter in the name of a fallen peace. A mechanical limb snaps during combat. They protected the realm through centuries of constant, grinding warfare without a single moment of respite. Even as their metal frames buckled and sparked, they refused to abandon their sacred post. The industrial city eventually burned until there was nothing left but ash and heavy silence. The Night King finally understands the tragic weight of their eternal and lonely vigil. White hair flows in a breeze. This was the final request given to the machine spirit known as Yapi. The ancient command was absolute. Protect this city and ensure that thing never leaves the tomb. Leon Dragonia realizes the jagged spinner is a prisoner of its own noble and unyielding programming. The sovereign acknowledges a level of martial duty that rivals his own legendary knights from the past. Glowing text fills the void. The machine's core directive pulses with an ancient, frantic energy. It was built specifically so that nothing could approach that thing. Every defense was meticulously prepared and protected, from the high-tech corridors to the heavy artillery shells. This mechanical graveyard isn't just a ruin, it's a vault designed to keep a world-ending nightmare buried beneath the steel. A bloodied hunter screams out. The sheer weight of the mission breaks the human spirit as the mantra of prepared and protected echoes through the dying city. Blood stains the faces of those who dared to intrude on this sacred, metallic burial ground. The jagged spinner has carried out its terminal orders for centuries, turning the street into a graveyard of jagged stone and sparking scrap. It is a cycle of violence fueled by a programming that refuses to let the past stay dead. Leon adjusts his dark suit. Leon stands amidst the smoldering wreckage with a look of cold, aristocratic satisfaction. He admits the mechanical assault was impressive, even if it eventually fell short of his royal standards. While the machine spirit did manage to drop its payload, the sovereign's divine armor proved to be the ultimate counter. The blessing of the arrow shield held firm, leaving the King of Knights untouched while the era of technology finally crumbles into the dirt. Leon looks down at the purple orb. He stares at the core of the jagged spinner, acknowledging the hidden purpose behind its mechanical rage. The industrial graveyard hums with a fading energy as the sovereign stands firm amidst the wreckage. Blue mana swirls around his divine blade, echoing the shift in the dungeon's atmosphere. With a heavy, rhythmic stride, Leon walks toward the light, leaving the ruins of the Red Gate behind him. Leon stands alone in the raining ruins. He looks back at the broken chassis and asks if the spirit is still trying to fight. The Night King wonders how many years this mechanical guardian has protected the cemetery in total isolation. He refuses to see it as mere scrap, recognizing a knight of absolute devotion and loyalty within the iron. Leon proclaims that all living beings across dimensions are now indebted to its selfless service. Addressing the fallen sentinel as Sir Jagged Spinner, he solemnly declares that the long quest is finally finished. Leon stands amidst the light. Divine radiance erupts from the earth as the sovereign finalizes his royal judgment. The stone floor shatters under the weight of a power that ignores the laws of modern mana. A massive pillar of holy light pierces the dark ceiling of the industrial graveyard. Shimmering golden rings of authority swirl around the vertical beam, signaling a total purification. This celestial explosion incinerates every remaining trace of the demonic curse. Leon stares at the altar. He walks toward the smoking remains with the heavy gait of a man honoring a peer. Sparks fly from the metal as the monarch tightens his grip on his blade for a final salute. He looks down at the jagged armor of the mechanical knight with a gaze devoid of his usual arrogance. Leon offers a solemn prayer for the machine, hoping the warrior will finally rest in peace. The silence of the ruins confirms that the duty of the sentinel is fulfilled. Sunlight filters through high windows. Beams of grace land upon the shattered head of the jagged spinner, marking the end of its lonely vigil. The metallic graveyard is finally still as the mechanical sovereign spark fades away for good. Blue electricity flickers briefly in the darkness of the terminal void. A final message of gratitude marks the departure of the guardian spirit. The curtain closes on the Chongju Gate as the Night King moves toward his next conquest. Leon and President Oh Kang-hyuk stride through a sterile, white corridor with a heavy sense of purpose. Leon catches a hint of hesitation and asks if the president is complaining about the destroyed sentinel. Oh quickly laughs it off, knowing better than to question the king, but Leon's expression remains dead serious. He explains that the jewel from the jagged spinner wasn't a prize, it was pure poison. You can tell Oh is starting to realize that the miracles of technology they've been relying on might have a much darker price tag than they ever imagined. A shadowy, jagged demonic figure looms as Leon explains the true nature of the core. He reveals that the jewel was born from the evil of wisdom, a trap designed specifically to tempt human greed. It's not just a battery, it's a demonic item that lures you in with a false sense of power. Leon warns that while it grants your deepest wishes at first, it eventually demands a payment that no human can afford. We see a blood-red altar surrounded by silhouettes, a grim vision of those who sought eternal life through these cursed means. The result is horrifying. Humans don't just use the power, they transform into the very demons they fear. Looking at that monstrous face, you realize Leon isn't just a warrior, he's an exorcist dealing with a global infection. Oh Kang-hyuk stops in his tracks, his face pale as he realizes the geopolitical implications. He immediately wants to alert the US government, thinking they need to be warned about the tech they're currently developing. But Leon's gaze is cold and steady as they approach a massive, reinforced mechanical vault door. He drops a bombshell. It's already too late because the Americans have likely already fallen under the demon's seduction. The heavy doors hiss open, revealing a high-tech lab filled with scientists and humming monitors. As they step into the dimly lit room, Leon looks toward a central area and asks if he is resting here. The tension is thick enough to cut with a sword. Who is Leon looking for, and is this person an ally or the very threat he just described? We're about to find out if the world's strongest hunters are actually just puppets for something much worse. President O leads the way into the high-tech lab, confirming that the subject is safe and sound. In the center of the room, illuminated by a harsh spotlight, lies the mangled, metallic remains of a mechanical sentinel. Honestly, it looks like a pile of expensive scrap metal at first glance. But the way the president is acting tells us this isn't just junk, it's something critical. Leon looks down at the jagged spinner with a deep, somber respect, calling the machine an honorable knight. He tells the president he intends to bury it so it can reach the gods' banquet hall, but first, it requires a final blessing. I love how he treats even a machine with the dignity of a fallen soldier. It really shows you the weight of the code he lives by, even in a world of circuits and wires. Leon suddenly manifests a majestic golden goblet, the air around him shimmering with a golden, divine pressure. He closes his eyes, whispering a quiet, "May you rest," as he begins to channel his holy power into the remains. The scientists in the back have to be losing their minds right now. Imagine seeing actual, literal holy magic being performed in a room full of supercomputers. A violent eruption of golden light explodes from the goblet, completely blinding everyone in the facility. The sheer scale of the energy is overwhelming, flooding the scrap metal with a pure, celestial resonance that shouldn't exist on Earth. Everyone is stunned into total silence as the light fades. You can practically feel the tension. Did he just pull a miracle out of thin air, or is something about to go wrong? Leon remains perfectly calm, but the scrap metal on the floor starts to twitch and emit sharp mechanical screeching sounds. The robot isn't just being blessed, it's reacting, its red optics flickering to life as it lets out a kijik sound. Leon stares at the swirling energy, sensing that this power is shifting into something entirely new. The real question is, did he just revive a loyal servant, or has he awakened a mechanical god that Earth isn't equipped to handle? Leon stares at the machine, realizing there is absolutely no terrestrial energy source powering it. The internal circuits shouldn't even be humming, but the microchips are glowing as robotic claws begin to twitch on their own. Suddenly, the little mechanical sentinel lets out a small kirik, as its optics flicker to life. It's moving without a battery. Honestly, seeing a pile of scrap wake up like a lost puppy is kind of eerie. Leon looks down at the small machine, his expression softening as a realization hits him. He whispers that if it's this specific entity, he understands why the goddess would choose it for her grace. A massive surge of divine blue and gold light begins to pour from Leon's body, illuminating the entire laboratory. He's not just repairing it, he's bestowing a soul. I guess when the goddess picks a favorite, she doesn't care if you're made of flesh or steel. Pillars of blinding holy fire erupt from the ground, shaking the very foundation of the facility. Leon stands at the center of the inferno, holding a massive, translucent blade of pure light that dwarfs everything in the room. President Oh Kang-hyuk and the researchers can only watch in total terror, stammering about what they're even looking at. You can't blame them. How do you even begin to explain a man who brings the sun into a basement? A golden eye flashes with the intensity of a dying star as the divine presence fully takes hold. Leon grips the hilt of his sword, the air itself screaming under the sheer weight of his mana. With one effortless motion, he swings the blade, sending a horizontal crescent of light tearing through the reality of the room. The ceiling begins to spiderweb and crack, unable to contain the pressure of a god's return. This isn't just a power-up, it's a declaration that the laws of Earth no longer apply when the king is in the room. But with this much power leaking out, who, or what, is going to come looking for the source? The screen fills with the radiant, ethereal face of goddess Ariana as her presence begins to manifest. A golden aura floods the sterile monitoring room, making every modern light fixture look like a dim candle in comparison. Even the usually composed President O is completely losing it, gasping for air as he stares at the literal divine beauty standing before them. Honestly, seeing a god show up in a high-tech lab is the ultimate reality check for these scientists. Two text boxes appear against a white void, emphasizing the sheer weight of her existence. They explain that every human present instantly realizes she isn't just powerful, she's a divine being fundamentally incomparable to anything on Earth. It's that primal instinct that tells you to stop breathing because you're in the presence of something holy. There's no ego left in the room, just pure, unadulterated awe. Leon and the others are shown kneeling on the cold floor as he softly addresses her as Dear Goddess Ariana. Ariana looks down with eyes full of ancient history, calling Leon her first knight, while a shower of golden particles drifts around them. Leon actually lets out a faint, genuine smile here, and it's honestly a bit jarring to see the arrogant king look so humble. He really does serve a power higher than himself, doesn't he? The camera pans down to the shattered remains of the jagged spinner sentinel lying in the center of a magic circle. Leon looks up at his patron, arguing that this mechanical sentinel is a knight who truly deserves her divine care and purification. Ariana looks at the hunk of metal with a distant, almost cold expression, noting that the machine hasn't actually fulfilled her quest yet. It's wild to think Leon is advocating for a robot's soul like it's one of his own men. Leon places his hand firmly over his heart, his gaze hardening as he stakes his own honor on the sentinel's worth. He guarantees her, as her first knight, that this machine fought with the heart of a true warrior. Seeing his conviction, Ariana's face softens into a warm, radiant smile, signaling she'll grant his request. But with the goddess now active on Earth, you have to wonder, if she can reach across worlds, what other ancient, hungrier gods are now looking at our planet as their next playground? Ariana's face softens as she gazes at her first knight. She decides there's no need to investigate the sentinel further, but she still needs to be certain of one final thing. She reaches her hand out toward the mechanical remains, her divine aura starting to pulse through the air. It's honestly beautiful, but you can feel the weight of a goddess's judgment behind that smile. The goddess stands tall with her arms open, her light illuminating every corner of the room. She calls out to the otherworld steel knight, asking if it will worship the light and sing the song of justice. The jagged spinner just let out a confused, Kirik sound, tilting its mechanical head. It's kind of funny, she's giving this epic, holy speech to a drone that barely knows what's going on. Ariana's voice grows even warmer as she looks past the armor and wires. She notes that while the machine is full of honor, its heart is as pure as a child's. With a final, divine decree, she declares that the machine shall be a knight as well. This is huge, she's literally elevating a piece of technology into her holy order. Can you imagine a drone with the power of a goddess? Leon watches the process with a proud, subtle nod. The jagged spinner starts to vibrate violently, sparks of blue energy dancing across its chassis as it responds to the goddess. It looks like the metal itself is being reshaped by the sheer pressure of her blessing. You have to wonder, is the modern world even ready for a machine that possesses a soul? Digital blue screens suddenly flicker into existence around the drone's glowing eye. It's rapidly hacking into language patterns and installing a brand new speech module in a matter of seconds. Ariana simply says, check, satisfied with her handiwork, while the drone tests its new mechanical wings. Leon calls it a good plan, clearly pleased with his new ally. But with the goddess now upgrading Earth's tech, how much longer until the rest of the world realizes the status quo has been completely shattered? Leon leans down toward the sentinel, officially addressing it as Sir Jagged Spinner. The little drone just hovers there, looking almost innocent before its entire existence gets rewritten. I'm telling you, this is the calm before the divine storm. Ariana radiates a motherly warmth as she unleashes a blinding sphere of holy energy that shoots toward the heavens in a massive pillar. This isn't just a simple fix, it's a total purification that echoes through the entire facility. Look at that scale, she's literally bringing heaven down to earth just to upgrade a drone. The light recedes to reveal a sleek, white and gold masterpiece now known as Grail Knight Jagged Spinner 10253. It's no longer a mindless sentinel, it's been granted light and justice by the goddess herself. Talk about the ultimate glow-up. This thing looks like it could solo a high-ranked dungeon all by itself now. The title card flashes across the screen, the Night King who returned with a god. It's a heavy reminder that the era of modern hunters is basically over. We're in the age of kings and divinities now, and honestly, the rest of the world has no idea what's coming. The scene shifts to the dark, oppressive atmosphere of the USA's Magic Tower, where a powerful man is desperately begging for mercy. This is Master Reynold Sherman, and he's currently groveling before a great being. You can hear the sheer panic in his voice, whoever he's talking to is clearly not human. A shadowy, swirling mass of energy berates Reynold for his incompetence while he stays pressed against the floor in front of a glowing red orb. The pressure in this room is insane, and the great being is losing patience. This entity gave him wisdom and power, and yet, he still managed to fail the mission. Reynold looks up with a face full of dread, explaining that the survivor, Leon, was a variable they never expected to return. The master of the American Magic Tower is absolutely losing it, realizing his life hangs by a thread. But if the American branch is working for this dark entity, how many other world powers are already compromised? A blood-red orb pulses with a frantic, rhythmic light on a dark table. Reynold is mid-excuse when a distorted voice from the jewel snaps, ordering him to shut up and turn on the news immediately. You can hear the sheer panic in the voice. Whatever is happening on that screen, it's big enough to rattle a shadow master. Why would a hidden entity care about a mortal broadcast? Reynold fumbles with a remote while kneeling on the cold floor, his hands shaking. The screen flickers to life, broadcasting the one name that is currently resetting the global power scale, Leon Dragonia Lionheart. Just seeing that name in the headlines is enough to make the air in the room turn heavy. The king isn't just back, he's a celebrity, and his enemies are watching him in 4K. A distorted, soul-piercing scream erupts from the communication jewel, shaking the very walls of the room. The master is completely losing it, letting out a gut-wrenching cry as the reality of Leon's return finally sinks in. Reynold looks like he's seen his own grave, realizing his invincible boss is genuinely terrified of the Night King. When the guy pulling the strings starts screaming, you know the world is about to burn. The intense red glow within the crystal begins to flicker and fade into a dull, lifeless gray. Reynold reaches out in a cold sweat, desperately calling for his master, but the connection is starting to crumble. This is the moment you realize the hierarchy of power just got flipped upside down. Is the master fleeing, or did Leon's presence alone just break their link? The jewel goes completely dark, leaving the room in a suffocating, heavy silence. A final chilling narration confirms that the jewel never spoke again, leaving Reynold alone with his failure. It's a total blackout. The master didn't just hang up, he retreated in pure, primitive survival mode. We cut away to the sun-drenched skyscraper of the Korea Hunter Association. Inside, high-ranking officials and scientists are officially registering the purified jagged spin as a member of Leon's guild. Leon is just standing there looking bored, casually breaking every law of biology and hunter bureaucracy. Seriously, how do you even file paperwork for a divine mechanical spider? But with Leon's influence growing this fast, the government might not have a choice but to say yes to whatever he wants next. Leon stands alone in the cold silence of the monitoring facility, the tiny purified spider sentinel clicking at his heels. Even after all that chaos, the king doesn't look relieved. He looks completely drained. It's easy to forget he's been operating on a level humans shouldn't even be able to touch. The king suddenly stumbles, coughing a sharp spray of blood that stains the sterile floor. This is the price of playing God. His mortal body is finally starting to buckle under the sheer pressure of the holy power he's wielding. A soft, worried voice echoes in his mind, with the goddess Ariana desperately asking if her knight is alright. Leon wipes the blood away with a tired sigh, admitting that performing miracles on a planet this spiritually hollow takes a massive toll. He isn't just fighting monsters, he's fighting the very laws of physics to keep his divinity active. Ariana's voice turns somber, blaming her own lack of power for the weight he has to carry. Leon places a hand over his heart, a soft light glowing through his suit as he tells her to never say such things. His loyalty isn't just a duty, it's a core part of who he is, and he won't let his goddess take the fall for his physical limits. You can see it in his eyes. He'd burn his entire soul to ash before he let her feel guilty. The goddess Ariana looks down with a gaze full of ancient regret, admitting that she and the other gods should have stepped in much earlier. She gently commands him to rest, telling him to have faith and wait for the divine roots to take hold. It's a rare moment of vulnerability from a higher being, and honestly, Leon deserves a break after carrying the world on his shoulders. As Leon whispers her name one last time, the ethereal image of the goddess begins to fade back into the void. He's left alone in the dark, a human king trying to bridge the gap between a broken earth and a silent heaven. But with the ancient deities finally stirring, the real question is, who else is waking up alongside her? A scarred man with dark, unkempt hair stares intently into the distance with a weary expression. He speaks to his divine siblings, urging them that they finally need to step in and help their lone follower. This is Petos, the god of war, and he looks absolutely exhausted just witnessing the struggle. When the god of fire and war thinks things have gone too far, you know the situation is getting desperate. Is Leon really reaching his breaking point already? The screen fades into a haunting title card as we're dragged back to the day the world truly ended. Leon stands as the only knight left among the smoldering ruins of a fallen civilization. To save the dying gods, he expelled all divinity from the world and sealed it directly into his own heart. For 180 years, he waged a brutal, one-man war against an endless sea of demons. Imagine the mental toll of fighting for nearly 2 centuries with absolutely no one to watch your back. That's not just a king, that's a literal wall standing against the extinction of everything. Leon's eyes burn with a piercing, golden celestial light as the crushing weight of his duty settles in. The gods essentially forced a single human to carry the entire burden of their world's survival. They only exist now because he was willing to bleed for them every single day for centuries. It's actually kind of dark when you think about it, the gods surviving by hiding inside a mortal's heart. But Leon never wavered, he just kept swinging his sword until the world was quiet. In a high-ceilinged divine hall, the deities gather around a table looking completely drained and anxious. One of them lets out a heavy sigh, admitting that their knight is pushing his physical limits to the absolute edge. They realize that the mere act of appointing a Grail Knight on Earth is putting lethal pressure on Leon's current body. Every time he performs a miracle, his physical vessel starts to crack under the strain. So, the more Leon tries to save this new world, the faster his own life is slipping away. That is a terrifying price to pay for a miracle. We have to wonder, how much longer can he actually hold out? A scarred man with unkempt hair leans back on a stone throne, looking completely exhausted. This is Pedos, the divinity of war and fire, and he's clearly reached his limit. Ariana, our goddess, snaps at him that she knows the situation, but Pedos just roars back that he's actually angry at himself. Seeing a literal god of war this stressed out is honestly terrifying. What kind of pressure are these beings actually under? A young girl in a dark hood looks on with wide, trembling eyes as Ariana stares into the distance with cold determination. Ariana finally stands and declares that the time has come for them to break their long silence. The other divine beings just stare at her in shock, realizing she's about to change the rules of the game. It feels like the calm before a massive storm. You can tell they've been hiding for a reason, and coming out now is a massive gamble. Ariana explains that just as life flourished in the old plains, they must now provide blessings to raise faith in this modern society. We're introduced to a new heavy hitter, Hito, the divinity of steel and blacksmithing. The hooded girl is apparently linked to him, and she looks like she's just realized her life is about to get a lot more complicated. This isn't just about survival anymore, this is a full-blown divine recruitment drive. A burly man with a thick mustache points a finger up, suggesting they use something called the internet to their advantage. It's wild seeing an ancient god of the forge talking about web traffic, but he's dead serious. He notes that Leon was originally in this world before the internet was even a thing. Ariana looks down, realizing that the seeds Leon planted took 20 long years to finally take root. A man gazes up at a towering stone crest of twin axes, his expression heavy with gravity. He whispers that this is exactly where their new Grail Knight needs to finally make his move. It's a moment that feels like the start of a legend, but the tension breaks immediately as we jump back to the chaotic reality of a modern office. Seriously, the transition from epic destiny to office staff panicking is just wild, but it sets the stage for something big. An office worker with a bandage on his cheek stares at his phone in pure, unadulterated disbelief. He shouts for the manager to look, shoving a screen forward that's about to flip their entire operation upside down. They're staring at a YouTube upload, and everyone is asking the same terrifying question. Was this actually permitted? The manager looks like he's about to have a heart attack right then and there. You can't really blame him, though. Finding out your classified business is being broadcasted for likes is a genuine nightmare. A glowing monitor reveals the culprit of their stress, a professional channel named Pantheon. It's already verified with a massive following, and the content is, well, it's intense. We see a thumbnail of a bowl of rice glowing like a literal holy relic, with a caption claiming one spoonful will change your life forever. It looks like the ultimate clickbait, but the production value is absolutely insane. The comments are already flooded in over 100 different languages, with everyone wondering who is behind this high-quality madness. It's as if a god suddenly decided to become a top-tier content creator. The team huddles around the desk, desperately trying to unmask the mysterious uploader. They wonder if it could be His Majesty, Leon, but that doesn't really fit his regal king vibe, does it? Someone suggests maybe Han Hari is the mastermind, but the manager shuts that down instantly by pulling up her chat logs. She literally thinks her computer is weird and haunted when it glitches, so she's definitely not a pro video editor. But then, a cold realization hits the manager, and his face turns pale. If it's not their team, then who is actually pulling the strings? The bigger issue isn't just the video, it's the power shifting behind the scenes. A man breaks into a cold sweat as his eyes dart around in pure panic. He realizes that whatever is happening on those screens is way above his pay grade, and he can't just sit there anymore. He suddenly bolts out of the office, leaving his coworkers staring at his back in total confusion while he checks his phone with trembling hands. Seeing a professional lose his cool like this, yeah, that's when you know things are officially spiraling out of control. The camera cuts to the quiet, moonlit exterior of the penthouse where Leon is staying. Inside the dim room, the silence is broken by a frantic, rhythmic clicking sound coming from a laptop. Dark, mechanical limbs are blurred across the keyboard, typing at a speed that would make a pro gamer look like a toddler. It's creepy, honestly, seeing those thin, black shadows dancing over the keys in the middle of the night. You have to wonder, who, or what, is actually running the show while everyone else is asleep. A close-up reveals a sleek, robotic interface flashing a message, subtitle creation complete. Without a second of hesitation, a metallic finger hovers over the trackpad and clicks the final confirmation to proceed with the upload. The dulcuk sound of that final click feels way too heavy for just a mouse press. It's official, the video is live, and there's no taking it back now. The precision here is terrifying. It's not just an upload, it's a calculated strike. Hari walks into the room, her eyes widening as she spots someone, or something, hunched over her gear. She asks if they're finally done with her laptop, but her voice trails off when she sees the culprit isn't even human. It's a small, spider-like drone named Kirik, and it casually announces that it's executing a noise marketing plan. Hari is tech illiterate, but even she knows that having a sentient robot hijack her social media is a recipe for disaster. The drone's single red eye glows with an intense, haunting light as steam or smoke vents from its chassis. It looks less like a helpful assistant and more like a high-tech weapon preparing for a siege. Hari stands there completely paralyzed, her jaw practically hitting the floor as she tries to process the madness. If this is Leon's idea of marketing, the entire world is about to get a massive wake-up call, but is Hari ready for the chaos that's coming next? Hari gives us this bright, sparkling smile that screams professional competence. But the narrator text reveals the hilarious truth. She's a total tech illiterate who has no idea how computers actually work. It's honestly a great moment that makes her way more relatable, especially since she's managing a king. We then pan out to the vast, shimmering landscape of the Neju Plains. The Pantheon Guild has officially set up their temporary branch right in the heart of these fields to oversee the harvest. It looks peaceful for now, but Leon doesn't do quiet for very long. The silence is shattered when Gu Daesung practically kicks the door down, screaming for His Majesty at the top of his lungs. The guy is sweating buckets and looks like he's just seen a ghost or a world-ending disaster. Hari just stands there holding her thermos with a massive question mark over her head, totally baffled by his high-energy entrance. Meanwhile, Leon is just vibing on the couch in the background, sipping tea like a true sovereign. It's a perfect contrast. The new recruit is having a mental breakdown while the king is just enjoying his break. Daesung chugs a glass of water to steady his shaking hands before bringing up that insane marketing video Leon just posted. Leon doesn't even look up when he reveals that Sir Spin, the literal killing machine, was the one who directed and edited the whole thing. Daesung's face is a masterpiece of pure shock as he repeats the name in total disbelief. He's basically screaming, how, internally, trying to figure out how a combat droid developed top-tier cinematic skills. It's a classic Leon moment where the impossible is treated like a common chore. The humor dies out instantly when Daesung asks if they should take the video down before it causes a riot. He looks out at the golden horizons of the Neju Plains, knowing this isn't just some standard agricultural project. These rice grains are a holy resource fundamentally different from anything else in this world, and that video just painted a massive target on their backs. Daesung gets dead serious, warning Leon that as soon as the public finds out the truth about this field, the vultures are going to start circling. Leon's effortless dominance has brought prosperity, but it's also invited a level of human greed that could burn everything to the ground. Can they really defend this treasure from the rest of the world? A shadowed figure watches a roaring blaze consume the night as the warning of impending doom hangs in the air. Daesung drops a heavy truth on Leon. The Neju Plains aren't just a farm anymore, they're a massive, glowing beacon for every thief and greedy guild in the country. He promises that once the official permits are cleared, the Hunter Association will do everything to help, but you can see the sheer weight of the situation in his eyes. Honestly, who can blame the guy for being terrified when you're basically sitting on a mountain of gold made of rice? Leon takes a slow, agonizingly calm sip of his coffee, looking like he hasn't heard a single word of the warning. He simply acknowledges that the modern world has its own laws and systems, but his aura says he doesn't plan on following them. Daesung is practically vibrating with anxiety, especially when Leon drops the coldest line yet, declaring that his harvest cannot be stolen by anyone. Seeing Daesung's face covered in sweat is a huge reality check. He's looking at Leon like he's either a sovereign god or a total madman for showing this much confidence against a world of vultures. The sun finally dips below the horizon, leaving the vast plains under a cold blanket of starlight. The fields look deceptively peaceful, swaying gently under the moonlight as if nothing is wrong. It's that heavy, suffocating kind of silence that usually precedes a disaster. You just know something is lurking in those pitch-black shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to tear it all down and leave nothing but ash. A group of dark, hooded figures gathers near the perimeter, checking their phones to verify their targets. They've confirmed the impossible rumors. this, blessed rice, is the real deal and it's worth more than any high-rank dungeon loot. But then, the lead saboteur pauses, scanning the area with a look of pure disbelief. He's genuinely shocked because there isn't a single guard, drone, or high-tech security system in sight. It's so quiet it's almost creepy, like they were invited right through the front door. One masked thief grins under his hood, thinking this is going to be the easiest payday of his entire career. The plan is simple and brutal. Steal the high-value seeds and burn the entire field to the ground to erase the evidence and tank the market. The leader, a man with sharp, elf-like ears and a cold gaze, doesn't waste another second and orders the crew to bring out the gasoline tanks. It's a literal powder keg waiting for a spark. These guys think Leon is a defenseless farmer, but the crazy part is, they have no idea they've just stepped into a trap set by a king. Shadows crawl through the swaying stalks of the Neju plains as the sun disappears. The saboteurs move in a tight, tactical line, blending into the darkness to avoid detection. Honestly, they look professional, like they've done this 100 times. One of the masked men suddenly gasps and freezes in his tracks. He points a trembling finger toward a silhouette standing in the tall grass, whispering to his leader that someone is watching them. My heart actually skipped a beat for a second. I really thought the king had already caught them. The moonlight hits the figure, revealing a tattered trench coat and a wide-brimmed hat. It's just a scarecrow, swaying lazily as the night wind whistles through its straw body. The detail on this thing is insane. It's literally dressed to look like a person from a distance. The scout stammers out a pathetic apology while his partner calls him a complete idiot. They laugh it off, convinced that the movement they saw was just the wind playing tricks on their nerves. You can feel the tension drop, but man, ignoring your instincts in a place like this is a massive death flag. The scout's voice hitches again, but this time his eyes are wider than dinner plates. He tells his leader to look again because suddenly, the field isn't empty anymore. The crazy part is, he's right, where there was one scarecrow, now there's a whole army of them. Jagged pitchforks rise from the shadows as the wooden figures begin to twitch with a life of their own. One of the saboteurs lets out a high-pitched scream of pure terror as the trap finally snaps shut. These guys came to burn a field, but they just realized they're the ones about to be harvested. Can they even fight back against something this creepy? The arsonist leader glares through his mask, barking orders at his men to stop stalling and start the fire. A bright pillar of light erupts into the night sky, acting as a signal to begin the total destruction of the Neju plains. But even as they prepare to burn it all, the leader's greed takes over, and he tells his crew to pocket some of the blessed rice for themselves. These guys really think they're about to walk away rich, but they have no idea what's watching them from the stalks. The leader calls out for his subordinates, Mansu and Jinte, but the only response he gets is the whistling wind. He spins around, his eyes darting through the dark as he realizes two of his best men have vanished without a single sound. Another thief nervously asks where Dusan went, just as a ghostly blue glow begins to ripple through the mist at their feet. The silence is getting heavy now. It's that type of silence that usually happens right before someone screams. Sweat beads on the leader's forehead as he feels a sudden, freezing chill crawl up his spine. One of the remaining saboteurs lets out a hard gulp, staring into the darkness where the shapes of the scarecrows seem different. Looking down from above, the formation has completely changed, and the wooden guardians are now tightening a perfect circle around the thieves. They aren't just standing there anymore, they're hunting. A massive shadow looms over the leader, revealing a nightmare-fuel scarecrow brandishing two giant spiked maces. The leader slowly turns his head, his pupils shrinking in pure, primal terror as he stares into the creature's jagged, glowing maw. A sickening green light ignites from the scarecrow's head, signaling the start of the harvest. These guys came to burn a field, but it looks like Leon's guards are about to turn them into fertilizer. How is anyone supposed to survive a trap like this? A scarecrow's jagged, stitched mouth looms over a thief screaming in absolute terror. Before the guy can even finish his scream, the scarecrow lashes out with a violent, blurring strike that sends his body cartwheeling into the dark sky. This isn't a fight, it's a total slaughter. Honestly, if you're dumb enough to bring a torch into Leon's territory, you kind of deserve to be the first one launched into orbit. The arsonist leader stares wide-eyed as sweat pours down his face, watching his men get tossed like ragdolls. He finally realizes these aren't just straw decorations, they're high-level monsters radiating a sickening green mana. Three massive, hulking silhouettes rise from the stalks, their glowing eyes locking onto the remaining thieves. These guys thought they were coming to burn a farm, but they just walked straight into a custom-made horror movie. Can they even touch something that moves this fast? A scarecrow with a creepy, hand-drawn smiling face pulses with a blinding white core of energy. The invaders are completely surrounded, trapped in a circle of smiling guards who look more like executioners than farmhands. Strange green symbols flicker in the air as the monsters ready their rusted scythes and maces. That permanent, drawn-on smile is genuinely the most unsettling thing I've seen in this series. It's like the field itself is laughing at how easy this is. A thief's gloved hand claws desperately at the dirt as he tries to crawl away from the carnage. He gasps for air, terrified, realizing these monsters are more dangerous than anything he's ever encountered inside a gate. Imagine being a pro hunter and getting absolutely wrecked by a pile of hay and some old rags. If the pest control is this overtuned, what kind of monster is the king who created them? The arsonist leader's face contorts with a mix of desperate rage and pure delusion as he shouts at his remaining men. He blames their lack of backup, swearing he'll show everyone what happens when you mess with his organization. Even with his life on the line, he's still trying to act like the big bad boss. But seriously, look around you, man. You're already standing in your own graveyard. Is he really going to try and fight back, or is this just the final scream of a dead man? The dark outline of a massive grain silo looms over the horizon like a mountain of gold. The thieves finally find what they're looking for, their eyes widening as they realize the rumors about the blessed rice were actually true. They're already counting their money, barking orders to haul away as much as their cars can carry because they think that monsters are restricted to the fields. It's honestly hilarious. They really think a king like Leon would just leave his kingdom's greatest treasure sitting there for the taking. A single black boot descends, snapping a twig as it settles onto the dirt. Suddenly, the ground erupts in a blinding flash of fire and mana, vaporizing the lead thief in a heartbeat. The rest of the crew is paralyzed, watching their leader get turned into charcoal by a hidden trap they never saw coming. Man, you can almost smell the regret through the screen. They came for a quick payday, but they just stepped onto a literal welcome mat of death. The survivors scramble back, their breath coming in ragged gasps as they stare at the smoking crater. They realize with total horror that the entire storage area is a mana-rigged minefield, designed to blow anyone into orbit who doesn't belong. They're shaking now, asking the one question that should have stopped them before they even started: who on earth sets up military-grade mines around a barn? A sharp, mechanical "Kirik" echoes through the silence, followed by a cold, synthesized voice announcing that unqualified human entry has been verified. A massive, multi-legged shadow emerges from the smoke, its red sensors locking onto the intruders with cold, calculated precision. The thieves' faces go completely pale when they recognize the silhouette. This isn't some cheap security bot, it's the Jagged Spin, a legendary killing machine from the Cheongju Gate. These guys are barely D-rank thugs, and they just woke up a guardian that was built to shred entire armies. This isn't a heist anymore, it's a total slaughter. But seriously, how did Leon manage to tame a gate guardian to act as his personal scarecrow? These thieves are about to find out exactly why you don't touch the king's food. A crystal-clear morning sky stretches over the Neju Plains, marking the end of a very short and very one-sided night. As the sun rises, the chaos of the Jagged Spin's hunt vanishes, replaced by the peaceful chirping of birds and a gentle breeze. It's honestly surreal. You'd never guess that just hours ago, a group of elite assassins was being chased by a mechanical nightmare through the dark. The transition from a literal horror movie to a calm farm morning is just classic Leon. The camera pans down to find the entire Viper squad wrapped head to toe in thick rope, looking like a bunch of miserable, twitching caterpillars. They've been dumped right next to a wooden sign detailing the doctrines of life and fertility for the farm. Rule number 1, sacrifices. Rule number 5, don't skip meals. But that last rule written in blood red ink: thieves die. Seeing these top-tier saboteurs reduced to successfully arrested props is hilarious, but the message is terrifyingly clear. Leon isn't just a farmer, he's a sovereign enforcing divine law on his soil, and he has zero chill for intruders. The captured thieves are led away in a silent, defeated line as Leon calmly shakes hands with a high-ranking modern official. To the public, this whole ordeal was framed as just a small incident that passed without much fuss. The way Leon navigates the politics of this world is honestly as impressive as his combat. He doesn't need a massive press conference or a legal team. He just hands over the criminals and goes back to his business, treating a professional raid like it was a minor pest problem he dealt with before breakfast. A digital tablet screen shows Leon trending as the absolute #1 search topic across the entire internet, with the Pantheon logo everywhere. Headlines are screaming about his peasants and kings banquet speech, and the world is absolutely eating up the drama. Back at the manor, Leon watches the feed with a pensive look, actually wondering if his subordinates are adapting to modern society better than he is. Seriously, the man is literally the king of viral marketing right now, and he thinks he's the one falling behind. The disconnect between his regal common sense and the modern world is pure gold. The screen shifts to reveal the official market evaluation for the newly harvested blessed rice. Each individual pack is valued at a mind-blowing 230 million won. That is absolutely insane. We're talking about a price tag that could buy a luxury apartment, all for a single bag of grain. But with wealth like that on the line, the small incidents are about to get a whole lot bigger. The real question is, now that the whole world knows exactly how much this rice is worth, How far will the next group of thieves go to get a taste? Leon leans back on the couch with a calm, piercing gaze. He drops a bombshell on Hari, telling her that despite the massive potential for profit, the holy rice actually needs to be cheaper. It's a complete shock because he's basically throwing away billions in revenue to satisfy his own sense of justice. Honestly, seeing a literal king argue for lower prices while looking that cool is just a total vibe. Hari stares at him with her mouth hanging open, completely stunned by his lack of greed. Leon explains that a god's favor shouldn't be locked behind a paywall, it's meant to be shared by everyone equally. But here's the real headache. The president already warned him to keep things religiously neutral to avoid a political nightmare. Navigating modern laws is proving to be a much bigger pain than slaying monsters, don't you think? Leon just gives a small, knowing smirk as he looks toward the window. He nonchalantly mentions that even with those restrictions, he still managed to gather a massive amount of faith from the people. He's playing a high-stakes game of influence, and it's clear he's already winning the hearts of the public. You can tell he's always 3 steps ahead of everyone else, even when he's just sitting in an office. Hari clutches her reports tightly, her face pale with genuine concern about their next move. She asks Leon if it's really okay to raid a high-level gate with the ragtag group of low-ranking hunters he just scouted. To her, taking D-ranks into a zone like that is basically a death sentence, and she's not wrong. But the question is, can Leon's presence alone turn these weaklings into a force that defies common sense? A massive glass skyscraper stands tall, reflecting the endless blue sky above. Leon doesn't give a long-winded speech. He simply replies with a chillingly calm, "We'll see." It's that effortless, kingly confidence that makes you realize he isn't just gambling with lives, he has a plan that no one else can even imagine. The tension for this upcoming raid is officially through the roof. Gu Daesung standing in a crowded, modern lobby. A voice calls out to him, surprised to see Mr. Gu in a place like this, and he turns around with a startled, wide-eyed expression. The mission is officially in motion, but with arsonists plotting in the shadows and a near-impossible raid ahead, the real test of Leon's reign is just beginning. Gu Daesung looks around the massive, sterile hall while scratching his head in total confusion. He's just run into team manager Kim, and it turns out everyone here received the same cryptic text message telling them to show up. It's a room full of low-rankers just whispering and trying to figure out why the association would gather a bunch of nobodies in one place. You can tell Daesung is sweating. I mean, usually, when D-ranks get a group invitation like this, it's rarely for anything good. Suddenly, the doors swing open and Han Hari walks in, flanked by serious-looking guards in black suits. The crowd starts buzzing because this girl was the absolute top of the draft last year, a total prodigy that every guild wanted. But while everyone else is distracted by her, Daesung's eyes lock onto the person following behind her, and his heart nearly stops. He realizes that if a superstar like Han Hari is just the manager, the person actually calling the shots has to be on a whole different level. Leon Dragonia Lionheart strides through the crowd, and honestly, the atmosphere just dies the moment he moves. He doesn't even acknowledge the recruits, but Daesung feels a cold sweat break out because the sheer pressure coming off this guy is suffocating. It's like a lion walking through a pen of house cats. Daesung realizes right then that Leon isn't just a hunter, he's a man from a completely different world. You can see the terror in Daesung's eyes. He knows he's standing in the shadow of a true monarch. Leon takes his place behind a podium, standing firmly in front of a massive, glowing crest of a lion. He welcomes the crowd with a voice that demands absolute silence, but then he drops a total bombshell. He tells them they aren't here to become guild members. The recruits start looking at each other, totally blindsided. I mean, if they aren't a guild, what did they actually sign up for? Leon mentions enduring training and forming an order, and you just know he's not talking about a regular 9 to 5. He's looking for a legion, and these low-rankers have no clue they're about to be forged into something terrifying. Gu Daesung stares ahead with sweat beads rolling down his face, his eyes wide in total disbelief. The bombshell Leon just dropped, that this isn't a guild but a military order, has him and everyone else completely frozen. Honestly, can you blame him? These guys signed up for a corporate paycheck, not a drill sergeant and a life of combat. Then, the association official steps up to the podium, looking way too calm as he announces that the test is officially beginning. You can practically feel the oxygen leave the room. The official clicks a remote and a swirling vortex of sickening, mustard yellow energy erupts on the screen behind him. The recruits lose their minds immediately, shouting that this is a straight-up death sentence. A yellow gate? For a bunch of low-rankers? That's not a test, it's an execution. These D-rankers know their own limits, and they're realizing that Leon isn't just asking for effort, he's asking them to gamble their lives before they even get a uniform. Dark silhouettes of monstrous, red-eyed demons and skeletal riders flash across the screen as the gate ranking system is explained. Red and orange gates are the stuff of nightmares, literal world-ending threats that only the elite can touch. But the reality is much harsher for the people in this room. For a C or D rank hunter, a yellow gate is the hard ceiling. It's the point where challenging turns into guaranteed casualty. Seeing those armored shadows in the mist makes it clear why they're all panicking. The bald official frantically waves his hands at the crowd, shouting for them to quiet down while telling them they're free to walk out. Predictably, the hunters don't need to be told twice. They start turning their backs, cursing about wasted time and heading for the exit. They're choosing a nap over a suicide mission, and honestly, it's the most human reaction possible. But as their footsteps echo out of the hall, the tension only rises. Is Leon really just going to let the weak walk away, or is this all part of his sorting process? If the cowards are gone, what kind of monster is he planning to turn the survivors into? The massive hall is practically a ghost town now, with only a few shadows left against the cold floor. After Leon's brutal reality check, only a dozen hunters are still standing there, staring up at the stage in a heavy, suffocating silence. Leon just looks down at the remaining fools with those piercing blue eyes, letting a soft escape his lips. It's chilling because he doesn't look disappointed at the small turnout. He looks like he's finally found the raw scrap metal he can actually forge into something lethal. Leon's finger snaps up, pointing directly at a guy with curly hair who looks like he's seeing his own funeral. He asks him the simplest, most terrifying question possible: why did you stay? The poor guy is visibly trembling, admitting with a shaky voice that he only stayed because his friend refused to leave. It's almost funny how honest and pathetic he is in the face of royalty, and Leon just absorbs the answer with a dry, I see. He's reading their souls in real time, looking for any spark of loyalty or even blind stupidity he can exploit. The king's focus shifts again, and this time, that heavy finger points straight at Gu Daesung. You can practically feel the air pressure drop in the room as Leon asks him the exact same question. Daesung looks like he's about to burst from the sheer stress, his face slick with sweat, but he grits his teeth and screams at the top of his lungs, I have to take this chance. This isn't just about a paycheck for him anymore, it's a desperate, raw cry to prove he's more than a bottom-tier hunter destined for the trash heap. That hunger is exactly what the king was waiting to hear. Leon actually smiles, and honestly, seeing a predator look satisfied is way more terrifying than his glare. He tells Daesung it's a good attitude before stepping off the podium, his boots clicking against the floor with heavy, rhythmic intent. He reminds the small group that he didn't come here to play guild leader or sign autographs, he's here to gather soldiers for a divine legion. As Gu Daesung and manager Kim gulp in synchronized terror, the realization hits like a truck. They didn't just join a guild, they joined a war machine. Leon is already moving toward the exit, expecting them to follow him into the jaws of the unknown. Is this ragtag group really the foundation of a new empire, or are they just the first sacrifices? Leon stands tall, his dark cloak swirling as he speaks with absolute authority. He tells the recruits to trust in the honor and power of a knight, making it clear that the time for talk is over. He stares down at the crowd from the stage, ordering them to grab their equipment and finish their final preparations. It's honestly chilling how he treats these dear ranks like they're already elite soldiers. He doesn't offer them a choice, he offers them a destiny. A massive, swirling orange portal looms over the stairs at Samjin Station. This is a yellow rank gate, a place that usually chews up and spits out hunters of this level. The air around the gate looks distorted, pulsing with a heat that screams danger. You have to wonder if Leon is being a genius or just plain reckless. Sending these guys in there feels like a literal suicide mission. A wide shot reveals the entire squad decked out in heavy, gleaming silver plate armor. Leon has somehow transformed these budget hunters into a professional-looking legion in record time. One recruit is already struggling, muttering about how the gear feels incredibly heavy on his shoulders. Gu Daesung stares at his new shield in total shock, realizing this equipment is worth at least 10 million won. The crazy part is that Daesung is a damage dealer, yet Leon handed him a tank's shield. It's like he's forcing them to forget everything they know about modern hunting. The older hunter next to him looks on with wide, trembling eyes, feeling the gravity of the situation. Leon stands in the background, silent and watching like a hawk, measuring their resolve before they cross the threshold. The tension is so thick you can practically feel the recruits' hearts racing through their chest plates. Just as the panic starts to set in, Hanhari approaches Daesung to check his status. She calls out his name, but you can see it in his face. He's wondering if this expensive armor is meant to protect him or just serve as a shiny coffin. Will Leon's, commoner, army actually survive the first wave, or is this the shortest guild history ever? Hanhari's face is a mask of pure, sweating concern as she watches the recruits. While she's internally screaming, Gu Daesung is trying to hold his sanity together by repeating a mantra. Leon is powerful, so nothing bad can happen. But look at his eyes, he doesn't believe a word of it. Honestly, in a gate like this, saying, nothing bad will happen, is basically asking for a disaster to drop on your head. Can Leon really keep these rookies alive when the Real slaughter begins? Sudden, visceral streaks of dark blood paint the screen as the atmosphere turns pitch black. In a blink and you miss it moment of violence, an orc's head is pulverized, leaving nothing but a mangled mess and a trail of gore. The transition is jarring. We went from nervous tension to a full-blown slaughterhouse in less than a second. It's messy, it's fast, and it's exactly the kind of overwhelming force Leon promised. The recruits stand frozen, their eyes wide behind their metal visors as they try to process the carnage. They're literally asking, what the hell just happened, because their human eyes couldn't even track the movement. And there he is, Leon, standing over the carcass of a monster like it was nothing more than a stray bug he stepped on. The power gap here isn't just wide, it's a canyon that these deer rankers can't even begin to measure. Leon lets out a thunderous roar, his eyes glowing with an intense, terrifying golden light that pierces through the bloodstains on his face. He isn't just killing them, he's disgusted, screaming that these creatures have no honor and aren't fit to be called warriors. As his aura flares, the words, unwavering justice, burn into the frame with absolute authority. This isn't just a hunt for him, it's a holy execution. You can feel the weight of his conviction. He truly believes he's the judge, jury, and executioner of this mountain. The screen fades toward the credits as the camera pans out to the quiet, indifferent peaks of the mountains. A single, exhausted, speech bubble floats in the air as the adrenaline finally begins to dip. The contrast is insane. One moment it's a divine bloodbath, and the next, it's just a peaceful afternoon in the woods. But don't let the silence fool you. Leon has just shown his students what true power looks like, and the look on their faces says they'll never be the same. Are they ready for the next wave, or did Leon just break their spirits before the real war even started? The recruits stand tall in their polished plate armor, looking out over a vast, sun-drenched mountain range. A system window suddenly flickers into existence, informing them that they've been cast as mercenaries from the outer territories caught in a tribal war. It's an NPC support quest, a scenario where they have to pick a side and survive the crossfire. Honestly, the scale of this gate is massive compared to what these low rankers are used to. The group huddles around Gu Daesung, realizing this is a complex faction quest with actual political stakes. They're busy discussing the mechanics and their roles as if this were just another raid. But the atmosphere shifts instantly when Gu's eyes widen in pure terror as he shouts for everyone to wait. That's the "oh no" moment where you realize the tutorial phase just ended. A heavy, rhythmic thumping shakes the ground before a massive orc warrior riding a giant, red-eyed boar crashes onto the scene. This isn't some mindless beast, it's a hulking commander with glowing yellow eyes and primitive, jagged iron armor. He looks down at the recruits with a mixture of confusion and pure, unadulterated rage. If looks could kill, these hunters would already be 6 feet under. Behind the first rider, an entire cavalry of boar-riding orcs thunders across the plains, kicking up a literal wall of dust. The sound is deafening, like a mountain collapsing in slow motion as they charge toward Leon's ragtag group. The speed they're moving at is insane. It's a total blitzkrieg. You can practically feel the panic rising in the recruits' chests as the orcs close the gap. The lead orc lets out a guttural roar, demanding to know who these weaklings are and why they've stepped onto his land. He declares this the territory of the Battle Axe tribe and labels every single human there as an invader marked for death. The pressure is suffocating. Now the real question is, does Leon have a plan to turn these commoners into a wall of steel, or is this where his new order falls apart before it even begins? Hari nervously whispers to Leon, trying to get his attention while he stares ahead with a look of pure, unadulterated annoyance. She knows exactly what's about to happen if she doesn't intervene. Leon is 1 second away from turning this entire mountain into a graveyard. It's honestly kind of stressful watching her try to manage a literal god king who has zero patience for talking it out with what he considers pests. Taking a massive gamble, Hari steps out and announces to the orc army that they're just mercenaries, looking for a payday by helping a tribe. She even goes as far as asking them to come with us, trying to play the role of a neutral party to de-escalate the tension. But look at Leon's face in the background. He looks absolutely disgusted. Being called a mercenary is basically the ultimate insult to a sovereign of the Lionheart, and you can practically see the sparks of fury flying off him. We get a wide view of the orc settlement, a jagged, bone-chilling fortress tucked away in the snowy peaks. The sheer scale of the tribe becomes clear as the recruits are funneled into the center of the camp, surrounded by hundreds of bloodthirsty warriors. The atmosphere is suffocatingly heavy. You have to wonder if Hari's lie actually bought them time, or if she just hand-delivered these low-rank recruits to their executioners. The Battle Axe tribe's chief steps forward, a massive wall of green muscle and iron armor that makes the D-rank hunters look like toddlers. He looks down at the group and, surprisingly, lets out a booming laugh, declaring that a larger-scale war is exactly what he needs for an honorable death. These orcs aren't scared of a fight, they're addicted to it. This just went from a diplomatic mission to a blood-soaked invitation in record time. But then, the air around them suddenly turns freezing as Leon's eyes ignite with a blinding, golden radiance. He's reached his limit. Hearing a lowly monster talk about honor while dragging his name through the dirt as a common mercenary was the final straw. His expression says it all. He's not here to negotiate with animals, he's here to provide a royal execution. The real question is, can the recruits even survive the shockwave of the power Leon is about to unleash? The lead orc spins around, eyes bulging in total confusion as he barks out, "Who said that?" He's looking for the source of that cold, regal voice, but he's not going to like what he finds. Honestly, seeing an orc try to act tough when Leon is standing right there is almost painful to watch. Then, a heavy boot crunches into the dirt, glowing with a faint, divine light as Leon repeats the word honor like it's a disgusting joke. He's walking forward with the kind of casual confidence that only comes from someone who's spent centuries on top of a throne. Leon's jaw tightens as he looks down at these monsters, mocking their lofty dreams, and telling them they're completely undeserving of even thinking about honor. You can practically feel the oxygen leaving the room. Leon isn't just angry, he's insulted on a spiritual level. The orc's face contorts into a mask of primitive rage, screaming, "You," as he tries to lunge forward. He starts to yell about Leon daring to insult them, but he doesn't even get to finish his sentence. Big mistake, you never interrupt a king when he's delivering a verdict. Suddenly, a massive, blinding arc of golden energy slashes across the screen in a perfect semicircle. Leon doesn't even look like he's trying. It's just one fluid, effortless motion that tears through the air like paper. The orc's heavy iron helmet is sliced clean in half, sent spinning into the darkness as the force of the blow connects. That's one way to shut someone up permanently, and man, the animation on that slash is just crisp. The screen fades as stylized text appears, officially introducing the man behind the blade, Leon Dragonia Lionheart. The narration shifts, stating that calling him honorable isn't enough. It's like he's transcended the very concept. This is where the hype really hits a boiling point because the orcs still don't get it, screaming that he'll crawl on the earth like a bug. They're still talking trash while their squad is being dismantled in seconds. Talk about being delusional until the very last breath. But then, the system itself seems to respond to Leon's aura, flashing the words, "that is," across the frame. Giant blue and white text explodes onto the screen, unwavering justice. It's not just a move, it's his entire existence manifested into a single strike. Then, we see the most insane stat yet, a kill streak of over 8 million orcs, officially labeling Leon as the Orc Slayer. 8 million? Are you kidding me? This man hasn't just fought orcs, he spent lifetimes systematically erasing them from existence. Leon's eyes glow with a terrifying, divine light as the narrator delivers the final blow. He isn't just a hunter, he is a living legend. At this point, the orcs aren't fighting a man, they're fighting a god who's had a very long day. Can anything even stand in his way now? The title card slams onto the screen as we dive straight back into the heart of the slaughter. The orcs are in a total state of shock, screaming at the top of their lungs that their chief has been completely wiped out. It is pure, unadulterated chaos in the monster ranks right now. I mean, imagine being a grunt and seeing your invincible boss get folded in seconds. You'd be losing your mind and looking for the nearest exit too. Orc warriors charge through the billowing smoke, their heavy boots thumping against the dirt like a frantic heartbeat. One of Leon's new recruits is practically vibrating with fear, letting out a terrified, high-pitched "heek" from behind his heavy steel visor. These guys are just deer anchors, and looking at that massive wall of incoming green muscle, you really have to wonder if Leon has finally lost his mind by bringing them here. Leon's voice booms over the battlefield like a thunderclap, ordering the terrified men to raise their shields immediately. As they scramble to obey, that golden lion heart aura pulses with a blinding light, coating their standard issue armor in a shimmering, celestial glow. The transformation is instant. It's like Leon is literally breathing his own royal courage directly into their lungs. The recruits are still freaking out, shouting to each other that there's no way deer rank hunters can actually win against a literal orc army. Just then, a massive orc leaps into the air with a blood-curdling roar, swinging a heavy iron axe meant to split them in two like firewood. The tension is through the roof. If this shield wall breaks now, it's going to be a total massacre. The orc's weapon connects with a deafening crash as a hunter screams, "shit," while bracing for the end. But then, something impossible happens. The orc's eyes go wide with pure confusion as his strike hits an invisible wall of absolute force. Is it actually possible for a simple human to stand up to a beast with 5 times his strength? Sparks fly everywhere as the iron axe grinds against the glowing shield, but the hunter doesn't budge a single inch. Behind the visor, the recruit's eyes are wide with utter disbelief as he whispers, "I blocked him. He's still alive," and for the first time, these commoners realize that with Leon leading them, they aren't just hunters anymore, they're becoming something legendary. Can the orcs even handle a squad that refuses to break? A glowing blue system screen displays the insane effects of Lionheart's aura. Leon isn't just giving these recruits a little boost, he's granting these deer rank hunters massive buffs to defense, fortification, and even lighter armor. It's like he's playing a high-stakes strategy game with real lives, and honestly, the stat increases are totally broken for commoners. Gu Daesung stares through his helmet, his eyes wide with pure, unadulterated shock. He can feel a foreign, royal power surging through his veins, but it's the next notification that really changes the game, the Most Prolific Orc Slayer title. This thing literally forces orcs into a state of panic and despair just by being near them. Imagine being a terrifying monster, but your natural instinct is suddenly to just give up. More windows flood the screen, listing legendary blessings like Grail Guardian and War Knight's Blessing. The recruits are actually holding the line against a literal army, and one of them screams out that this power feels way too good to be true. This is the exact moment they stop being victims of the system and start being true soldiers of the Lionheart. It's a complete 180 from where they started just an hour ago. Leon stands amidst the chaos, his voice booming as he orders them to raise their shields and push the beasts back. He follows up with a cold, ruthless command to stab them, and a spear instantly skewers an orc through the gut in a spray of dark blood. He's not just leading a guild, he's orchestrating a slaughter with the clinical precision of a king who has done this for centuries. Orcs are being mowed down left and right as weapons bite deep into green flesh and blood splatters across the rocky terrain. One monster lets out a gut-wrenching scream as it falls to the dirt, unable to understand how these weak humans became so strong. You can actually feel the desperation shifting from the humans to the monsters, and man, the momentum is undeniable. A dying orc cries out to the God of Warriors, but Leon's eyes ignite with a terrifying, golden fire. He looks down at the creature with pure disgust, asking how a beast like that dares to invoke the divine name of his god. He reaches out a blood-stained hand, his fingers tensed and ready to deliver a final, divine judgment. Leon raises his arm, eyes glowing with a terrifying gold light as he screams for his men to take heads. He's completely rejecting the system's mercenary quest and calling for a total massacre. "Come, stallion," he bellows, and suddenly, a pillar of divine energy shatters the earth right in front of the orc horde. Honestly, I've never seen a D-rank gate look this much like a holy war. The battle axe orcs are frozen in pure confusion, clutching their rusted weapons as the dust settles. They were expecting a skirmish, but what's coming is an execution. Before they can even grunt, a massive hoof slams directly into an orc's skull with a sickening crunch. Talk about a wake-up call. Leon is officially done playing nice with these beasts. Leon sits atop a magnificent white divine steed, looking every bit like the sovereign he truly is. The horse doesn't just run, it tramples the life out of everything in its path, crushing an orc's face into the dirt like it's nothing. It's brutal, one-sided, and honestly, a bit terrifying to watch. But with the orc leadership right in his sights, is Leon actually going to end this whole tribe in a single charge? The look on his face says he's just getting started. Dust kicks up in massive clouds as Leon barrels straight into the heart of the orc formation. He isn't just riding, he's a force of nature tearing through the dirt. Suddenly, he crosses his arms over his chest, bracing himself as flickering blue sparks begin to dance around his silhouette. It looks like he's preparing to release something massive. Honestly, seeing him this calm in the middle of a slaughter is just chilling. Leon's hands move with surgical precision as he reaches into the swirling divine energy. He's manifesting weapons out of thin air, his fingers tightening around hilts that shouldn't exist in this world. Then, his eyes snap open, burning with a blinding, incandescent gold light that pierces through the darkness of the gate. The intensity is insane. When those eyes start glowing like that, you know the orc slayer has officially taken over. He spreads his arms wide, holding two massive, glowing lances like a human reaper as he tramples through the screaming horde. He's literally mowing them down, leaving nothing but a trail of broken bodies and golden light in his wake. The camera zooms in on his face, and man, he's a mess of blood and divine fury. He doesn't look like a hero saving the day. He looks like an ancient god of war who's finally found something to kill. But with the orc leader still standing, how much further is Leon willing to go to prove his point? Leon's eyes glow a lethal gold through a mask of splattered orc blood as he delivers a chilling decree. He tells them point blank, "I'll kill you all," and his voice is as cold as the winter wind. This isn't just a battle cry, it's a divine verdict that's already been signed in blood. A massive orc skull is crushed into the dirt with a sickening, wet crunch as Leon continues his surgical slaughter. He doesn't use fancy tricks, just raw, overwhelming force that leaves the earth shaking. Watching this, you realize he isn't playing by the system's rules, he's rewriting them with every strike. Seriously, the mercenary quest is long gone, this is a purge. The camera pulls back to reveal a snowy field now littered with dozens of lifeless green bodies. The Battle Axe tribe, once the terror of this gate, is now nothing more than silent scenery in Leon's personal theater of war. It's a haunting image. Total silence has replaced the screams of battle in seconds. This is what happens when a sovereign decides your existence is in terror. Leon raises his ornate holy sword, the blade pulsing with a brilliant, incandescent light that seems to burn the very air. He's standing there like a god of old, ready to deliver the final blow to any survivors. But as he looks at his terrified recruits, you have to ask, is he training them to be heroes, or something much more dangerous? Can they even look him in the eye after seeing this? Leon thrusts his glowing sword toward the sky, his face lit with a terrifying joy. He screams at the top of his lungs, declaring this a glorious and honorable victory for his kingdom. It's wild, the man is literally covered in orc blood and he's smiling like he just won a sports trophy. You have to wonder if his sense of honor is actually just an ancient, unstoppable thirst for slaughter. The D-rank recruits stand awkwardly among the piles of corpses, looking absolutely shell-shocked. They offer a hesitant, shaky cheer, calling him, "Your Majesty," with voices that are clearly trembling behind their visors. It's so awkward to watch. They're not celebrating a win, they're just trying to stay on the good side of the monster who just saved them. Han Hari approaches Leon, her face pale and dripping with cold sweat as she looks at the carnage. She stares at the literal mountain of bodies and asks the one question everyone is thinking, why did you do this? She's trying to hold on to her professional composure, but you can see her modern common sense shattering in real time. She's finally realizing that Leon doesn't play by the Hunter Association's quest rules at all. Leon stands amidst the rubble and death, his silhouette sharp and imposing against the gloom. He turns to her with a look of pure, frozen indifference, asking if a reason is even needed to kill orcs. That cold stare is enough to make your blood run cold. He isn't just a king playing hero, he's a specialized predator. And he just made it clear that mercy for beasts isn't in his vocabulary. Is he even human anymore? Han Hari stammers in total shock as Leon's eyes glow with a terrifying, golden light. She tries to remind him about the mercenary quest, but he dismisses the system's logic as absolute, utter garbage. Honestly, his level of disgust for these modern mechanics is on a whole other level. He's not here to play by the rules. Leon turns away, his face twisting into a sneer of pure, aristocratic hatred. He declares he'd rather jump into a pit of fire than offer even an ounce of respect to these green beasts. You can feel the tension chaining here. He isn't just a hunter refusing a task, he's a sovereign declaring that their very existence is a crime. A hulking, red-eyed orc looms in a dark vision of the battlefield. Leon tells his terrified recruits straight up, do not ever humanize them, because they are nothing but sickening monsters. It's a chilling moment of indoctrination. He's stripping away any chance of mercy before the real slaughter even begins. Leon stands there covered in fresh blood, his expression cold and completely unmoving. Behind him, Hanhari's face turns into a hilarious, wide-eyed, chibi mask of pure horror. Her only thought, are racist. And honestly, looking at Leon's face, she's realizing she isn't managing a hero, she's managing a fanatic. But with the horde closing in, can she even afford to stop him? Hanhari waves her hands frantically while a thought bubble shows a peaceful, meditating orc surrounded by butterflies. She begs Leon to reconsider his extermination policy, insisting that somewhere in the world, kind orcs must exist. Honestly, watching her try to humanize monsters to a man who literally holds the title, Orc Slayer, is just painful. She's trying to apply modern logic to a king who only knows divine war. Leon's blood-spattered face fills the screen, his eyes glowing with a dim, terrifying gold. He doesn't laugh or get angry. He just leans in and tells her to keep this in mind. You can practically feel the temperature in the gate drop just by looking at him. He isn't just a hunter anymore. In this moment, he looks like a literal god of judgment who has seen 1,000 years of slaughter. The only kind orcs are dead orcs. Leon delivers his final, brutal doctrine, completely crushing any hope of peaceful coexistence or mercenary quests. And there it is, the mask is off. Leon isn't here to play by the association's rules, he's here to cleanse the world of what he calls sickening beasts. A massive ORCS burns against a backdrop of roaring, hellish flames. We're looking back at the dark history of how these monsters first arrived on Earth when the gates began to shatter our reality. Believe it or not, when they first crawled out, a massive number of orc survivors actually tried to make a life here. It's wild to think there was ever a time we didn't just see them as kill-on-sight targets. A hand holds up a hand-painted pink sign that simply says, "Welcome," decorated with cute little flowers. Earth's people were actually naive enough to think they could coexist, offering a hand to the survivors of a dying world. But the tragedy is that these beasts weren't built for our peace. They couldn't adjust to Earth, and many twisted into demonic humans instead. Seeing that blood-stained welcome sign on the floor just makes your stomach turn. It's a brutal reminder that kindness is often met with a blade. The screen fades to black with simple, haunting text stating that the orcs became a permanent problem even on Earth. They didn't just fail to integrate, they became a localized plague that humanity had to learn to hunt just to survive. This wasn't a misunderstanding, it was a fundamental clash of species. You can really feel the weight of the years of conflict that led to the modern hunter system. The scene shifts to the present, deep in the dark, blue-tinted woods as a notification pings. Arrived at destination. A small, high-tech scouting drone clicks into place on a rocky cliffside, its mechanical eyes scanning the valley below. A cold, tactical voice notes that if the mission is carried out here, a total all-kill of the targets is possible. It's chilling how much this feels like a cold execution rather than a standard raid. Leon and Han Hari are standing in the shadows, but the Great Night King looks, well, he looks ridiculous in a pink cat beanie. To keep his legendary blonde hair from giving away their position, he's been forced into a stealth outfit that involves a literal animal hat, and he looks absolutely miserable about it. Even Han Hari is rocking the matching pink gear, and while it's funny, you can see the sheer focus in Leon's eyes. He might be wearing a cat hat, but he's still a lion ready to tear something apart. The scouting drone suddenly begins to hum with a violent, flickering yellow electricity as its internal systems whine. A system prompt flashes across the screen, commencing core overload. This is it, the signal for the opening move of the purge. The tension is peaking because once that core blows, there's no going back to diplomacy. The question is, are these D-rank recruits actually ready for the carnage that's about to follow? A glowing blue energy rod pulses with violent, flickering yellow sparks as the atmosphere heavy with ozone begins to crackle. The system interface screams a warning that a core overload is imminent, and Han Hari looks like she's about to have a genuine heart attack. This isn't just a tactical move. The prompt reveals that the fuel rod's deterioration has hit a critical point, and core fusion is already happening. You can feel the heat radiating off the screen. This is extreme, even for a gate raid. Leon isn't just bending the rules, he's bringing a miniature sun into a forest. Honestly, seeing Hari panic makes you realize just how far off-script Leon is going. The question is, does he even care about the fallout? The fuel rod arcs through the air with a faint plop as it splashes right into the murky river water. Leon tosses the most dangerous object in the room like he's just throwing away a piece of literal garbage. The timing here is just hilarious because, amidst all this tension, Hari's chibi self pipes up saying it looks like poop, and Leon actually has the nerve to tell her to stop being so dirty. It's so surreal. Here they are, standing in the middle of a monster-infested forest, wearing these ridiculous pink bunny ear bandanas while Leon basically triggers a localized ecological disaster. You've gotta love the contrast. The Night King is wearing a rabbit hat while setting a trap that would make a mad scientist blush. Hari looks up at Leon with genuine concern, her voice trembling as she asks if releasing radioactive material into the river is really honorable. She's trying to reconcile her image of a noble knight with this man who just poisoned a water supply. But check out Leon's face, he just lets out this chilling, subtle smirk that tells you everything you need to know. He isn't bothered by the ethics of modern warfare or the honor of his status. He's just standing there, arms crossed, waiting for the screams to start. It's a total reality check for Hari. She's looking for a hero, but Leon is a sovereign who prioritizes results over feelings. Leon looks down with absolute, soul-crushing disdain, explaining that fighting these green beasts isn't a war or a battle, it's just eliminating pests. He doesn't see orcs as worthy warriors or even as living beings with rights. To him, they are just vermin that need to be wiped from the earth. Even with that bunny hat on, his eyes turn sharp and murderous, creating an aura that's honestly terrifying. It's a cold reminder that while he's a king, he's not the nice, kind of hero we're used to seeing in these stories. He's a judge and executioner combined. This is the true face of the Night King who returned with a god, and for the orcs downstream, the honor of a fair fight was never an option. The purge has officially begun. A hulking orc lets out a blood-curdling roar as red splatters paint the air behind him. The internal hierarchy of the Battle Axe tribe is on full display here because Grokter just absolutely demolished a fellow orc named Galdin, literally breaking his skull open. The rest of the tribe isn't horrified, they're actually laughing and cheering, kohaha, as if they just watched a comedy skit. It's a brutal reminder that these things don't value life, even their own. Honestly, seeing them celebrate a brother's death like this makes you realize why Leon refuses to show them an ounce of mercy. Jagged speech bubbles crowd the frame as the orcs praise Grokter's great axe skill. They're talking about how Galdin died fiercely and how the god of warriors will send him to some eternal fighting range. They have this twisted sense of honor that sounds almost noble if you don't look at the gore on the floor. But that's the thing, they're just dress-up monsters playing at being warriors. It's sick, right? They think they're headed for glory, but they have no idea a real god is currently judging them from the shadows. Grokter stomps away from the corpse, his heavy footsteps thumping against the dirt as the tribe shouts that he's going for a drink. We get a close-up of his armor, which is a mess of rusted plates and a literal human-looking skull mounted on his chest. He looks like the definition of a final boss for a D-rank hunter. He's riding high on his victory, feeling like the king of the world in this dump. But you can feel the tension building. Something is about to ruin his post-fight celebration. Clear water streams down in a heavy pour, splashing into a wooden bucket with a gurgle. Grokter doesn't even use a cup, he just shoves his face into the water, chugging it down like a thirsty beast with droplets flying everywhere. He's trying to wash away the heat of the battle. It looks like a normal, quiet moment in the camp. But wait, why does the water look so unnervingly still before he touches it? Grokter lowers the bucket and wipes his mouth, a confused grunt escaping his throat. He mutters that the water tastes a bit strange today, and we see his tiny, red eye narrow in a sharp close-up. This is the moment the atmosphere shifts. Even a low IQ brute like him can sense that something in the environment has been purified or altered by Leon's presence. It's like the world itself is rejecting the orcs, and he's literally tasting his own demise in a stream. The massive warrior turns his back on the river and walks back toward his base, dismissing the weird taste as just the blood from his earlier kill. The camera pans out to a wide shot of the entire Samjin station fort, showing the massive, jagged wooden walls and bone-chilling architecture of the orc stronghold. He thinks he's safe behind those walls. The crazy part, he's walking right back into a death trap, completely unaware that the Night King is already at his doorstep. Can he even put up a fight once Leon decides to stop watching? The screams of the dying echo through the jagged walls of the orc fortress. One after another, the battle-axe warriors collapse, their lungs giving out as they let out gut-wrenching wails of "kahik" and "kwa." It's not a battle, it's a systematic organ failure. The crazy part is that they don't even know what's hitting them, desperately crying out for a witch doctor who's just as helpless as they are. Seeing these hulking brutes reduced to squealing prey, honestly, it's kind of terrifying. A lone orc warrior stares into the blinding light, tears and sweat streaming down his distorted face. He's completely paralyzed, trembling like a child as he watches his brothers fall without a single sword being swung. This isn't just fear, it's a total soul-crushing despair that stripped away his will to fight. You have to wonder, what kind of monster makes a literal monster cry? The camera pans out to show the entire camp, where dozens of orcs are keeling over in the dirt. The aura Leon bestowed upon the recruits is acting like a divine poison, suffocating every beast within the radius of their shield wall. They expected a raid, but they got a plague of justice instead. It's hard to watch them drop like flies, but then you remember these things eat people for breakfast. Deep in the heart of the camp, the orc witch doctor stumbles back, his eyes wide with a confusion that borders on madness. He frantically tries to analyze the energy, but his voice cracks as he realizes it's neither a curse nor a standard enchantment. There's no system logic he can grasp to stop the bleeding. The tension here is insane because if the most powerful orc is this baffled, the rest of them are already dead men walking. The witch doctor's face contorts as a chilling realization hits him, and he mutters the name Lionheart with a mixture of ancient fear and reverence. He recognizes the golden divinity. It's a power that shouldn't exist in this world, a lineage of kings that once purged his kind into near extinction. This changes everything. How do these monsters know about Leon's past life? A massive explosion of golden light erupts, sending orc bodies flying like ragdolls through the air. Leon doesn't give them a second to breathe, his voice booming across the battlefield with a cold, merciless authority. Eliminate the beasts, he commands, his face a mask of absolute judgment. Don't miss a single one. He's not looking for survivors or information. He wants a total wipeout. But with the orcs already broken, is Leon training soldiers, or is he turning his recruits into a group of cold-blooded executioners? The real nightmare is only just beginning. The D-rank recruits charge forward like a silver tidal wave, their boots thundering against the cracked earth. They aren't trembling or hesitating anymore, they're screaming about free EXP and hunting the orcs down like starving wolves. Leon has successfully flipped their survival instinct into a hunter's primal greed in record time. Honestly, seeing these once terrified rookies act like high-level executioners is actually kind of chilling. They've stopped seeing enemies and started seeing numbers. A wounded orc clutches its mangled stomach, its yellow eyes wide with a realization that comes far too late. It stares into the reflection of a recruit's polished silver armor, seeing the face of its own death looking back. For the first time in this tribe's history, these monsters are the ones experiencing true, paralyzing terror. It's hard to even call this a battle anymore, it's a systematic slaughter. The power gap Leon provided through his aura has turned a trial into a one-sided massacre. The orc lets out a final, guttural roar, cursing the cowardly humans who refuse to fight with the honor it expects. A massive, jagged arc of dark blood sprays across the clear blue sky, silencing the beast mid-sentence. It's wild. What the orcs call cowardice, Leon simply calls divine judgment. There's no room for a fair fight when a king decides his enemies are nothing more than vermin. The monster's scream is cut short, leaving nothing but the sickening sound of steel meeting flesh. A blinding flash of white light consumes the entire battlefield as the final remnants of the orc tribe are wiped out. The recruits move in perfect, eerie synchronization, following Leon's commands to the absolute letter. This isn't a struggle or a desperate win, it's a complete erasure of an entire war band. You can almost feel the weight of the system struggling to process the massive death toll Leon just orchestrated. This is beyond what any D-rank gate was supposed to be. A bright blue system window suddenly flickers into existence with a notification that changes everything. It coldly announces that the entire orc species is now the Order's sworn enemy. Hanhari's eyes go wide with pure shock as she reads the scrolling text. You have become a common enemy. Wait, hold on. Usually, you finish a gate and get a loot box or a clear message, but Leon just managed to get his entire squad flagged for a racial war. He didn't just clear a dungeon, he started a blood feud. Hanhari stares at her floating interface, her finger trembling as she tries to make sense of the diplomatic disaster unfolding. The smoke begins to clear, revealing a landscape littered with orc corpses and the recruits standing tall, drenched in blood but unharmed. Alright, someone shouts, breaking the heavy silence with a cheer of victory. But as Hanhari looks at the notification again, you have to wonder, is she cheering because they survived, or is she just masking the absolute terror of what Leon just turned them into? They didn't just win, they've become the world's most dangerous targets. Leon's eyes sharpen as he looks toward the back of the enemy lines, sensing a new, heavier presence. He lets out a cold, predatory smirk, finally finding a monster he deems a better one to kill. He's actually looking forward to this, which is honestly the most terrifying part of his personality. He begins to preach about light and justice, sounding more like a divine judge than a hunter. It's like he's finally decided to take the training wheels off and show everyone what a real holy war looks like. A hooded orc shaman screams in agony, his face twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated hatred. He looks at the piles of his fallen brothers and completely hits his breaking point, his eyes bulging with grief. He points a gnarled, shaking finger at Leon's group, screaming that they are the ones responsible for this absolute carnage. You can feel the raw desperation in his voice, but in this gate, desperation is just a fancy word for a death sentence. He thinks he's calling out monsters, but he has no idea he's talking to the king of them. The shaman's face is shown in a tight close-up, his tusks bared as he spits out a venomous curse. He bellows that they are nothing but evil bastards, questioning if they even have the right to call themselves warriors after a massacre like this. Leon doesn't even flinch, he just stares back, his eyes igniting with a cold, incandescent golden light. Talk about a massive mistake. Questioning a Night King's honor is the fastest way to get your subscription to life cancelled. Leon isn't even offended, he's just disgusted that a beast thinks it can speak his language. Leon looks down with a narrow, frozen gaze, his mouth barely moving as he delivers his final verdict. He scoffs at the shaman, telling the creature that it's foolish to even mention the word honor in his presence. The level of pure, crushing disdain in his voice is enough to make your skin crawl. He declares that their very existence is a sin that no amount of blood or apology can ever fix. He's not just fighting a boss here, he's performing a one-man exorcism on an entire species, and he's not planning on leaving survivors. The shaman's body is suddenly engulfed in a massive, swirling pillar of toxic green energy that tears the earth apart. He screams one final insult, calling Leon an arrogant bastard as he ignites his very soul to unleash everything he has left. The ground literally shatters under the pressure of his mana, creating a scene straight out of an apocalypse. It looks like a final boss's ultimate, world-ending move is about to land. But looking at Leon, he's just standing there, waiting to show this beast exactly why justice is never a fair fight. Is the shaman's power enough to even make Leon move, or is he just about to be deleted from history? Leon stands perfectly still as the orc shaman's jagged metal chains rattle and hiss across the broken stone like vipers. Instead of showing any hint of fear, Leon actually looks amused, noting that it's interesting to see a mere beast capable of wielding such complex tools. Honestly, the level of disrespect Leon shows here is legendary. His enemy is summoning an apocalypse, and he's basically giving him a performance review. It's that classic, I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with me energy. Suddenly, a violent burst of golden light erupts from Leon's position, slamming into the encroaching dark chains with the force of a falling star. The visual of that holy gold clashing against the shaman's murky, cursed mana is just stunning, creating a shockwave that sends debris flying everywhere. Leon isn't just defending, he's asserting his presence, making it clear that no amount of dark magic can dim his royal aura. You can tell the power gap here isn't just wide, it's an ocean. The orc shaman's body suddenly jerks back, and he begins hacking up thick, dark blood as the ritual's cost starts to take its toll. It looks like the chains weren't just a weapon, but a conduit for something much darker that's now feeding on the shaman himself. Watching a powerful monster literally start to fall apart because his own spell is too heavy for him. Yeah, that's a massive red flag that things are about to get very, very ugly. A massive, swirling vortex of pitch-black energy rips open the floor, and a chilling message appears: Gokrock is coming. The entire room is consumed by this suffocating, green-tinted darkness that feels like it's trying to swallow the recruits whole. This isn't just a high-level spell anymore, it's a full-on summoning of a tribal legend. Just the name, Gokrock, being carved into the air like that sends a shiver down your spine. Whoever this guy is, he's clearly the reason the orcs were so confident. Han Hari is visibly shaking, her eyes wide with terror as she turns to Leon and begs to know what on earth is happening. But Leon, he just sighs with a look of pure, refined disgust, calling the whole display a pathetic offering, and mocking the orcs for being uncivilized. It's wild. Hari is worried about a world-ending threat appearing, and Leon is just offended by the shaman's lack of class. He looks down on them not as enemies, but as pests who don't even know how to die with dignity. The vortex intensifies, spinning into a literal hole in reality that screams with the sound of 1,000 dying beasts. The pressure in the air is so thick now that it feels like the recruits might be crushed just by standing near it. Whatever is about to step out of that shadow isn't just another orc. It's something that required a high shaman's life as a literal down payment. The question is, can Leon's unwavering justice actually stop a monster that's been summoned through blood and madness, or did the orcs just find a way to finally kill a king? Sharp, pale claws tear through the pitch-black void like it's wet paper. The ritual is finally complete, and the orcs scream for everyone to look as a monstrous, multi-jointed limb forces its way into our reality. It's a disgusting, desperate birth of something that definitely shouldn't exist in a yellow gate. Seriously, the way this thing claws at the air is genuinely unsettling. It looks like it's hungry for the very atmosphere. A massive, unblinking eye stares out from the center of a hulking green arm that pulses with dark magic. The orcs start chanting hysterically that this is the eye and right arm of the great Gokrock, their twisted deity. A hidden quest window flashes on the screen with a warning chime that feels like a death sentence. An arm. Just one arm is a hidden quest boss. That's when you know the power scaling just broke. The shaman stands bathed in a sickly green light as the system officially identifies the threat: Gokrock, the enslavement god. The mission is simple but impossible: eliminate this divine manifestation or be wiped out, as the portal behind the orc leader pulses with malevolent energy. This isn't just a boss fight anymore, it's a literal god reaching through the cracks of the world to claim its prize. Talk about a first mission gone horribly wrong for these recruits. The massive, muscular limb towers over the entire battlefield, casting a shadow that completely swallows Leon and his terrified men. The sheer scale of the arm makes the hulking orcs look like tiny ants, and the eye embedded in its flesh scans the area with cold, divine hunger. I mean, how do you even begin to fight a limb that big? It's like trying to punch a moving mountain that's staring back at you. Gokrock's hand descends slowly, the massive fingers framing a tiny, defiant Leon Dragonia Lionheart who hasn't moved an inch. The world seems to go dead quiet as the predator finally locks onto its prey, and Leon's reflection in that giant eye shows absolutely zero fear. The visual contrast here is just insane. It's a god's hand versus a king's pride. Honestly, I'm holding my breath because Leon looks so small compared to that thing. The eye in the center of the palm begins to glow with a blinding, incandescent green light that feels like it's burning the air. A surge of raw, destructive power gathers in the hand, preparing to vaporize everything in its path with a single divine blast. This is a total annihilation move, and Leon is standing right in the center of the crosshairs. If he doesn't pull a miracle out of his suit jacket right now, there won't be anything left of him or his recruits but scorched earth. A concentrated sphere of emerald light ignites within Leon's palm, pulsing with an ancient, heavy power. He doesn't just meet the enemy's force, he detonates a massive burst of divine energy that completely swallows the shadows of the gate. The recruits in Han Hari are left breathless, screaming, "Your Majesty," as the blinding shockwave levels the immediate area. I mean, we knew he was strong, but he's literally turning the dungeon into a light show. It's like watching a star explode in the middle of a subway station. A monster's eye dilates in sheer, unadulterated terror as it stares into the center of the blast. Leon stands there, his blonde hair caught in the divine wind, looking down at the orcs with a gaze that's chillingly calm. He asks them a single, mocking question: who is the god that protects such filthy creatures? The way he says it makes it clear he doesn't see them as enemies, just as garbage that needs to be taken out. Seriously, the disrespect is on a whole different level. he's basically calling their entire religion a joke to their faces. A massive, glowing phantom stallion materializes out of the mist, and Leon takes his place in the saddle like he's back on a medieval battlefield. His voice shifts from a calm taunt to a thunderous roar, demanding how beasts like them could ever dare to compare themselves to a god. The sheer volume of his aura is causing the very air to catch fire around him. You can actually see the orc's spirits breaking just from the sound of his voice. He's not just fighting them, he's judging their entire species right now, and the verdict is definitely not guilty. Leon's hand surges with a sharp, electric blue light as he prepares to deliver the final blow. He and his divine mount rear up toward the ceiling, wreathed in a golden flame that makes him look like a sun falling onto the earth. He declares his true title, the King of the Lion Heart, with a force that feels like it's vibrating through the screen. This isn't a dungeon raid anymore, it's a one-man crusade. Watching him descend like this makes you realize that the orcs were never the hunters, they were just the first things in his way. An orc's arm is vaporized instantly as Leon's aura shreds through its physical form like it was made of paper. The king's voice booms one last time, stating that he simply cannot tolerate their existence in his world. We get this haunting close-up of the monster's eye, reflecting a massive, divine hoof that's about to crush its skull into the dirt. It finally realizes it's an inferior mortal, compared to the man standing over it. That's a wrap for the orcs, and honestly, they never stood a chance against a man who brings his own horse to a fistfight. The screen fades into a jagged, dark void as a terrifying command echoes across the field, "Die with regrets." Leon isn't just attacking anymore. He's delivering a final sentence, his phantom stallion surging forward like a white bolt of lightning through the thick mud. You can actually see the reflection of death in the orc's wide, trembling eye. Honestly, seeing a monster that was just laughing a minute ago now looking this pathetic, it's a complete 180 that gives you chills. From a bird's eye view, Leon is a lone streak of incandescent light tearing a jagged path right through the center of the massive green horde. We get this insane close-up of the Night King where his eyes are completely blacked out by shadow, save for the golden sparks of divinity dancing around his brow. This isn't the face of a hero saving the day. It's the face of an absolute sovereign who finds the very breath of his enemies to be an insult to his kingdom. Leon's arm, wreathed in that same shimmering, unwavering justice aura, slams into the lead orc with the force of a falling star. The physical impact is so violent that the frame itself seems to vibrate, sending a spray of dark blood and shadow scattering into the air. It's a total execution, no flashy moves, just pure, raw power. You almost feel bad for them, almost, until you remember these things were ready to slaughter the recruits. A guttural, soul-shredding scream of "Kyagh" rips through the air, signaling the end of the orcs' morale. In the background, the rest of the Battle Axe tribe are frozen like statues, watching their invincible vanguard get deleted in a matter of seconds. The atmosphere has shifted from a battle to a slaughterhouse. You can see the recruits' faces reflecting in their armor, and they realize they aren't just watching a fight, they're witnessing a religious event. One of the elite orcs stares down at his own mangled, crushed hand, his mind failing to process the agony as he whimpers, "Why do I feel pain?" Another grunt nearby stammers out the name, Sir Gokrok, looking for a leader who is no longer there to guide them. It's the sound of an entire culture's pride breaking in real time. This is exactly what Leon wanted. He didn't just want to kill them, he wanted to strip away their warrior's honor before the end. The dying orc looks up one last time, gasping out the name of the power that ruined him, the Holy Sword of Radiance. As the light fades from the monster's eyes, Leon calmly rides his divine stallion through the settling dust, leaving nothing but glowing embers and broken iron in his wake. Leon Dragonia stands amidst the smoke, his holy sword of radiance glowing with an almost blinding heat. He is the sole survivor of a nightmare world, and looking at him now, it's clear he didn't just survive, he conquered it. Imagine being the monster that has to face this guy. His blue eyes are colder than the blade he's holding. You can practically feel the weight of his royal authority pressing down on the environment, making it hard to even breathe. A single, bloodshot eye trembles in the darkness as a shadowy figure looms over it with absolute intent. This orc isn't just scared, he's experiencing a primal terror that modern hunters couldn't even dream of. Leon's presence is so suffocating that the beast's own mana seems to be turning against it, leaving it frozen in place. Honestly, seeing a monster this desperate is a total reality check on just how broken Leon's power level really is compared to everyone else. A pillar of divine light pierces the sky, illuminating Leon as he stands tall while his spectral steed glows behind him. He looks at the orc chieftain with nothing but pure, unadulterated disgust, calling them garbage beasts that aren't even worth a god's notice. There's no mid-fight banter here, just a king looking down at pests that accidentally crawled into his garden. The crazy part, he's wearing a modern motorcycle jacket over his royal vibe, looking like a legendary hero who just stepped out of a movie set to commit a massacre. The orc chieftain completely loses it, screaming in a mix of grief and fury because his entire squad was wiped out in heartbeats. He grips his weapon with trembling, green-skinned hands, swearing to avenge his fallen comrades with every fiber of his being. You have to wonder, does he actually think a little bit of revenge energy is going to bridge the gap between a scavenger and a literal god-touched king? I'll give him points for bravery, but his fate was sealed the moment Leon looked his way. Leon moves in a flash of golden light, his blade cutting through the air before the orc can even finish his desperate battle cry. One clean strike is all it takes to silence the rage, leaving behind nothing but a trail of dark blood and shattered pride. Leon doesn't even break a sweat or lose his composure, just giving a cold, dismissive humph as he acknowledges that the monster at least tried. That's the most terrifying thing about him. He doesn't hate his enemies, he just finds them completely insignificant. The dust settles and the title card hits. This is the era of the Night King who returned with a god. Suddenly, Blue's system windows flood the vision of everyone nearby, granting them legendary traits like Orc Hunter and War Knight's Men-at-Arms. Leon isn't just winning a simple skirmish, he's literally rewriting the rules of modern society by turning his followers into an unstoppable, divinely buffed army. But with this kind of terrifying authority, what happens when his justice clashes with the laws of the modern world? Blue's status windows flicker to life, reflecting in the wide eyes of the trembling soldiers. The men are absolutely losing their minds because Leon's divine blessing didn't just give them a tiny morale boost, it granted the entire squad physical attack resistance. In the modern hunter world, that's a top-tier, legendary trait usually exclusive to high-ranked tankers who have spent years on the front lines. But here, Leon just handed it out to everyone like it was nothing. You can feel the atmosphere shift from terror to pure, unadulterated hype. Imagine being a low-rank hunter and suddenly realizing your skin is as tough as a fortress wall. Leon isn't just a leader, he's a walking cheat code for reality. Leon stands tall in his black leather jacket, his blonde hair caught in the wind as he barks a sharp command to move fast. He doesn't care about the praise, he cares about efficiency, ordering the men to immediately begin harvesting loot from the fallen orc great warriors and witch doctors. The soldiers, now fueled by religious zeal and their new powers, scramble across the battlefield to strip the corpses of their rare equipment. It's a surreal sight, modern hunters acting like a medieval scavenger crew under the direction of a king. Leon isn't just cleaning up a mess, he's methodically stripping the enemy of every ounce of value to build his own treasury. Han-Hari steps up beside Leon, her long red hair contrasting against the smoke-filled sky as she looks at him with a mix of awe and hesitation. Leon barely glances back, his eyes fixed on the carnage as he mutters about the self-proclaimed god, whose influence still lingers on the field. He's referring to the divine orc witch doctors, and you can hear the utter contempt in his voice for whatever being gave these monsters their power. To Leon, this isn't just a hunt, it's a holy war against a god he considers an ant. The sheer scale of his ego is terrifying, but when you see the results, can you even blame him? A sudden, sharp mechanical kirik cuts through the air as the spider drone, Sir Spin, begins to glow with a frantic light atop Han-Hari's head. Hari jumps slightly, asking the little bot if it's found something, while Leon watches with a calm, analytical gaze. The drone projects a scanning beam onto the battlefield, its sensors going haywire as it detects a massive mana signature coming from a beast's amputated arm. This isn't just leftover energy. It's a concentrated, considerable amount of mana that shouldn't exist in a severed limb. The air gets heavy all over again. If a piece of trash on the ground is radiating this much power, what kind of monstrosity are they actually tracking? The real nightmare might just be getting started. The air suddenly vibrates as the ethereal, translucent image of the bearded war god, Pedos, manifests with a presence that feels like rolling thunder. He speaks directly into the soul, promising to grant Leon the overwhelming strength needed to crush whatever nightmare is creeping through the shadows. Leon's response is immediate and regal. He doesn't just wait for the power, he commands it, summoning a legendary golden chalice that pulses with pure, radiant mana. The way the light reflects off his sharp features makes one thing clear: the king is done playing around, and heaven itself is backing his play. We get a staggering bird's-eye view of the scene, and the scale of this mess is finally hitting home. That severed green hand is absolutely massive, looking more like a fallen boulder than a limb, yet Leon stands before it with the cold composure of a veteran executioner. He tilts the glowing chalice, and a torrent of liquid mana spills out like a waterfall of stardust, drenching the monstrous flesh in a golden tide. Sparks of divine power fly everywhere as the purification process ignites, literally burning away the corruption with a sound like crackling lightning. Honestly, seeing a single man command the laws of nature like this is enough to give anyone goosebumps. As the blinding light finally begins to fade, we see Leon looking visibly drained, with heavy beads of sweat rolling down his face from the sheer mana consumption. He scowls, sensing a foul residue that makes his blood boil, a trace of divine power hidden deep within the beast's own mana signature. He connects the dots in an instant. These monsters weren't just evolving naturally, they were being blessed by a corrupt deity who feasted on their worship. His inner monologue turns chilling as he declares that any god who accepts praise from such filth is nothing more than a force of evil that must be extinguished. He's not just judging the monsters on the ground anymore, he's officially putting the heavens on notice. Leon takes a sharp, steadying breath and closes his eyes, whispering a quiet, "Yes, goddess," to stabilize the connection to his source. Behind him, the goddess Ariana watches with wide, trembling eyes, her face a mask of genuine shock and mounting worry. She's witnessing a man perform high-tier divine miracles without a single ritual circle or any formal preparation, essentially brute-forcing the fabric of reality through sheer will. She can't help but ask the question we're all thinking: why is he pushing himself to the absolute breaking point for this world? The tension is suffocating because it's clear Leon's resolve is a double-edged sword, and if he doesn't slow down, he might just burn himself out before the real war even starts. Leon stands before Hanhari and his recruits, his posture radiating a pressure that makes the modern air feel heavy with ancient gravity. He doesn't just ask for their opinion. He looks them in the eye and tells them he needs them to make a definitive decision about the path they're walking. It's a moment of absolute tension because Leon isn't just playing around anymore. He's demanding they choose between the world they know and the kingdom he's building. Honestly, seeing him hand over even a sliver of agency like this is a massive shock. Is he testing their loyalty, or is he genuinely looking for a partner in this new era? The background fades into a celestial void as Leon reveals the true depth of his arsenal to the stunned onlookers. He calmly mentions that he possesses 4 sacred items of the Lionheart Kingdom, specifically drawing attention to the Holy Grail. The visual of the Grail appearing in his mind's eye is breathtaking, shimmering with a divine light that feels like it could heal any wound or shatter any curse. Wait, he has 4 of these legendary artifacts. The power scaling just went through the roof, and it makes you realize how little we've actually seen of his true strength. Leon's expression turns contemplative, his sharp blue eyes narrowing as he calculates the risks of his next move. He admits that pulling out the Holy Sword of Radiance right now might be overkill, stating the sword's power is simply too much for the current environment to handle. He's literally worried about accidentally leveling the city just by being too holy. It's kind of wild to think he's nerfing himself just so he doesn't break the world he's trying to save. But if the sword is off the table, what does that mean for the criminals currently trembling in his shadow? Leon decides that the Holy Grail is the exact tool needed for this judgment, and he begins the ritual to manifest it into the physical realm. A swirling vortex of golden mana starts to gather around his hand, glowing brighter and brighter until the outlines of a regal chalice begin to take shape. You can feel the shift in the pacing here. It's like the air is being sucked out of the room to fuel this miracle. If he's calling upon the Grail now, you just know something insane is about to happen to the Viper Squad thieves. Blinding flashes of golden light explode from Leon's palm, illuminating every corner of the Neju Plains as if a second sun has just been born. Leon stands perfectly still amidst the chaos, his arm extended as the Holy Grail fully materializes, floating majestically just above his fingers. This isn't just a magic trick. It's a total display of royal authority that leaves Hanhari and the others completely speechless. The aura coming off that grail is so intense it feels like it could rewrite the laws of nature. Now the real question is Leon about to use this for mercy, or is this just the first step in a very painful lesson for those who dared to steal from a king? Leon grips the ornate golden chalice firmly, the metal gleaming under the fading sun. He inspects the Holy Grail with a calm, almost terrifyingly casual expression, simply whispering that it's pretty good. Honestly, seeing him treat a world-altering relic like a standard trophy is the most Leon thing ever. It's like he's finally found something in this modern world that actually meets his royal standards. Leon's eyes narrow as a voice suddenly cuts through his moment of satisfaction. One of his subordinates approaches with a heavy sense of urgency, calling him, "Your Majesty," and insisting he come see what's happening with the prisoners. You can see the shift in Leon's posture immediately. The relaxed king is gone, replaced by the absolute judge who's ready to hand out sentences. Hanhari stands paralyzed, her face pale as she listens to a chorus of desperate screams. Nearby, one of the Viper Squad thieves is losing his mind, shrieking, "Let me go," while struggling against his invisible bonds. It's a complete 180 from the cocky criminals we saw earlier. They finally realize that they aren't being held by the police, but by something much, much older. A jagged red sound effect rips through the air as the thief's pleas turn into pure, unadulterated agony. He's begging for help, his voice cracking as he realizes that his heist has turned into a nightmare he can't wake up from. You have to wonder what's actually happening to him off camera to make a hardened hunter sound like a terrified child. The thief looks up, his face twisted in rage and fear as he calls his captor a stupid robot. In an instant, the mechanical guardian's eye flares a lethal, glowing red, emitting a cold, metallic, Kirik sound that signals its activation. Bad move, buddy. Insulting the king's automated executioners is basically asking for an express ticket to the afterlife. The thief is violently pinned into the dirt by 3 massive, armored scarecrow golems that tower over him like silent judges. He's howling in pain, his body tangled in glowing mana wires while the golems stare down with emotionless, glowing visors. The sheer weight of Leon's authority is literal here, and as the thieves are crushed under the boots of these magical constructs, everyone watching realizes one thing: Leon's laws aren't suggestions, and the price for breaking them is paid in blood. But the real question is, how far is Leon willing to go to prove his point? A tiny, multi-legged mechanical construct perches right on the bound thief's shoulder, its glowing sensor locked onto his jugular. This is one of Leon's specialized magical knights, and it's currently keeping the Viper Squad leader pinned to the dirt with 0 effort. Leon stands there with a cold, detached gaze, watching the criminal squirm, while Hari looks on with a mix of awe and genuine concern. You can tell she's worried Leon is about to drop the hammer, and honestly, looking at the ice in Leon's eyes, she's probably right to be terrified. Leon cuts through the thief's frantic babbling with a single, sharp command: enough. He stands tall, a literal king looking down on a common criminal who is currently kneeling in the mud and bound in glowing mana wires. The thief is so completely out of his depth that he actually asks if Leon is defending a robot, not realizing he's just insulted a member of the king's divine retinue. The silence that follows is heavy, and you can practically feel the air get colder as Leon stares him down. It's like watching someone walk into a trap they can't even see yet, and man, the audacity of this guy is going to cost him. Leon ignores the thief's insults and turns his attention back to the mechanical spider, addressing it formally as Sir Spin, to ask for a status report. The little bot doesn't miss a beat, declaring the man a loot thief with cold, mechanical precision. The thief's world just collapses right there, his eyes bulging as he realizes he's been caught red-handed by a piece of metal he thought was a toy. He starts screaming about it being a misunderstanding, but the raw panic in his voice tells the real story. It's one thing to lie to a hunter, but how do you lie to a magical surveillance knight that literally never sleeps? Leon doesn't care about the excuses or the frantic stuttering and simply states that the truth will be revealed once they check the gear. He turns to his manager with a level of royal authority that leaves no room for debate, ordering, "Hari, go through his things." Hari responds instantly, snapping to attention and acknowledging him as Your Majesty, without even realizing she's doing it. This is the massive shift we've been waiting for. Leon isn't just acting like a king anymore, he's successfully training the modern world to follow his lead. If she finds the stolen goods in those bags, this situation is going to go from a misunderstanding to an execution real quick. The thief starts to hyperventilate, reaching out with bound hands as if he can somehow stop the search from happening. He's staring up at a literal wall of armored knights who look down with 0 emotion, their heavy, ancient plate armor gleaming like a physical wall of judgment. He's begging, wait, just wait, but the time for talking ended the moment he tried to sabotage the king's land. The atmosphere is suffocating now, Leon's judgment is coming, and based on the absolute lack of mercy on his face, these guys are about to learn what happens when modern criminals meet medieval justice. The real question is, just how much blood is Leon willing to spill to prove a point? The thief is shivering on the cold ground, bound tightly by glowing mana wires that dig into his skin. Leon stands over him like an ancient god of judgment, holding up a pulsating, rhythmic core, the heart of a great orc warrior. This isn't just some random trophy, it's the most valuable loot found within the orc gate, and Leon knows exactly what it's worth. He calls the act of swindling loot a grave sin, and his voice has this terrifying, low resonance that makes your hair stand up. Seriously, Leon isn't playing the role of a hunter right now, he's a king presiding over a high court. The thief starts sweating buckets, his eyes darting around as he stammers that it's all just a big misunderstanding. He literally screams at the top of his lungs, "I did not steal," as if yelling it makes it true. He's desperate, begging for his life, but Leon doesn't even blink. Before the guy can even finish his next pathetic plea, Leon's holy sword flashes in a blur of lethal blue light. It's a perfect, silent arc that cuts through the atmosphere like paper. Man, the speed is so insane you don't even see the blade move, you only see the consequence. A sudden, violent spray of blood hits the dirt as the thief's severed arm falls away from his shoulder. The guy collapses instantly, his face twisting into a mask of pure agony as he shrieks "MIARRRM" at the sky. It is absolutely brutal. There was no trial, no long-winded debate, just the immediate, physical price of theft. The rest of the squad is frozen in place, probably realizing for the first time that the man standing in front of them doesn't follow the slap on the wrist rules of modern society. You have to wonder, is Leon trying to protect the land, or is he just asserting total dominance? Leon stands over the screaming man with a chillingly calm expression, his jacket fluttering slightly in the wind. He looks remarkably unbothered by the pool of blood forming at his feet as he explains that he knows his common sense differs from the laws of this era. But here's where he flips the script. He tells them that because they are now part of the Lionheart military, they are no longer subject to human laws. That means his word is the beginning and the end of the law. It's a total power move. He's basically claiming ownership over their very lives. The remaining thieves look like they've seen a ghost, their faces completely drained of color as they stare at Leon's cold, blue eyes. Leon places a hand over his chest, his presence expanding until it feels like he's the only thing in the world that matters. He gives them a final, terrifying ultimatum. If they can't adhere to his rules, they should just raise their hands. But think about it. Who is going to dare raise a hand after seeing one get chopped off? The air is thick with a fear so heavy you could cut it with a knife. Leon has officially broken them, but the real question is, what kind of training does a king have in store for men he considers his property? A golden fantasy kingdom towers over the landscape with a terrifying decree written across the sky. Leon's law is simple and brutal. If you steal, your hands are coming off. This kind of medieval justice is a massive pill for modern humans to swallow, and honestly, you can't blame them for being horrified. But then, the tone shifts, because as harsh as Leon is, the power he provides is something these hunters have never even dreamed of. It's the ultimate dilemma. Do you accept a tyrant's justice if it means becoming a god? Gu Daesung clenches his fists, feeling a level of strength that defies modern hunter rankings. He's gone from a lowly D rank to feeling even more powerful than a C rank in a matter of seconds just by being near Leon. The crazy part is how quickly everyone's morality starts to bend. Suddenly, the hunters are looking at the bleeding thief and thinking, well, he did steal, didn't he? It's scary how fast people will justify cruelty when they're the ones benefiting from the person holding the sword. Gu Daesung finally finds his voice, stuttering out a, "Your Majesty," that sounds like it's barely escaping his throat. Leon doesn't just look at him, he pierces him with a gaze that demands total submission. "Tell me your name," Leon says, and you can practically feel the air pressure in the room spike. It's not just a question. It's Leon deciding if this man is even worth acknowledging as a human being. The tension here is insane because we know Leon could end him with a flick of his wrist. The hunter stands tall despite the sweat dripping down his face and identifies himself as Gu Daesung. Leon's expression doesn't soften one bit as he asks why a mere soldier has dared to come forward. You have to give it to Daesung, he's terrified, but he's not backing down from the king. It's that classic moment where a commoner tries to speak sense to a monarch, and usually, that's a great way to get your head served on a platter. Daesung takes the ultimate risk, asking if the thief could perhaps be allowed to retrieve his severed arm. He's basically questioning the permanence of Leon's divine judgment right to his face. It's a bold move considering Leon just finished lecturing them about the absolute nature of the law. Will the king see this as an act of mercy or an act of rebellion? Everything hangs on Leon's next move, and the silence in the Neju Plains is deafening. Leon stares into Daesung's soul for a long, agonizing moment before simply saying, yes. It's the last answer anyone expected after that bloodbath. But why the sudden change of heart? Leon isn't the type to just give in because someone asked nicely. There has to be a reason he's letting this happen, and honestly, the way he says it makes me think the real show is only just beginning. What kind of miracle is this king about to perform to prove his divinity? Leon stands like an immovable pillar of cold authority, looking down at the thief who's currently shaking like a leaf on the dirt. He tells Han Hari straight up that her constant expostulation, which is just a fancy way of saying she's complaining, is ruining the whole point of the lesson he's trying to teach. For Leon, justice isn't about filling out paperwork or court dates, it's about a physical, permanent reminder of the price of crime. It's honestly chilling to see him so disconnected from modern empathy. You can almost feel the temperature in the room drop because, to him, that severed arm isn't a tragedy, it's just a balanced ledger. The heavy silence is broken by the clink of polished armor as Gu Daesung steps into the light, holding his helmet with a look of pure conflict. He's showing some serious guts here, essentially telling a king who just maimed a man that they simply don't share his ancient, harsh ideals. He asks Leon to give the guy a chance, and for a heartbeat, you'd think Leon might just strike him down for the insolence. But then, the king's expression shifts just a fraction, and he admits that Daesung's plea is actually reasonable. It's a wild pivot that catches everyone off guard. It shows Leon isn't just a mindless tyrant, he actually values the perspective of those who swear loyalty to him, which somehow makes him even more unpredictable. Leon moves in close, his shadow completely swallowing the terrified thief as he prepares for something big. Without saying another word, he reaches out, and the air starts to hum with a divine frequency that you can feel vibrating in your very bones. Suddenly, a gorgeous, holy chalice materializes in his hand, wreathed in spiraling blue and gold mana circles. This isn't your average hunter's mana, this is concentrated, heavenly power. The lighting in the ruins completely shifts as the king prepares to show them exactly what divinity looks like. You can see the reflection of the golden light in Leon's calm eyes, and honestly, the hype is so real you'll find yourself holding your breath. A stream of pure, liquid light begins to spill from the chalice, flowing down in a steady, shimmering cascade. It hits the thief's bloody wound, and the entire clearing is suddenly washed out by a brilliance that's almost too intense to handle. Look at the faces of the Viper Squad and the soldiers, they're absolutely floored, eyes bulging. They're witnessing the laws of biology and physics being rewritten in real time by a man who claims to be a god. The thief looks like he's meeting his maker, his face twisted in a mix of lingering agony and soul-crushing awe. But here's the real question that's eating at me. If Leon can give life back just as effortlessly as he takes it, does that make him a savior, or just a master who can never be escaped? The tension is through the roof, and I'm dying to see the look on their faces when that arm actually grows back. Bold text flashes across the screen, confirming the impossible: the thief's arm has fully regenerated. Leon hasn't just performed a high-level medical procedure, he has shattered the logic of this entire world's hunter system. You have to realize, even the most elite S-rank healers in modern society can only reattach a limb if they have the severed piece. They can't just manifest flesh and bone out of thin air. It makes you wonder, if Leon is this much of an outlier, is he even playing the same game as everyone else? The sheer realization that a single person possesses combat power and healing abilities that dwarf the world's best is honestly terrifying. Leon stands tall, his leather jacket catching the light as the divine aura begins to settle around him. With a voice colder than the steel he just used, he tells the criminals to simply get out of his sight. He doesn't look at them with pity or anger, but with the total indifference of a king who has already moved on to the next task. It's a brutal dismissal that shows his authority isn't up for debate. He gave the punishment, he gave the mercy, and now they are nothing to him. You can practically feel the air leave the room when he speaks. The thief is slumped on the ground, his body trembling as he stares at the hand he thought was gone forever. He's weeping openly now, clutching his arm and stammering out a mix of "thank you" and "I'm sorry" over and over again. It's a complete psychological break. Leon didn't just heal his body, he completely conquered the man's soul through a display of absolute power. That's the scary part about Leon. He makes you grateful for the very hand that just judged you. Leon standing before the gathered hunters, his presence dwarfing the ruined landscape behind him. He issues a final call to the crowd. Anyone who truly wants to be part of his military needs to stand their ground right now. We see the trainees in their heavy plate armor, their faces hidden behind visors, but their thoughts are loud and clear. They realize this is the only chance they'll ever have to serve a literal god king, and they're willing to go through hell just to get in. The tension is thick enough to cut as they realize the easy part of their lives just ended. Leon looks toward the horizon, his eyes sharp as he mentions that he believes they're all capable of surviving what's next. Suddenly, a massive "whoa" sound effect fills the frame as a giant cloud of dust and debris erupts in the distance, signaling the start of a training regime that looks more like a war zone. Hari looks over at the carnage, her face pale as she nervously asks what the next training actually involves. Leon doesn't even look at her. He just gives the camera this sharp, devastatingly confident smirk that says everything. The real nightmare is only beginning for these recruits, and honestly, the words "physical training" appear as the camera pans across a bright, serene sky over golden mountain fields. Leon is officially moving from the Orc Gate test to a grueling conditioning phase for his new subordinates. It's a beautiful morning, but for these hunters, this piece is just a cruel joke before the real pain starts. A wide shot shows the recruits in tracksuits gathered in front of a massive training facility. Gu Daesung stands among them looking completely drained and beat up, causing his teammates to immediately worry. An older hunter sees Daesung's battered face and asks if he just returned from a high-level gate raid. The crazy part is, he wasn't even in a dungeon, he was just being evaluated by Leon, and now the rest of them have to face that same terrifying power. Could any of these D-rank hunters actually survive what Leon has planned for them next? A group of hunters in identical blue tracksuits walks toward the training grounds. One man claims he's itching for action, but his buddy warns him not to overwork himself before they even start. Honestly, seeing them act so casual is almost painful, knowing Leon's philosophy on shredding bodies to rebuild them. Up on the balcony, Hari gazes down at the recruits with a professional, sharp look. She clears her throat, instantly silencing the chatter from the nervous hunters below. The shift in the atmosphere is immediate. It's like they all realized at once that the easy part of their lives is officially over. Hari shouts at the top of her lungs to announce the arrival of the sovereign. She introduces His Majesty, Leon Dragonia Lionheart, along with the intimidating Grail Knight, Sir Jagged Spin. Calling him His Majesty in the middle of a modern city is a total power move that demands absolute submission. A polished black boot strikes the ground with a heavy, echoing thud. Leon marches toward the line of terrified deer ranks, his presence alone making the entire field feel suffocating. Every step feels like a countdown to a new kind of pain. If they thought the Orc Gate was the test, they're in for a hellish awakening. Leon stands at a high podium with Han Hari by his side. He casually congratulates the group for passing what he calls a simple test. The hunters look like they've seen a ghost, completely shaken by his dismissal of their struggle. Seriously, they fought for their lives, and he's acting like they just finished a light jog. It's clear Leon isn't just looking for hunters, he's looking for soldiers, and his expectations are already through the roof. Leon closes his eyes while dismissing their current effort as total amateur hour. He explains that after watching them fight, he's identified their biggest weakness, their unrefined physical bodies. The trainees are totally baffled, whispering about their ranks while Leon prepares to rebuild them from scratch. He declares that physical training starts right now. Seeing that cold, serious look on his face makes you realize, the real hell hasn't even begun yet. Can these modern hunters even survive a medieval knight's workout? A glowing ancient book floats above Leon as he announces the new regime. He tells the recruits they'll be following his kingdom's official standing army training manual. It sounds formal, but the gravity in his voice is unmistakable. A vision of a warrior struggling under a massive timber appears while the recruits exchange doubtful looks. They actually think this is just some middle-aged, muscle routine from the history books. Honestly, their lack of fear is almost painful to watch. Leon's expression shifts into a dark, knowing smirk as he introduces a legendary Grail Knight named Sir Gratis. This giant slayer believed that humans only grow stronger the more you beat them into the dirt. As a massive, muscular shadow looms behind Leon, you realize he isn't here to coach them. He's here to dismantle them entirely. If they thought the gate was hell, they're about to find out how wrong they were. Leon smiles warmly while nodding at the terrifying idea of breaking his own men. He calls these brutal methods wise words, but the recruits just stare back in pure, unfiltered horror. They're standing there frozen, wondering if they actually heard him right about getting beaten up. Yeah, that silence is the sound of their souls leaving their bodies. Leon suddenly erupts, his face contorting as he bellows about the sacred duty of a soldier. He screams that those guarding a kingdom must push themselves 10 times harder than any common farmer. The shift in his energy is insane, going from calm to a literal human volcano in seconds. Honestly, his passion is becoming a little traumatizing for everyone in the room. The trainees gulp as Leon reveals Sir Gratis' secret to efficient training. He plans to literally shred their muscles and beat them into the dirt just so they can heal back stronger. Leon's eyes glow with a chilling blue light as a sadistic smirk crosses his face. He's forcing them to evolve through pure agony just so they can survive his next lesson. This isn't a workout anymore. It's a fight for survival. The recruits stare back in pure horror as the weight of Leon's words sinks in. They finally realize he isn't joking about the muscle destruction part. Honestly, I'd be sweating too if a king told me he was about to break me for my own good. A sea of blue tracksuits trembles as a single finger points directly at the group. Leon doesn't see fellow hunters. He sees raw material waiting to be forged through pain. It's a terrifying look at the gap between a civilian and a true knight. Leon's eyes flare with a divine, icy blue light as he delivers a final, chilling command. He demands they begin the process right now without a second of hesitation. He's not just an instructor anymore, he's a sovereign demanding absolute obedience. The final order hangs heavy in the air, beat each other up. As the screen fades to black, the impending carnage is left to our imagination. Talk about a cliffhanger. How many of these recruits are actually going to survive Leon's holy training? The screen remains swallowed in a cold, absolute darkness. From the void, the sickening thud of fists hitting flesh and the desperate, ragged gasps for air begin to erupt. Honestly, it's gut-wrenching to imagine them tearing each other apart just because a king commanded it. The heavy silence of the void is punctuated by the weight of Leon's chillingly calm presence. This isn't just a workout. It's the brutal start of a systematic dismantling of everything these hunters once believed about their own strength. Leon isn't looking for survivors, he's looking for soldiers who can endure the absolute impossible. Leon raises a single finger as a sharp, oppressive red aura begins to bleed from the background. He delivers the most unhinged command yet, telling the recruits to beat each other into a literal pulp without a second thought. He even adds that it's better if they break each other's bones because a knight needs to know real pain to survive. This guy's idea of a warm-up is a normal person's absolute worst nightmare. The trainees stand frozen as the sheer absurdity of the situation finally starts to sink into their battered brains. Leon just stands there with his arms crossed, looking down on them with the cold, aristocratic indifference of a man who's seen 1,000 wars. He informs them that being trained by the guardian of the Holy Grail is a once-in-a-lifetime fortune they shouldn't be complaining about. If this is what good fortune looks like, these guys would probably prefer a lifetime of bad luck. Massive golden sparks fly through the air as Leon's divine power begins to physically manifest across the entire training field. One recruit looks like he's having a total system crash, stuttering out a huh, because his common sense can't keep up with the magical violence. The air is suddenly thick with enough pressure to make their lungs heavy, proving that the king isn't just talking big. Leon is effectively turning the training ground into a holy meat grinder for D-rankers. Leon wears a serene, almost gentle smile while a giant golden spirit holding a chalice looms over him like a terrifying guardian angel. He officially starts the clock on a grueling 5-hour free-for-all where every single person in the room is now a target. The order is simple. There are no allies anymore, so just break everything and everyone that stands in your way. It's officially every hunter for themselves, and the sovereign is clearly enjoying the show from his front row seat. Leon's mouth sets into a thin, merciless line as he finishes laying out the brutal ground rules. He orders every recruit to accept every incoming strike while simultaneously battering anyone within their reach. The ultimate threat is a personal one: survive the 5-hour riot, or prepare to be broken by the sovereign himself. This is less like a lesson and more like a 5-hour invitation to a mandatory coma. The recruits look up at the balcony, their faces pale with pure, unadulterated horror. They scream in realization that this insane, violent free-for-all is what Leon considers a basic, training manual. Gu Daesung stands there with a vacant, shattered stare, forced to choose between a beating from his peers or a certain execution by his master. It's the kind of choice that makes a person wish they had never even considered becoming a hunter. Nervous, broken laughter ripples through the crowd as the trainees realize they are trapped in a literal nightmare. Han Hari's jaw drops, her professional mask completely evaporating as she witnesses the absolute chaos she is now forced to manage. She is finally seeing the terrifying gap between modern hunter safety standards and Leon's ancient, blood-soaked methods. Her face says it all. She definitely did not sign up to supervise a sanctioned massacre. A sudden shockwave of wind and pressure blasts through the hall as the recruits finally begin to move out of pure panic. Above the fray, Sir Jagged Spin pulses with an ominous, glowing light while mechanically issuing the direct order to fight. Even the mechanical drone seems to possess a cold, automated bloodlust that matches its master's intensity. The trainees tremble in place, their legs shaking as the gravity of the sovereign's command turns their blood to ice. Gu Daesung finally snaps, letting out a guttural scream of "damn it" that is born from pure, unbridled desperation. He realizes that standing still is just a slower, more painful way to meet his end. The air fills with the sounds of rage and agony as the recruits turn on each other like starved animals in a pit. Gu Daesung lunges forward, burying a heavy fist into the face of a fellow recruit with everything he's got left. If Leon wants a bloodbath, Gu Daesung is going to make sure he isn't the one providing the blood. This is officially the most chaotic and violent first day of training in human history. A recruit's head snaps to the side as a heavy fist connects squarely with his jaw. The training field is a chaotic mess of blue tracksuits and flying sweat as the recruits turn on each other to avoid Leon's wrath. One trainee manages to scream that everyone has officially lost their minds. He is immediately silenced by a follow-up punch that sends him spinning toward the dirt. A title card appears to explain the horrific daily routine of these aspiring knights. At 9 a.m., the Steel Skin Project begins, which is just a fancy term for sanctioned group assault. The recruits trade blows in a relentless melee, forced to toughen their bodies through constant physical trauma. It's less of a training session and more of a 5-hour riot with no police in sight. The clock hits noon and lunch is served via a single, glowing silver water dispenser. Leon stands perfectly composed with his arms crossed while Han Hari looks like she's witnessing a humanitarian crisis. A trainee stares at the dispenser with the vacant eyes of a man who has lost all hope in humanity. Leon is officially the cheapest boss in history, and his employees are literally dying for a snack. Leon looks Han Hari dead in the eye and flatly confirms that a cup of lukewarm water is the entire meal. Gu Daesung looks completely traumatized, his face drained of color as he realizes the steak dinner isn't coming. The gratis manual states that soldiers are only fed enough to keep their hearts beating until they become true warriors. This guy went from being a hunter to living on the air and water diet in record time. The camera pulls back to show the exhausted recruits standing in a tight formation across a vast stone courtyard. Leon gives them their next impossible task: split into 5 groups and stop him while he charges at full speed on a warhorse. The trainees can only offer a stunned "what" in response to the news. They went from a water lunch to a date with a stampeding stallion in less than 10 minutes. The training ground turns into a human demolition derby as recruits go flying through the air. Leon's charge is a total disaster for the trainees, leaving shields and bodies scattered across the dirt like discarded toys. This isn't a lesson. It's a 5-hour trial by fire that ends with everyone face down in the mud. Later, the survivors are sprawled out on thin mats, snoring so loudly you'd think they were tranquilized. Training from hell is a massive understatement for the literal carnage they just endured. Han Hari appears like a literal saint carrying a massive steaming pot of late-night snacks for the broken crew. She serves up hot sweet potatoes to keep these exhausted hunters from completely shutting down. The recruits are actually weeping while stuffing their faces because this is the first bit of kindness they've seen all day. It's a touching moment, but the reality is much darker. These guys have no idea that this meal is just fuel for the even worse horrors Leon has planned for tomorrow. The legend of the Night King continues as the sun rises on a brand new day of suffering. The sound of heavy, rhythmic breathing fills the air as the next phase of the regime begins. A sharp blade tip scrapes across the ground, signaling that the break is officially over. The recruits are back on the field, but this time they're fully geared up in clanking, heavy plate armor. Every single movement is a struggle now that they're carrying 50 pounds of steel on their backs. A lone recruit hunches over his massive shield, gasping for air while sweat drenches his inner padding. The sheer weight of the gear makes every single breath feel like he's lifting a mountain. He's starting to realize that just swinging a sword properly is an athletic feat he wasn't prepared for. He forces himself into a rigid defensive posture, struggling to find a rhythm within the restricted movements of the phalanx. Transitioning from a modern hunter to an ancient soldier is a total system shock his muscles weren't ready for. Leon's path of hardship is officially in full swing, and there's no turning back now. A trainee's sword arm wavers as he chokes out a pained gasp from pure, bone-deep exhaustion. Leon shuts the whole operation down with a cold, singular, wrong, that carries more weight than any physical blow. The recruit can barely stammer out, "Your Majesty," while trembling under that piercing, aristocratic blue gaze. It is a total mental and physical collapse happening in real time before the king. Leon doesn't offer a single word of comfort or a moment of rest, simply commanding the group to continue. Gu Daesung acknowledges the order with a shaky, terrified voice, his face pale from the sheer pressure of Leon's presence. There is no room for excuses or fatigue when the sovereign is the one holding the stopwatch. Leon is playing the role of the absolute monarch perfectly, and it is honestly terrifying to watch. The recruit forces his battered body back into a defensive posture, the shield feeling like it weighs 1,000 pounds. Leon stands with his arms crossed, his silent judgment stripping away any pretense of modern hunter skill. He isn't looking for mere effort or spirit, he is looking for a perfect, unwavering machine of war. The silence between them is more exhausting than the actual physical training. The recruit ignores his burning lungs and explodes forward into a desperate, full-body lunge with his spear. He pours every ounce of his remaining stamina into a single, blinding strike intended to finally satisfy his master. His face is a mask of pure, sweaty determination as he tries to maintain his balance through the agony. He's putting in a heroic effort for someone who was just a nobody D-ranker yesterday. Leon is suddenly right in the recruit's face, completely unbothered by the sudden display of aggression. He calmly identifies the fatal flaw. The recruit has a habit of lowering his shield the moment he commits to a stab. That one micro-opening is all an enemy needs to end a life in a heartbeat. Leon isn't just a monster instructor, he's a perfectionist correcting death sentences before they can happen on the battlefield. This level of scrutiny is exactly why the Lionheart Order was legendary, as any mistake here means a funeral later. Leon stands firm, explaining that a shield's true purpose is to protect the right shoulder of the ally standing next to you. In a formation, any tiny gap becomes a lethal opening that invites a blade to find a heart. He is hammering home the reality that individual survival is a myth when you're part of a unit. This is basic Phalanx 101, but for these rookies, it's a total shift in mindset. A vision of a legendary knight charging on horseback flashes across the screen as Leon speaks of ancient tactics. Gu Daesung tries to interject, pointing out that their enemies aren't human soldiers, but literal, mindless monsters. It's a bold move to try and lecture a king on the nature of war. The recruit clearly doesn't realize who he's talking to yet. Leon goes dead silent, his gaze turning cold enough to freeze the blood in Gu Daesung's veins. He looks genuinely offended that a trainee is trying to teach him how to fight otherworldly creatures. The sheer audacity of the comment has the instructor king wondering if he needs to increase the training intensity even further. This kid is basically telling a master chef how to boil water. A smug, knowing smile finally breaks across Leon's face as he humors the terrified recruit. He casually reveals that the monsters appearing in these modern gates were everywhere in his original world as well. To Leon, this isn't some new, terrifying apocalypse, it's a Tuesday. He's lived through more monster infestations than these hunters have seen in comic books. Horrific images of 20-meter giants, regenerating trolls, and multi-headed serpents fill the air as Leon lists his former trophies. He explains that facing these nightmares requires specific, specialized hunting methods rather than just mindless swinging. He stands before the training grounds looking less like a teacher and more like a veteran predator explaining the food chain. If they want to survive the Yellow Gate, they have to stop thinking like prey and start acting like lionhearts. Leon stands tall against the backdrop of the training field, his eyes reflecting a history these hunters can't even imagine. He lectures the group on the fact that true martial wisdom can only be forged in the fires of real-life experience. To him, the triumphant spirit required to bring glory to a goddess is something you either have in your blood or you earn in the dirt. It's a cold reminder that being a modern hunter is just a job, but being a lionheart is a sacred destiny. Gu Daesung listens intently, his expression a mix of sheer physical exhaustion and dawning realization. Leon leans into the silence, stating that he only bothers to teach his soldiers one specific thing to keep them breathing. He wants them to understand that survival in the Yellow Gate isn't about talent, but about absolute tactical discipline. The king is basically handing them a lifeline while the rest of the world is already writing their obituaries. The training ground falls into a tense hush as Gu Daesung processes the weight of his commander's words. He eventually looks up, admitting that he isn't satisfied with just making it out of the dungeon alive. He's expressing an ambition that goes far beyond the typical D-rank mindset of just earning a paycheck and staying safe. It takes a massive amount of nerve to tell a literal king that your goals are even higher than his basic training. Leon steps directly into the recruit's personal space, asking if the young man actually has the audacity to dream of becoming a true knight. Gu Daesung falters, looking at his boots while muttering that a peasant like himself doesn't belong in the world of aristocrats. He's clearly struggling with the mental barriers that this modern society has placed on his self-worth. Leon is looking for a lion, but he's currently staring at a man who still thinks he's a sheep. Leon scoffs at the response, a sharp breath of irritation escaping him as he looks at the trembling recruit. He commands Gu Daesung to stop painting the Lionheart Kingdom with the pathetic, narrow-minded logic of the modern world. The recruit can only blink in total shock, his brain likely short-circuiting at the idea that his social standing is completely irrelevant here. In this new order, the king only cares about the fire in your spirit, not your family tree. A weary knight sits surrounded by the debris of a silent battlefield. Leon explains that the path of hardship is a noble duty, reserved strictly for those who live to protect the common people. He tells the recruits that anyone can rise to the rank of a knight as long as they are willing to make a divine promise to the goddess. It is a level of ancient, selfless commitment that these modern-day hunters have never even considered. Gu Daesung stands paralyzed as sweat beads down his forehead from the sheer pressure of the conversation. Leon's words are hitting him like a physical weight, stripping away his excuses and forcing him to look at his own cowardice. Leon looks back with a cold, aristocratic intensity that makes it clear he only values character, not social status. The recruit is essentially having a spiritual awakening while trying not to collapse from exhaustion. Gu Daesung clenches his gloved fist tightly against his chest as a spark of genuine resolve finally ignites. He abandons his fear and decides right then and there that he truly wants to become a knight under Leon's command. A look of grim determination settles on his face, replacing the look of a man who was just waiting to fail. He's finally stopped acting like a victim and started acting like a soldier in training. A massive, Gothic clock tower looms over the city skyline under a dark and ominous sky. Inside this magic tower branch, an elderly sorcerer is having a complete panic attack while staring into a glowing, purple magical orb. He screams out in terror and awe as he senses the arrival of a great being through his mana detection. A voice like cold steel cuts through his hysterics, commanding the old man to stop his babbling and bow down immediately. Leon's presence is so massive it's literally triggering alarms in the highest circles of magical authority. The old man cringes on the floor as a dark, jagged voice promises to teach him the ultimate truth. This overwhelming presence forces the mage into a submissive crawl while he trembles in pure terror. He realizes the voice coming through the orb has shifted into something far more ancient and terrifying than before. Purple mana flares up around the cowering mage while he stammers out a confused response to the entity's anger. The voice on the other side snaps back, disgusted by the very idea of voluntarily walking into a heaven created by Leon's power. Even the world's hidden power players are having a total meltdown because the king is back in town. A pitch-black speech bubble cuts through the room as the entity commands the old man to shut up and just listen. It flat-out refuses to ever set foot on a planet where a monster like Leon resides. You know you've reached peak status when the actual villains are too scared to even share a zip code with you. The orb pulsates with a violent purple light as the entity decides that assassination is the only path forward. It gives a direct order to track Leon's movements and infiltrate the exact same gate he plans to enter. The mage lets out a massive sigh of relief the second that suffocating connection finally cuts out. Sinister, jagged shadows swirl around a hidden figure whose eyes are filled with nothing but cold malice. This mysterious stalker is practically praying for Leon to finally stay dead this time around. It looks like Leon's training session is about to be interrupted by a professional hit squad. The scene shifts abruptly from the dark ritual room to a bright, clear sky over the city. A massive digital display announces that the Pantheon Guild's graduation ceremony has officially reached D-Day. The calm before the storm is over, and Leon is about to show the modern world what a real army looks like. A massive, swirling vortex of yellow energy pulses violently against the skeleton of a ruined skyscraper, marking the entrance to a nightmare. Leon calmly confirms the absolute insanity of sending a pack of raw, bruised trainees straight into a high-risk yellow gate. Han Hari stands nearby with the mechanical Sir Jagged Spin perched right on her head, looking completely stunned that she's being excluded from the actual fight. She realizes she's stuck doing the heavy lifting of logistics while the Instructor King leads his men into a literal meat grinder. This guy doesn't care about modern safety protocols or rank requirements. Leon stands tall on a high industrial platform, staring down at the rows of soldiers he just spent weeks physically and mentally shattering. He looks at their battered faces and announces that their worth is finally proven, signaling the end of their hellish training. The recruits aren't wearing those pathetic blue tracksuits anymore, they are now fully encased in heavy, shimmering plate armor that makes them look like ancient relics of war. Leon points his finger toward the glowing portal and gives the final order to raid. The transition from D-rank nobodies to a disciplined unit is honestly terrifying to watch. The focus shifts to a single, grim-faced helmet as Leon's voice drops into a tone that feels like cold steel. He warns his men that once they cross that threshold, they aren't just fighting monsters, they are representing an ideal. Leon raises a hand toward the sky, proclaiming that they are about to stand in the presence of the very divinity they have sworn to serve. You can practically feel the air vibrating with the weight of his divine authority. He is officially turning these hunters into something far more dangerous than simple mercenaries. Leon's voice booms across the urban ruins with a final, thunderous command to go forth, and the march begins. This ragtag group of 49 D-rankers and one lone association liaison moves toward the swirling yellow abyss with the synchronized discipline of a veteran legion. They disappear one by one into the light, leaving the safety of the modern world behind for a dimension that usually kills groups twice their level. This squad of supposed trash hunters is about to flip the entire world's power balance on its head. Han Hari stands on the high balcony overlooking a massive sea of silver bucket-helmed recruits. She's got the mechanical spider Sir Jagged Spin perched right on her head like some kind of high-tech crown while the little guy makes his signature mechanical clicking sounds. She's feeling incredibly confident because having the king himself leading the charge means nothing can possibly go wrong today. It's that dangerous level of total optimism you only see right before the entire script flips on its head. A massive red problem warning suddenly hijacks the entire holographic interface right in front of her face. The gate sensor is flashing an alert because 52 signatures just crossed the threshold instead of the registered team of 49. Han Hari's eyes go wide as she realizes someone just crashed the most dangerous field trip in history. Monitoring a gate entrance is usually a boring numbers game, but the system is basically screaming that the math is officially broken. The Sanjin station gate swirls like a violent black hole as the Lionheart Order begins their heavy march into the abyss. Right in the middle of the blue thermal scan, one specific signature glows a bright, undeniable orange that sticks out like a sore thumb. There is a literal stowaway hiding among the armored recruits who definitely doesn't belong there. This isn't just a simple clerical mistake, it's a total security breach in the middle of a live divine deployment. A massive pillar of blue energy erupts from the floor, streaking straight toward Leon's position on the upper catwalk. Someone on the ground starts screaming for Sir Yap, creating a scene that looks more like a frantic fan meet than a serious military operation. The sheer audacity of launching an energy signature directly at the sovereign's face is almost impressive in its stupidity. Leon doesn't even flinch as the air itself starts to vibrate from the sudden magical pressure. A golden shield of holy energy flares up to intercept the incoming blast with a deafening metallic crash. A voice desperately begs for the team to wait up as the resulting shockwave ripples through the entire industrial station. Han Hari gets caught right in the middle of the backdraft, her face contorting in pure shock as the wind pressure tries to peel her off the platform. This mission hasn't even officially started yet and the logistics are already turning into a total dumpster fire. The swirling yellow vortex of the Samjin station gate hums with a low, vibrating frequency that rattles the very bones of everyone standing nearby. Leon Dragonia Lionheart takes a calm, heavy step forward, his polished black shoes clicking against the industrial floor with a terrifying level of composure. He isn't just approaching a portal, he's walking into his natural habitat as a sovereign who fears absolutely nothing reality throws at him. Han Hari freezes in her tracks as her internal sensors pick up a spike in magical energy that shouldn't even be possible for a standard D-rank mission. Her voice catches in her throat as she tries to process the sheer volume of mana pouring out of the rift, causing her to stammer in pure, unadulterated disbelief. Her facial expression says more about the immediate danger than any official Hunter Association report ever could. The gate begins to waver violently, its golden light fracturing under the weight of a much darker, more primordial power. Suddenly, a jagged streak of crimson tears through the center of the yellow swirl, staining the entire atmosphere a deep, bloody red. Seeing a gate turn red is the universal signal for a catastrophic rank-up event, yet Leon stands his ground without shifting his weight. The portal fully erupts into a swirling abyss of red mana that looks like a literal bleeding wound in the fabric of reality. Han Hari's face is bathed in the ominous, flickering glow, sweat beading on her forehead as she realizes the rank of this gate just skyrocketed past all safety protocols. It's officially a worst-case scenario for the recruits who were expecting a simple walk in the park for their first day. Dense clouds of dust and mana debris whip around the industrial station as the fluctuating gate reaches its peak instability. Leon stands perfectly centered beneath the massive, bleeding eye of the vortex, his silhouette projected against the terrifying light like a dark omen of war. He looks like a man who just found a challenge interesting enough to finally warrant his personal attention. The title card confirms we are witnessing the legendary rise of the Night King who returned with a god. A bone-chilling, inhuman scream rips through the red-tinted sky as the transition into the gate's inner world begins in earnest. This is no longer a simple graduation mission, it's a full-scale demonic invasion where the only choice left for the recruits is to conquer or die. Demonic dragons circle a massive cathedral as one recruit slashes through a shadow monster. The trainees are thrown into a literal war zone where they have to fight for their lives against an overwhelming demonic invasion. It's a brutal welcome to the job, and the D-rank health insurance definitely doesn't cover getting incinerated by a flying lizard. A swirling golden portal erupts in the sky while the armored recruits stare up in pure, unadulterated shock. They realize they are standing directly under a massive demon gate as it starts dumping out a high-rank invasion force onto the cathedral grounds. The look on their faces says everything. They definitely didn't sign up for the literal apocalypse on their first day of work. Leon Dragonia Lionheart stands calmly amidst the smoking battlefield ruins with his eyes glowing a sharp, divine blue. He points his sword forward with zero hesitation and commands the recruits to form a magic square formation immediately. Leon looks like he's judging their shield posture more than he's worried about the monsters currently tearing the city apart around them. Gu Daesung bellows a command for everyone to raise their shields as the recruits lock into a solid, overlapping wall of steel. The entire Lionheart Order forms a professional phalanx that begins to pulse with the golden radiance of the king's divine presence. They finally look like a legendary army of holy knights instead of a bunch of terrified interns in expensive plate mail cosplay. The massive Lionheart's title card looms over the formation as the recruits stand their ground against the oncoming skeletal horde. This is the official debut of the order, proving that Leon's training has turned regular people into a force capable of staring down a demon gate. The monsters are about to find out that a cornered lion is the last thing you want to pick a fight with. Leon's face is contorted in a fierce battle cry as he bellows orders that shake the very air of the Samjin Gate. He demands absolute aggression, forcing the recruits to abandon their common sense and march directly toward the demonic skeletal horde. He's clearly not the gentle encouragement type of instructor, and the recruits are realizing their king is more terrifying than the monsters. Gu Daesung grips his weapon with trembling hands, his eyes darting around as he realizes the sheer scale of the nightmare they've entered. He can't believe they are actually pushing forward into a high-rank demon gate when any other guild would be calling for an emergency evacuation. This is the moment where the training stops being a test and becomes a brutal, high-stakes fight for their lives. A heavy plate-armored boot slams into the cracked earth with a bone-shaking thud that signals the start of the charge. Behind those bucket-style helms, the recruits are forced to lock their shields and step into the line of fire with cold, mechanical precision. The sound of their boots hitting the ground in unison is a rhythmic promise of total destruction for anything standing in their way. Gu Daesung stares in utter disbelief at a blue holographic system window flickering to life right in front of his visor. The screen lists the insane effects of Lionheart's aura, revealing passive buffs that grant everything from legendary defense to magical fortification for the entire order. Leon didn't just give these guys fancy silver suits, he essentially turned on God mode cheats for every single person in the squad. The skeletal cavalry slams headfirst into the silver shield wall with a sickening crunch of antique bone and rusted iron. Despite the massive momentum of the charging undead, the Lionheart line doesn't budge a single inch as the golden aura absorbs the entire impact. These skeletons just realized way too late that they've accidentally tried to trample a literal mountain. Monsters shriek in pure agony as they are pulverized against the unwavering formation of steel and divine energy. From the rear, the command to keep shields raised echoes out, ensuring the ironclad formation remains completely impenetrable against the mounting pressure. This isn't a desperate struggle for the Lionheart Order, it's a systematic, one-sided execution of everything that dares to stand in their path. A skeletal steed with hollow, glowing red sockets lunges forward, its jaw unhinged in a silent, terrifying scream. The undead monster slams into the Lionheart shield wall with the force of a literal freight train, but the recruits don't even flinch. The Kwang impact echoes through the cathedral as the creature's bones simply disintegrate upon contact with the divine aura protecting the front line. Charging a wall of Leon's trainees is less of a tactical move and more of an elaborate way for these monsters to turn themselves into bone meal. Gu Daesung's eyes widen in total disbelief as he feels the impossible strength flowing through his arms while holding the line. The recruit finally understands that the 4 weeks of agonizing physical abuse Leon called training has actually turned his body into a living fortress. Leon stands at the heart of the chaos, his presence serving as the unwavering anchor for the entire formation's resolve. These guys were probably complaining about office back pain a month ago, and now they're taking hits from high-rank monsters like it's a light massage. The command to counterattack ripples through the air, and the silver-plated wall begins to grind forward like a massive, unstoppable machine. The recruits step in perfect sync, using the weight of their kite shields to shove the remaining skeletal horses back into the dirt. Every movement is calculated to minimize exposure while simultaneously creating lethal openings for their spears to find home. They are following the drill to a T, proving that even raw recruits can act like legendary knights if Leon is the one pulling the strings. One of the Keek monsters finds itself pinned by the advancing formation, letting out a distorted wail as a blade pierces through its rotted core. Dark ichor sprays across the stone floor in a puhak explosion of gore as the recruits drive their steel home with zero hesitation. The battlefield is quickly becoming a secondary graveyard for the already dead as the Lionheart Order methodically clears the cathedral grounds. This isn't just a training mission, it's a loud, bloody statement to the entire world that the king has officially returned to claim his territory. The silver-clad recruits surge forward as a single, unstoppable tide, roaring at the top of their lungs as they prepare to push the enemy back. They slam their heavy kite shields into the remaining skeletal remnants, literally grinding the undead back into the dirt beneath their heavy boots. It's a total slaughter that makes these D-rank rookies look like seasoned veterans clearing out a low-level dungeon. The momentum hits a sudden, terrifying wall as Gu Daesung looks up to see a massive shadow swallowing the entire front line. A gargantuan demon troll lurches out of the red haze, clutching a stone club that looks heavy enough to flatten a modern tank. The graduation mission just threw its first real curveball at the recruits, and it's about 10 times larger than anything they've faced before. Panic starts to ripple through the squad as the troll lets out a bone-chilling roar that vibrates through the very stones of the cathedral. One of the recruits screams that there's no way they can block a hit of that scale, watching as the beast raises its weapon for a massive horizontal sweep. This is the exact moment where the Lionheart training either holds firm or the entire formation gets turned into silver-plated pancakes. Squad 3 Captain Gu Daesung ignores the rising fear and plants his feet, bracing his entire weight for a collision that should logically end his life. He stares down the impending impact from behind his bucket helm, showing the kind of grit you only get from surviving Leon's hellish daily drills. Honestly, the guy is acting like he's got a personal grudge against the laws of physics itself. The troll's club connects with the shield wall in a thunderous woo of displaced air, dust, and flying debris. But as the smoke clears, Gu Daesung realizes he's barely felt a thing, noting that the monster's full power swing is actually pathetic compared to Leon's divine strikes. It turns out that if you can survive the king's light sparring sessions, a high-rank demon is basically just a toddler playing with a stick. The recruits brace themselves as their shields glow with Leon's divine aura. Seeing the shield line hold against the skeletal charge gives the trainees their first real surge of confidence. It turns out a little holy protection goes a long way when you're facing a literal nightmare. A massive, bulging monster with glowing red eyes lets out a deafening roar in response. The beast prepares to smash through the formation with sheer, mindless aggression. This guy clearly didn't get the memo about the new management. Sir Jagged Spin's mechanical legs click into place with a sharp metallic sound. Leon's mechanical scout readies its internal systems to support the frontline trainees. Even the spiderbot is more lethal than half the high-rank hunters in the city. Leon coldly gives the order to start firing as he oversees the chaos. He signals the start of a full-scale counteroffensive to wipe the gate clean. The recruits look around in total confusion at the tiny golden drone zipping past them toward the enemy. They finally realize Sir Yap P isn't just a mascot, but a divine knight in its own right. Leon charges forward on a white steed with his sword trailing a streak of lethal light. He breaks the defensive line to personally handle the high-rank threats before they can pressure his recruits. There is nothing like a king leading from the front to make you feel completely redundant. Leon looks back at the trainees with a calm, approving smirk while mid-gallop. He praises their successful block, acknowledging that they might actually be worth the effort of training. Getting a compliment from this guy is probably harder than surviving the gate itself. Leon pulls his blade back as the air around him begins to distort from the sheer mana pressure. A blinding blue arc of energy tears through the battlefield and vaporizes everything in its path. Leon's holy sword of radiance effectively deletes the enemy vanguard in a single heartbeat. One hit is literally all it takes to end a war when you're the goddess's favorite. Leon stands alone in a field of monster remains as black blood rains down around him. The massive explosion of divine energy settles, leaving nothing but a trail of silence and charred gore. A close-up shows Leon looking completely unfazed with monster blood staining his cheek. He lets out a simple, bored grunt as if he just finished a light chore instead of a massacre. The surviving low-level demons stand frozen in absolute, paralyzing terror. They realize their entire leadership was just erased from existence by a single man. Leon stands motionless as his blade hums with the residual heat of the divine strike. The surrounding demons scream in a panicked frenzy, realizing their high-ranking leader was deleted in a single breath. These creatures finally understand that they aren't the predators in this gate. The entire demonic horde breaks rank and scrambles toward the mountains in a pathetic, disorganized rout. You know you're terrifying when literal hellbeasts decide that anywhere else is a better place to be than near you. The Lionheart recruits stand frozen as the dust settles, revealing a massive, gleaming Gothic cathedral towering over the horizon. The trainees finally let out the breath they were holding, cheering and pumping their fists as the adrenaline of survival hits them. They're celebrating like they just won the World Cup, completely forgetting they were shaking in their boots 10 seconds ago. It's a classic rookie mistake to think the hard part is over just because the first wave stopped moving. Leon walks toward the city gates with his cape billowing behind him like a dark omen. The local survivors of this world fall to their knees, weeping and hailing the man in black as the legendary savior of the Spiro Kingdom. A blue system window flickers into existence, confirming that this realm is currently under a full-scale demonic siege. It's not a Lionheart entrance unless he's being treated like a living god within 5 minutes of arriving on the scene. The recruits check their own system notifications and their faces instantly drain of all color. The mission objective has shifted to a Great Demon King, a threat level that shouldn't even exist for D-rank trainees. To make matters worse, one recruit points frantically at the empty air behind them where the yellow portal used to be. The exit gate has completely vanished, effectively trapping the entire order in a dying world. The graduation trip just turned into a permanent relocation with a side of certain death. Leon continues his steady march forward, his voice cutting through the frantic shouting like a shard of ice. He commands the recruits to shut their mouths and maintain their discipline, showing zero concern for the missing exit. His sheer presence is enough to snap the terrified men back into a military salute, forcing them to swallow their fear. Leon doesn't care about a missing exit because he's planning on owning the entire kingdom anyway. A polished black dress shoe plants itself firmly onto the parched, cracked earth of the gate interior. Leon surveys the desolate, wind-swept landscape with a cold gaze, noting that an unforeseen occurrence has completely shifted the nature of their mission. He looks like he's judging the very ground for being far too dusty and beneath his royal dignity. Leon's tall, imposing silhouette looms over the nervous recruits as he acknowledges that they have followed him into this lethal nightmare. The men respond with a unified, booming military salute, shouting, "Yes, Your Majesty," with enough force to shake the dry, stagnant air. They are clearly more terrified of Leon's potential disapproval than whatever monsters are currently hiding in the red shadows. Gu Daesung stands at attention with a grim expression, explaining the terrifying concept of a fluctuating gate to his panicked comrades. Behind them, the massive yellow portal swirls violently with crimson energy, indicating that the dungeon's difficulty level is now spiking exponentially. This basically means their easy D-rank field trip just became a high-tier survival horror movie with no exit strategy. Leon's sharp blue eyes narrow as he realizes this sudden shift in the gate's mana density cannot be a mere coincidence. He doesn't flinch for even a second, coldly stating there is no change in plan and they will proceed to clear the entire dungeon. The man treats a lethal, world-altering anomaly like a minor scheduling conflict on his busy royal calendar. A vision of a grand cathedral under a blood-red sky flashes as Leon recounts his legendary resume of slaughter to the troops. He casually mentions slaying 2 demon kings and over 30 great demons during his golden prime back in the Lionheart Kingdom. He is essentially the ultimate, been there, done that, guy of the high fantasy world, and he knows it. Leon turns his back to the group, privately acknowledging that his divine power is currently only a tiny fraction of its former glory. He admits to himself that he can't personally guarantee a victory against a demon king in his current state, but insists a true knight must always be a dependable pillar. Even at 10% power, Leon's absolute confidence remains the most dangerous weapon in this entire world. Leon stands firm as his shadow stretches across the dry, cracked earth of the gate's interior. He realizes that these terrified recruits don't need to be masters of the sword yet, they just need to view him as their absolute, unwavering hope. It is the ultimate, fake it till you make it, strategy, except Leon actually has the divine juice to back up his ego. Deep within the jagged canyons of this dying world, a raspy, unhinged laughter begins to echo through the air. A decrepit old man in tattered robes clutches a pulsing purple orb while staring at a magical projection of Leon. He sneers at the shimmering image, mockingly calling the king a weak, pathetic human who is completely out of his league. This cultist clearly thinks he is the one pulling the strings from the safety of the shadows. Honestly, insulting a man who literally carries the power of a holy sun in his pocket is a massive gamble that rarely pays off. The cultist decides he doesn't even need to step onto the battlefield to finish this human intruder. He stares deep into his crystal ball, claiming there is a specific creature already hidden in the depths of the gate. He believes this entity is on the verge of a dark evolution, destined to awaken as a true, world-ending demon king. It looks like Leon has walked straight into a trap specifically designed to snuff out his light before his new order can even take its first breath. The scene shifts to a silent, silver suit of armor standing perfectly still in a dark, swirling void of purple energy. Suddenly, 2 piercing violet eyes ignite behind the helmet's visor, radiating a lethal and ancient intelligence. This isn't some mindless dungeon boss waiting for a hero to show up and collect loot. This thing is a predator that has been starving for centuries, and it just realized that a very high-quality meal has finally entered its domain. The sky above the battlefield begins to ripple and tear, revealing the shimmering, golden spires of the legendary Lionheart Kingdom. The radiant, massive cathedral city looks like a beautiful, impossible dream hanging over the blood-soaked horizon. Leon's past is literally bleeding into the modern world, turning a simple gate raid into a clash of civilizations. Golden text drifts across a dark screen, describing a kingdom that once enjoyed a millennium of peace. The vision quickly turns into a nightmare as a massive, tiered city is consumed by a violent sea of flames. Demons have completely overrun the streets, turning a historical paradise into a literal graveyard in record time. It's the standard end-of-the-world starter pack, but the heat feels way too real. A single, glowing palace stands defiant against the smoke and ruin of the surrounding capital. The survivors trapped inside are fighting a losing battle, praying for a miracle that hasn't arrived yet. Leon explains that this tragic last stand scenario is the specific theme of the quest they've just triggered. Basically, they've walked right into the final chapter of a dying kingdom's history. Gu Daesung and the other recruits sit around a wooden table, looking vastly out of place in their heavy silver plate armor. The big guy is visibly confused by the idea of a dungeon having a theme like it's some kind of twisted amusement park. Leon just gives a short, confident nod, confirming that they aren't just here to kill monsters this time. The recruits are starting to realize that their training just got a whole lot more complicated. Leon leans forward in his dark suit, explaining that while other gates have random settings, this one is a scripted event. He knows this isn't just a backdrop, it's a living history they've been dropped into the middle of. Gu Daesung catches on quick, realizing that if they don't move now, the time limit will end with everyone inside dead. The peaceful talk is over because the clock is already ticking on the kingdom's total collapse. A swirling blue vortex of mana and monsters fills the screen. Leon explains that while normal dungeons break when monsters are neglected, these timed quests only end when specific conditions are met. This means the gate won't let them leave until the job is finished. Leon takes a moment to process this, his hand resting on his chin as he calculates his next move. He isn't worried, he's just figuring out the fastest way to win. Gu Daesung leans forward with a startled expression. He calls out to Leon, asking for his commands now that the stakes of the dungeon are crystal clear. Leon stares ahead with cold, focused eyes. He announces that although he wasn't planning to get involved, the urgency of the kingdom's collapse forces his hand. He's decided that he and Sir Spin will personally step onto the front lines. The sovereign doesn't wait for permission to lead. Gu Daesung looks stunned while the recruits around the table start celebrating. Leon dismisses their worries, mentioning that the association president already accounted for this type of escalation. The recruits are already imagining their shiny new promotions and rewards for surviving a high-level event. Leon raises a single finger to grab their attention for one final point. Everyone freezes, completely lost on what could possibly come next. He has a talent for keeping his subordinates on a very short leash. Leon leans in with a casual smirk and brings up the topic of hidden quests. Gu Daesung and the other recruits look like they've seen a ghost as they struggle to keep up with his train of thought. Leon's gaze turns icy and sharp as he stares into the middle distance. He calmly states that his goal is to kill the Demon King right now. This man really woke up and decided to end the world's biggest threat before lunch. The title fades as the scene shifts to the dark, oppressive sky hanging over the kingdom's rooftops. Faint trails of black smoke and demonic energy drift through the quiet alleyways like lingering spirits. Leon stands in the shadows, analyzing the residue left behind by his previous battle. He realizes that the energy from a common demon troll is far too weak to serve his purposes. Most people fear trolls, but Leon just sees them as low-quality batteries. Leon sits back in a wooden chair, holding a golden chalice that pulses with a faint, ethereal light. He looks disappointed as he stares at the liquid, knowing it isn't enough to achieve his next objective. He sets the cup down with a sharp click, concluding that this tiny amount won't sustain a connection to the pantheon. He is literally trying to phone a god, and the signal strength is currently at 0 bars. Leon suddenly places a hand over his heart as a brilliant, searing gold light begins to burn through his suit. The air in the room vibrates with a heavy, divine presence that signifies a successful breakthrough. A voice belonging to the goddess Ariana echoes in his mind, calling him her first knight. He successfully forced a divine entity to pick up the phone. It's official. Leon's networking skills are on a cosmic level. Leon stands with a focused expression as golden trails of energy dance behind him. He admits he finally noticed a foreign nature to the energy within this gate. It is a subtle shift that even his sharp senses missed during the initial entry. The grand palace of the Spiro Kingdom appears bathed in an eerie, thick purple glow. Ariana explains that this energy seeped into the world so naturally that a mere living body would never detect the intrusion. It is basically cosmic camouflage designed to fool everyone on the ground. A terrifying silhouette of a skeletal demon lord manifests over a glowing, intricate magic circle. The goddess points out how strange it is to find a demonic entity of this caliber hiding in a place like this. This is a literal disaster hiding in plain sight. Leon rests his hand on his chin while looking deeply unconvinced by the energy readings. He argues that a being with this much raw power should have a much louder and more aggressive energy signature. The math is not adding up, and Leon knows someone is suppressing their true strength. Golden light continues to pulse around Leon as he listens to the divine voice echoing in his mind. Ariana reveals that another deity from the pantheon, Plu, wants her to pass along a specific message to her new knight. Leon stays completely unfazed and confirms he is ready to listen. The queen looks on with a sharp gaze while Leon remains locked in his silent conversation with the heavens. Plu wants to inspect this world personally because she sensed something deeply unsettling hidden beneath the surface of the dungeon. The gods are officially putting this entire kingdom under a microscope. The palace attendant lifts her magical lantern while standing beside the queen. She notes that the procedure for the upcoming trial is already established and requires no further explanation. These palace elites really love the sound of their own mysterious rules, but Leon isn't the type to play along with riddles. A golden goblet decorated with blue jewels sits prominently on a marble table. Leon confirms he understands the definite method required to move forward with the queen's request. He's showing zero hesitation, which usually means he's about to ignore every traditional protocol in the book. The view shifts from the open sky toward the massive, ornate stone gates of the royal residence. These towering walls are built to intimidate entire armies, yet Leon is leading his team straight into the heart of the kingdom. The scale of the palace makes it clear that the recruits are no longer in a simple training exercise. A carriage clatters across the cobblestone toward the entrance as the massive doors slowly begin to creak open. Leon and his squad have officially arrived at their destination within the Spiro Kingdom. The recruits are about to find out that palace etiquette is often more dangerous than a monster's claws. Leon stands at the head of his silver-armored recruits as a butler in a tuxedo bows low to greet them. The man introduces himself as Farco and pledges to serve the group to the best of his abilities during their stay. He is the picture of professional hospitality, but in a dungeon like this, even the staff is a potential threat. The butler, Farco, gestures toward the interior and invites the group to follow him deeper into the estate. Leon and his recruits step into a massive, vaulted hallway lined with towering pillars and glowing chandeliers. Gu Daesung walks with his mouth hanging wide open, clearly overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the palace. It is a massive step up from the dusty, monster-infested ruins they usually clear. Leon casually observes the decor and notes that the palace owner has a surprisingly refined sense of art. Farco takes the compliment in stride, explaining that Spiro Palace has stood for generations, serving every ruler from the first queen, Fiora, to the current queen, Beatrice. Leon catches a specific detail in the butler's history lesson, realizing the entire lineage consists of female sovereigns. The place is practically dripping with ancient history and expensive taste. Gu Daesung and the other recruits begin whispering loudly about the kingdom being a matriarchal society. Leon immediately hits them with a side eye so sharp it feels like a physical blade. He has zero interest in hearing his subordinates gossip while they are guests in a royal house. They are supposed to be professional soldiers, not tourists on a sightseeing trip. Leon's expression turns terrifyingly cold as his killing intent begins to leak out, causing the recruits to tremble. Gu Daesung and the others are sweating bullets, realizing their sovereign is 1 second away from making them disappear. Leon turns back to Farco and offers a blunt apology for the behavior of his morons, who never learned proper etiquette. He is clearly finished playing nice with people who lack basic discipline. Gu Daesung and the recruits look like they've seen a ghost while Leon dismisses their idiocy as a side effect of the kingdom's crisis. The butler takes it in stride, offering a polite laugh and claiming that these breaches of protocol are common. He's probably just relieved he isn't the one on the receiving end of Leon's killing intent. The group follows the butler's lead as he brings them to a halt before a grand interior. He officially announces their arrival at the presence chamber, the heart of the Spiro Kingdom. This is the moment where the diplomacy ends and the real power play begins. A pair of elite knights stands guard before two massive, silver-accented doors that look like they weigh several tons. The butler informs the group that the queen is ready and waiting to receive them. The doors begin to creak open with a heavy mechanical roar, spilling a divine glow across the hallway floor. Leon's eyes ignite with a piercing blue light as he stares into the heart of the throne room. The chamber beyond is an architectural masterpiece of white stone and gold, glowing with an almost overwhelming radiance. The scale of the room is meant to intimidate any visitor, but Leon just looks like he's checking out a new office. The formal announcement for Sir Lionheart echoes through the massive hall as the group finally enters. Dozens of stern-faced officials and nobles line the walkway, looking down their noses at Leon's unrefined squad. The palace captain stands among them with a cold gaze, clearly unimpressed by Leon's total lack of royal decorum. Leon's shoes click firmly against the stone steps as he leads his men deeper into the throne room. He doesn't slow down for a second, walking right through the middle of the crowded hall like he owns the floor. Leon is treating a royal audience like a casual trip to the convenience store. A man in formal attire introduces himself as Duke Archeum, the kingdom's chancellor. He unrolls a fancy scroll and announces that Leon is being officially granted the rank of knight for his service at the gates. Most people would be bowing right now, but Leon looks like he's just waiting for a bus. The Duke starts rambling about the Queen's praise and prompts Leon to give a formal acceptance speech. Leon stares back with total boredom, cutting the man off to state he wants to greet the queen directly first. He is skipping the entire tutorial and going straight to the final boss of social etiquette. Without waiting for a response, Leon just walks right past the stunned chancellor. The entire room goes dead silent as the duke stammers in confusion, unable to process someone ignoring a royal decree. Leon really doesn't have a polite setting in his personality. The palace captain steps into Leon's path, his face twisted in a mix of shock and pure rage. He barks at Leon to stop, shouting that great accomplishments don't give him the right to act like a savage in the queen's presence. Someone should probably tell the captain that yelling at Leon is a great way to end up on a tombstone. The palace captain stands his ground, screaming that Leon is just an outsider who has no right to approach the throne. He is absolutely losing his mind over this breach of protocol while the recruits watch with visible dread. Gu Daesung and the others know the captain is technically right, but they also know Leon doesn't play by anyone's rules. The captain continues his frantic lecture, his face twisting into a mask of pure rage. Behind Leon, the trainees are literally sweating, terrified that the sovereign might decide to silence this loudmouth permanently. Their biggest fear is that the captain is one wrong word away from a very short retirement. Leon stands perfectly still in the center of the massive hall, staring directly at the queen on her throne. He completely filters out the captain's shouting, treating the high-ranking official like a buzzing insect. He has finally reached the person he actually came to see, and he isn't moving an inch. Leon's expression hardens, and his eyes begin to glow with a sharp, piercing blue light. He mutters that he simply cannot hold it in any longer, signaling that the polite visitor act is officially over. When the MC's eyes start glowing like that, it usually means the surrounding architecture is in serious danger. Leon stands tall and formally introduces himself as the king of the Lion Heart, Leon Dragonia Lionheart. He drops his true title with the kind of weight that makes the air in the room feel heavy. He isn't asking for recognition. He is stating an undeniable fact that instantly shatters the kingdom's hierarchy. The palace captain's face contorts in absolute shock as Leon admits he will do what is necessary regardless of how rude it seems. The official starts screaming in a total panic, unable to process the sheer audacity of the man standing before him. Leon is essentially telling the entire kingdom that their rules are officially beneath his notice. The palace captain points a trembling finger at Leon, shrieking for the guards to drag the intruder away. This official has officially reached his breaking point after witnessing the sovereign's complete lack of respect. He is hyperventilating so hard it looks like his heart might actually give out before the guards even arrive. Leon moves in a flash, his eyes glowing with a lethal blue light as he physically seizes the screaming official. He handles the kingdom's law enforcer with the same casual violence one might use to swat a noisy fly. Gu Daesung and the recruits look like they want to crawl into a hole because their boss just assaulted a high-ranking official right in front of the queen. Leon becomes a blur of motion, shifting his weight as he prepares to deal with the rest of the room. The palace staff and Gu Daesung can only stand there in a state of paralyzed shock at the sheer audacity on display. It is safe to say this training mission has officially transitioned into a full-blown diplomatic nightmare. Leon wears a look of pure, unadulterated disgust while the entire room erupts in a chorus of confused shouting. He prepares his next move with a terrifying level of calm that suggests he is done playing by anyone else's rules.